Good morning to the chat. What is up, my friends? Good morning. Chat. What is up, my friends? Good morning. How are we? Welcome back, baby. Let me grab a water while I'm here. Good morning, chat. Good morning to the chat. I hope everybody is doing well today. What is up, my friends? How are we doing? How we living? How we breathing? Good morning. Good morning. Chickadee chat. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Jay. Morning, Beck. Morning, Robert. Morning, Brady, Alfonso, Robert, Hellboy, Pasha, Steph, Tactical Trader, Gator was good. LOL Master, Corey, Balaji, Top and Dis, Christian was good. Mr. Papagorgio, Margot, what's up? Rumo, what's up? BN Willis, what's good? Luke was good. TradeWap was good. Jeepers Creepers was good. That's Chip, JPT, JTP. I saw you had a fucking payout the other day from that Lucid giveaway. Am I crazy? Did I just see that right the other day? Let's fucking go, baby. Good morning, my friends. Alejandro. Al Pacino, I know you ain't saying hey from Lisbon. Wow, the TPT giveaway. Dude, fuck yeah. No payout yet, but that's all right. That's all right. It's passed. That's hell yeah. Good morning to the chat. Dude. The death from this level was crazy. Oh, good morning, my friends. We've got some time today. Fascinating start to the day. Let's see. Yesterday we had such a good call with that candle opening. I mean, that was probably one of the best pre-market streams we've had since we started this whole shebang. So let's see what we can get today. Another dipper rip ski. Guys, how are you doing this morning? Good morning and welcome back to the stream, my friends. How we feeling, how we living, how we breathing, how we dying. What is up? Bro, I don't know about living the dream. You know, I think everybody's dream is different, but I'll tell you what, this is definitely my dream life. I'll tell you what, baby. Everyone's dream might be a little bit different, but this is my dream life for sure. All right. We got NQ with a little gap up. So as currently constructed, we're slated to open up somewhere in here. I don't know. The NQ doesn't seem very appealing to me today between these two levels. First instincts on the Nasdaq is telling me stay cautious, stay away. Dude, my light is so bright this morning. I really need to move my desk to the other side of this wall. I'm hiring, guys. If anyone wants to fly to Puerto Rico and move my desk for me, it will probably take about 6 minutes. It's not a hard job, but it involves tedious unplugging and replugging of cords that I've just been procrastinating. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not a hard job. Just need to scoot my computer, scoot my desk. I need to move everything against that wall over there, basically. But every day I finish streaming and then I go to the beach and then I sit in the sun and I get so tired afterwards. And I'm like, what? How am I supposed to do anything right now? Oh, I love you guys. I love you. The window tinted's not a bad idea either. But I like the window. I just need to move the desk. All right, well, let's see. Gold, how are we doing today? I know everyone's been loving gold lately. Dude, what is up with this theme in gold? It rallies overnight, and then sells off into a bear flag throughout the day. Gold is once again not very attractive to me. I don't really know what to do with this chart. Short is where my first instinct leans, but the 15-minute is range. Bro, this is... I'm not saying that there's not good trades to be had in gold, but this certainly does feel like very range-bound action. And the range-bound action is... She's not it, bro. She's not it. Let me get this comment pinned in the chat. Is this live? Yeah, bro. What do you think it? What do you think it? What if it like? What else would it be? Good morning, my friends. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Is it? Oh, YouTube's acting up a little bit. Oh, well, that's probably my fault. That's probably, to be honest, totally honest, that's probably my fault, guys. Dates are hard with these whole changing the titles every day. I wish YouTube would just like figure that out. You know what I mean? That should be a YouTube problem. But yeah, guys, I won't lie. Gold's initial impact and thought process for me, I'm just not super happy. Yeah, I'm not super interested in gold. Good morning, my friends. Welcome back to the stream. Javier, we have it set up because if you look at the levels, if you leave the indicator on when you go to the daily chart, you just get a chart with like a million lines. So it's not supposed to show you anything above the 1 hour time frame. If you want to see them on higher time frames, just draw them manually and then go to the 1 hour, excuse me, the daily or weekly. But that's intentional. That's intentional. It's because it just starts to look like a chart with like a million lines on it. So they don't show, the indicator doesn't show them on any time frame higher than the 1 hour. Weather's good out here, guys. It's hot. It's hot, man. It's hot. It's very hot here. Let me see exactly what it is. Today it'll be up to 88. Oh man, I thought today was a pure sunny day. It turns out there's some clouds today. Oh man. Don't worry guys, we still got a UV of 9. We still got a UV of 9. I'm getting tan. It's nice. It's humid here though too. All right, my friends, we're getting closer to market open here. Guys, first instincts, first responses to the action we're seeing from the market is I am not excited. I am not excited about the NQ or the NQ is better. The NQ is better because being above yesterday's open means that we could rally up into these highs. Yeah, QQQ is technically getting a gap over red. I don't know. I don't love it. I don't love it, but I'm not. Yesterday's open will be the key spot for us. So on the Nasdaq, that is 213. So this 213 is really going to act as our key spot on the day. Yeah, so on the Nasdaq, I'm really keeping an eye today on this level down here at 213s, because if we hold above that, that's very key for the gap over red. Very key. So that's a big watch for me today. Underneath that level, we got some room for a short, man. I'm not ruling it out. Let's see. Where's ES relative to yesterday? So same thing on ES. We're holding above yesterday's open. Hey, my friends, remember, I am a full-time professional trader. So during this time, I've very much got to focus and lock in on making my own plan. And I encourage you all to sit back and watch, especially if you're new here, rather than try to analyze every single detail of why I do every single thing. Because I do the same thing every single day. Sit back, try to learn and absorb as much information as you can, possibly go rewatch yesterday's stream or the other streams. But we do the same thing every day here. So if you're confused on something, I would urge you to sit back, relax, and try and absorb all the information. And you're in a very happy place, my friends. I watched the other streamers' shows, so I know my competition. The last month of what we've been doing, it hasn't been close. I urge you all to rewatch every day. You just can watch it every day. We're hot, my friends. Not only are we hot, but we've been hot for basically a month straight with very limited mistakes. So it's been awesome. It's been awesome. It's been awesome. It's been awesome. That being said, I'm trying to hold myself back a little bit because I don't see a ton of very great chart setups today. I'm open-minded to a gold short. We have been consolidating for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days now. Eventually, this thing is going to break. I don't know whether it's going to break to the upside or downside. It's just going to break out of the consolidation range at some point. My gut says we break this to the downside. I don't know if it happens today. But it's been ranging, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So eventually this break is coming. But for now, I don't see a huge edge in trying to figure out which way it's going to go. We have spikes higher that feel like we could go up to get them. We have spikes lower that feel like we could go down to trade them. I am Not super interested in gold, but what I will say is I know there's some of you out there who you don't care what I say. You're going to trade gold no matter what. And I wish you the absolute best on it. What I would urge you to keep an eye on is the opening print rule. Very much in effect today. In the opening print, I would wait for 15-minute and 1-hour closes today. If you're looking to trade gold, just let it either prove its strength to you with a strong 15-minute close well above the opening print, or on the flip side, let it prove its weakness to you with a weak 15-minute close that we can trade continuation to the downside. I don't think you have to try and pre-anticipate where gold's going to go today. I think you could just wait for a trend to give you a little bit of confirmation. So I'm eyeing that gold, but I'm not very interested in it. I see ES with a pretty intense rejection of this upper level here today. Yeah, so the ES is going to be the same thing as the NQ in terms of our key reference point. Because we are gapping over red on the daily chart, the previous days, oh, not red. Well, I guess, yeah, ES isn't red, so it's QQQ. With QQQ gapping over red, the big key point to watch is going to be yesterday's open, and same with the SPY. So I'm curious how we react. I don't know. The ES has a lot less levels in the area just based on the structure of how we operate. I think I lean more towards trading the Nasdaq today, the NQ, but we'll wait and see. All right, good morning, my friends. I hope every single one of you is doing well today. Crafting and formulating the plan. Reminder, my friends, as a reminder, Take Profit Trader is 50% off this week. 50% off. They never do this sale. There's a reason I have only had the Take Profit banner up this week. That's because other firms right now have sales that they are going to continue to run, and their prices will be available. This Take Profit price will not be available. This ends at the end of this week. Their reset pricing goes up this week. It just, if you're going to buy TPT accounts, it makes sense to do it this week, and Code Rake will save you 50%. As we've talked about, there are a lot of other firms out there that I think have more straightforward rules, would be the way to phrase it. They're firms without intraday firms. There's some firms that, like a Lucid or a Tradeify, where it just feels a little bit more like a personal account. That being said, Take Profit are the ones that I personally use the most, just because they have the highest ROI of any of them, by far. It's very much the highest ROI. So if you're more of an advanced trader looking to scale your trading, the Take Profit Trader accounts are very friendly. All right. I am going to do something here, which is rare for me. But I'm going to try a pre-market long on this inside bar break. We got the gap over red. I'm going to do it. I want to take a risk. I like this 15-minute inside bar break a lot. If I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. But I just think there's a chance. Everything in life is a fucking chance, my friends. Remember that. But I think there's a chance that we just get a bigger green bar at open that doesn't even allow us to enter. We got a gap over red. We got a hold of the level. We got untested highs for a target. We got a level up here as a target. Even with a super wide stop, it's 2 to 1. And if you tighten that stop up to the wick, it's even more. If you tighten that stop up to the inside bar, which I'm not doing yet, but hopefully I will be able to in the near future, then even more room. So I'm going to shoot a shot. We're not undefeated this week because I have lost trades, but we are undefeated in terms of ending the day. Sunday, amazing trading day. Monday, amazing trading day. Tuesday, amazing trading day. So we've had some really great wins this week. I am taking a little bit more of a risk by entering a pre-market entry here. Obviously that opens us up to a little bit more risk, but life's a risk and I love that bitch. I like the opportunity here, and I think that there's a chance that we just rocket away. And if not, I will lose. If my stop is right here, my risk is about $4,000. So we'll see. Ideally, the stop would be under this wick. I'm trying to give it a little breathing room in case it spikes, but we'll see. So let me drag this off to the side. You can monitor my position on the left. I would love if we could hold above this 86 area to open the day. I think that would give us even more confirmation that this trade's going to work. But good morning, my friends. Welcome back to the stream. Bang. I'm not going to lie, guys. I have closed the chat already. I'm so sorry. It's not because I don't love you. I could sense myself getting sassy, and the best way to prevent myself from getting sassy is just close up the chat. So apologies about that, but we're locked in, we're dialed, we're gonna find ourselves a good trade today. I'm not gonna lie, I am eyeing the weather report today. I'm stalking myself. I'm saying, hey, life's a beach and I love that bitch. Can I go tan today? Is my real question. I don't know. I'm seeing reports of clouds. It's not as clear as one would hope, But that being said, good morning, my friends. Welcome to the stream. So far today, the main watches are the Nasdaq, which I have taken an early entry long on just in case this pullback to this level and this gap over red doesn't get an early morning spike down. I'm willing to take a little bit of risk having an entry. My stop is very wide right now. My intentions are to tighten it up as the chart allows me to, but at the moment, I am mentally prepared for a wider stop loss, and my R multiple still makes sense, right? That's a really key thing here, guys. You'll see me do this a lot. I'll start with a little bit of a wider stop, and as the trade, which again, my technical stop here based on the chart is just underneath this little wick. On the 15-minute chart, it's just underneath that little low, right? But I think there's a chance that we could spike, 20 points under it or whatever the case may be. So I'm just giving myself an extra 10, 15 points. And I'm okay with that because the chart is still allowing me, even with my stop down there, the chart's still 2 to 1. So this is acting as sort of like my baseline. You know what I mean? My baseline. So good morning, my friends. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. This is Project 365, by the way. I had a question about that on my Instagram channel the other day. Someone says, what is Project 365? I'm like, where have you been? Under a rock? Project 365 is the Rake Trades Network. Guys, we are live on YouTube for minimum 6 days a week. So far, we've been doing every single day for 5 weeks, even Saturdays. We are live on YouTube providing free trading education, free live trading, and education value from all different types of mentors, people who have, they're all originally my students, and then they have all kind of turned and put in their own twist on their success and their sustainability, their profitability. So not only is it me streaming every single day, there is 5 of us. And I highly encourage you to tune into some of my other stream host shows because they've got some excellent information. And the markets move a little bit slower when it's their turns and they're able to answer a little bit more questions. For me, the market's moving pretty fast and I am really managing some pretty large size positions as the market's moving fast. So sometimes I don't get to answer as many questions as I like, but my fellow chat hosts do. And I get to, quite frankly, I get to answer a lot considering that I am also trading during the most fast market session. So good morning, my friends. Welcome, 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 everybody. I love you guys so much. I hope you're all having a damn good day. Let's crush it today. Let's crush it. First instincts for me is, obviously you can see I've got a little pre-market long on in the NQ. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart, and I took an entry once we broke over the inside bar on the 15-minute chart, looking for us to hold this low in this level and then go back and trend up to this untested highs. Will that happen? I'm not entirely sure, but I like the risk enough to start out with it. The QQQ is also what is known right now as a gap over red, right? Now let's think about that for a second. What words am I actually saying, right? Gap over red. Well, Jake, what the fuck does that mean? Right, well, we have a red bar here. And today we are slated, you can see on this little pre-709.76 thing, we are slated to open up above that red bar. Historically, a gap over red puts us in a good position to trend higher for that day. You can see it happen here on the QQQ just a few days earlier. You can see it here on the QQQ. You can see it here on the QQQ. All of these were even a little bit more extended, quite frankly. But every time we've had a red bar and we've gapped above it, we tend to get continuation to the upside. Now, I don't know for sure that that's going to happen, but I like the risk. And I'm willing to take the risk using my key level as that previous day's opening print. So looking for gap over red continuation in the NQ today. I've got a little bit of an entry here. Remember, my friends, this is looking nice now, but as soon as the market opens, we could see a slam that ultimately would take me out and I'd lose $4,000 in like a minute. And I am very aware of that possibility. All right. But I'm also very aware of the flip side of us shooting up early. I would say, personally, I think it's probably around a 50-50 chance that the market opens with a bigger spike down and a 50-50 chance that the market opens with a bigger green candle up. Now, you might be thinking, Jake, 50-50. That doesn't sound very trader-friendly. I'd like to be more optimized than that. I don't want to rely on just a 50-50 chance. Okay, well, it's not really 50-50, guys. Because if I win, I'm expecting to make 2x what I lose. If I lose, I'm expecting to lose 1x. So while the percentage odds of it occurring is 50-50, that's not really the actual math behind it, right? So I urge you all to just think about that. Keep it in mind. So good morning, my friends. Welcome to the stream. Let's see what we can get today. I'm very intrigued by the NQ. I'm keeping my eye on the prize, though. I'm ready to adjust. If we start to turn around and fade here and look a little bit different, then I'll start to adjust my analysis as well. But right now, I really like this 15-minute inside bar break. That's what I am long. Good morning, my friends. How are we all doing today? How is everyone doing? Chat. I'm popping you up. Tell me, how we doing today? How we doing? How we living? How we breathing? I just got hit with a weird stomach ache. Not gonna lie, for a second I was like, what if I have to take a poop break? Not proud of it, man enough to admit it. I don't have to, but if I did, I'd let you guys know straight up. Guys, across the indices, I am not seeing much else. I think that the NQ is the most appealing one for me. See how the YM looks. The YM just doesn't look as good as the NQ to me. So here's one of the ways that I'm referencing that, right? This green line is the opening print from yesterday on the YM, which, yes, for anybody that asked, the opening print is just the 9:30 a.m. price. It works on any time frame. Whatever the price was at exactly 9:30 a.m., that's where the opening print is each day. You can add an indicator on TradingView that makes it automatic. Just type opening print, and it's the one by Nasir Trades right here. It's very basic. It's not some crazy study, guys. It's just, it literally is like a mini green line. You know, like here, you can see it. There's the green line. That's all it does, but it does do it automatically if it's helpful, so that's helpful. But the YM is still underneath yesterday's open, so it still has some catching up to do. The NQ, for example, is well above yesterday's open, which was down here at 213s. So the NQ is signaling to me that it has more strength out of the gate than the YM. And if I'm going long on something, I want to be long on the one that has more strength. So good morning, chat. I love you guys. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing, baby? Ooh, my chart just flipped out there. I looked at ES earlier. ES and NQ look similar enough to me that I'm happy with the result. I'm happy with the entry. GC is very range bound. Guys, I know there are some of you out there that love GC. You refuse to trade anything else, and I totally get that. I also love the GC. But this is stuck in a range right here, right? We're very stuck in a range. We're very much stuck in this range. Right now, you either got to try to long the lower end of the range or short the top of it. But this thing is going to break at some point. So doing either of those makes me scared. The truth is, I'm not super interested in gold. That's my take on it. You guys know that when I say that, it's like fucking... Guys, when I say I'm not interested in gold, I really mean it because... And I'm down to trade it. But remember, the channel, At some point, I was begging you guys, stop ignoring gold. Gold is at 4,600. Gold, 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 gold. Like, if gold is setting up, Jake wants to trade it. Jake fucking loves gold. I just don't. We're stuck in a range. I'm not saying there's trades that you can't be had there, but it's range trading. And I think I'd rather trend trade when there's a trend presenting itself to me. So I don't really know what I would do in gold. My gut says short. But that's all I can really tell you at this moment. That's all I can really say with confidence is that my gut says short. Everything else is just, my gut doesn't say that, you know? So good morning, my friends. I think it's time that we do our little tradition here. Get our work in here pre-market, you know? Get a little bit of work done here pre-market. My friends, for those of you who are new here, welcome to Project 365. I am your host, Mr. Jake Ricci. Every day before market open, we listen to this song. The first reason we listen to this song is look at this kid. Look how happy he is. Do you think he has any idea about markets or geopolitical events or girls or cars or fame or anything? No, he's just a kid. And he's so happy. And for me, that acts as a reminder each day to come into the market and be aware, right? That it's not life or death. It might feel like life or death. It might feel like it. It's not. And this little kid reminds me of that. But I also like to look at the title of the song, Best Day Ever. And it reminds me that I'm in control of my own destiny. And it's up to me to chase the best day ever. Guys, this song reminds me of the fact that trading saved my life. Honestly, it did. Not in the sense that like, oh, I was down a bad path and trading got me out of that bad path. That's not my reality. The truth is, though, for me, the truth is that nothing else I did in my life made me super happy. I would just try and fast forward through each day. Any job I was working, it was just, how can I fast forward? How can I get through this faster? And then I found trading. And I don't try and fast forward through it. I just live every day so happy to be doing what I'm doing. So I'm so grateful for every single one of you. Thank you so much for watching. Trading, thank you for saving my life and giving me a career that I'm actually excited about waking up each day. I feel so grateful for that. So thank you so much, my friends. Let's get our breathing in. Oh, Jake, it's silly. You do this superstitious song and breathing before market open. Yeah, have we fucking missed the last 3 days, guys? The last 5 weeks. Are we not crazy hot? Maybe there's some reason to the madness, all right? Oh, my friends, let's get ourselves in the right mindset. Let's lock in. See how happy that kid was? Seriously, man, this song just acts as a reminder every single day. Don't take for granted you know, that we have the best job in the world, guys. Best job in the entire world. Win, lose, or draw. I always like to say win, lose, or draw. It doesn't matter. We've got the best job in the world. So let's see what we can get today, my friends. I've got a wide stop on this NQ pre-market entry, of course. I hope to tighten it up basically as soon as the market opens. But right now, the inside bar break on the 15-minute is really guiding me, as the inside bar break on the 15-minute after holding this lower level is really guiding me to the belief that we are going to continue to trend higher today. And again, you know, it's okay if we don't, but hey, the markets are moving a lot lately. We got to shoot some shots, you know, win, lose, or draw. We got to shoot some shots, take some risks, and get down to business, you know? So we got 5 minutes, not even. We got 7 minutes till the bell here, my friends. 7 minutes till the bell. Let's lock in. Tesla looks pretty range bound to me too. I like the daily's chart 1, 2, 3, but I would prefer if it rested for the next 2 days as well. I saw someone on social media make a bold prediction. They were like, I think Tesla's going to 500. I'm like, Tesla's all-time high is 500. It's at 440. Is that a hot take? Are we making hot takes nowadays? The charts can move, you know, 10% to the highs, 20. I don't know. I don't know if that's a hot take anymore. I think that was my roommate Zach. I think I'm gonna give him some shit. Be like, sir, we need to redefine what you call a hot take. Let's see how this NQ entry does for us. Liking the initial action we're seeing so far. Guys, I did take a pre-market long on the NQ. What I was looking at was the fact that we had pulled back into this key level. At the same time, QQQ was gapping over red. So we have a level as a reference point. We've got a gap up and then a 15-minute inside bar break, giving us a trigger. So my stop right now is currently much wider than the inside bar. If we get action that I like at the open, I will move my stop up to underneath that inside bar's low, or potentially just under this low. Like, I'm ready to move it up. I'm okay with the wide stop to start. I'm risking about $4,000 on this. I like the synth wave, but I think we got to start with something. I think we got to start with something that's going to push the market higher, just in the background, guys. For those of you who are new, this is our Project 365 theme song. We've been born Slippy since the beginning of time, baby. I keep scanning through more stuff, guys, and the general consensus that I keep coming to is that the Nasdaq looks the best. I don't mind NVIDIA. Oh, man. I cannot wait for single stock futures to come out, my friends. The world is going to change in just a few months. In just a few months, you will be able to have the benefit of single stock selection, which I love. I love waking up each day and saying, hey, what's the best looking stock that day? Is it NVIDIA? Is it Tesla? Is it Apple? I love that. But what I hate personally is trading options every single day. I think options are really stressful. I think they're a headache. I think theta is a bitch. And I think futures are way easier to trade. But I love scanning through individual names and finding the best looking one. I just hate trading options. I really don't like it. I like it on Fridays only. And I'm really excited for the world to change when single stock futures come out, man. Because imagine being able to go long Tesla and capture an upside move on Tesla and not have to worry about theta. And here's the gorgeous part, my friends. If you do like trading options, you'll still be able to do that. There's nothing preventing you from doing that. You'll just now have the option to also trade that chart in futures format, which I love. I don't know why some of you think that I am faking my love for futures and my disdain for options. I have always loved the stock selection part of options. I've always loved the ability to go find the strongest chart. That is why I loved options. I never loved the vehicle of options themselves, bro. I would much rather trade futures. It is infinitely easier. So I cannot wait for that. Truly, that is something that I am so excited for. And guys, stay tuned. It is coming very, very soon. Soon you will be able to trade Tesla. You'll be able to trade Nvidia, Apple, all on your own Tradeovate account. Doesn't have to be with a prop firm. The prop firms will offer it, I'm sure. But you could also do it on your own Tradeovate account with your own money. And again, if you don't want to, you can just keep trading options. You don't have to think and yell at me because this is an option. I'm not the one in control of it. All right, my friends, here we are about 40 seconds away from market open. Important 15-minute close here on the Nasdaq. I would prefer we don't close with a really weak red inverted hammer. So let's see how that closes. We're going to keep an eye on our 15-minute chart here on the left. And then on the right, we're going to keep an eye on a little bit of a smaller time frame, maybe a 2-minute to start off. Would really like us to hold this 286s. Remember, my friends, there's 30 seconds till the open. There is a very real possibility that the market slams down to start the day and stops me out. I am fully aware of that. That is factored into my risk calculations of me trying to make 2 to 1. So that has happened to start the day. We are seeing a bit of a red bar here. Let's see how it holds up. All right, my friends, good morning. I took a pre-market long entry here that I'm still holding. Let me show you the entry fill. I took an entry around here that I'm still holding. I am fully prepared to take a stop on this if that's what sets up. The rationale for me comes from the QQQ getting a gap over red on the daily chart. Will it hold? We shall see, but that is what I'm keeping my eye out for. I like this gap over red. I wish we were a little closer to the previous day's open, but beggars can't be choosers. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Obviously not the start we wanted. We wanted to see us with more of a green bar to open up, but I knew this was a possibility. Got to get back to the non-copyright music to start the day. So a quick push down here, not a great 2-minute close. We need to see a very strong 2-minute rally back in order for this position to continue to make sense. I would have preferred we actually tapped the 213 level there, but that's okay. Again, beggars can't be choosers. Gold with a little shove down to start the day, but now getting back above the opening print here. So remember, if you are looking for longs on gold, you want to see us continuously hold above this green line, the opening print. That's just the start. Truthfully, you'd want to see a lot more of a move up, in my opinion, before start looking at gold longs. But that's just my 2 cents. So again, not the greatest market open here for us, not the greatest reaction. I took the risk here, and I'd like to let this play out without adjusting my analysis too much. But it is obviously not a super ideal start. I will say, the nice part about going lower first is now if we get back over the opening print, it's going to have a whole lot of strength to it because we failed to go lower first. So still enjoying this entry as of now, but we shall see. Good morning, my friends, and welcome back to Project 365. I am your host, Jake Ricci, Mr. Rake Trades. I'm live every single day. During trading days, I'm live during the New York session. I start around 8:30 in the morning, and I trade for about 3 to 4 hours every day. I do not check the chat much during my trading portions, not because I don't love you guys, but because I'm a full-time day trader. I got to make money from trading, and I got to be locked into my position. So I try to narrate everything. Truthfully, most of the questions that pop up, I answer naturally as the trade goes on. But once we get closer towards the end of the stream and I'm not managing a very volatile position, I make a point to come back and answer the chat's questions. So stay tuned. Bear with me. I appreciate you guys. And I want to see how this action starts to hold. If we could get this 2-minute bar here on the right, if we could get this 2-minute bar above the previous bar's high, I'm excited, and I think that this could work. The real risk is a downside 1, 2, 3 here, which is a risk, of course. Not only do I trade live every day during the New York session, my friends, but I have my team of Avengers, of what I call them. Former students who I've reached out to have helped me build a dream team. We trade live on YouTube for up to 10 hours a day. So check my channel basically any time of the day. There's a 50% chance that we are online, live trading, providing free mentoring, answering questions, everything and above. So I'm super grateful to have every single one of you. Thank you so much for watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. The title of this is Project 365 because we are doing it for a year, hopefully a lot longer than that. But a year is what I have committed to financing before figuring out if this is a profitable business or not. Which is not right now, but it will be hopefully. All right, my friends, we got our first 5-minute close of the day. Not bad in a vacuum, but the reaction and follow-up on that 5-minute close has not been great. Again, this was part of the risk on this 2-minute candle. So we're now testing the level on the NQ. Let's see if that level holds or fails. This is a make or break spot for me here. If the level doesn't hold, we're going to find ourselves either stopped out or getting out. So let's see. We've now just swept that data low. It looks like we're going to come down and take my stop, truthfully. But I'm letting it play out. Of course, we have our most viewers that we've had in the last 3 days on today. I urge you all to go back and watch the last 3 streams. We have not missed. Today, I decided to take a little bit of a pre-market risk and hold a trade through the open. But I really love this risk. We got a QQQ gap over red on the daily chart. You can see that here. That's one of my favorite setups. And we're at all-time highs. Just taking a shot. Shooting that shot, taking a risk is something that I'll do 10 out of 10 times. So hopefully this one starts to rally back a little bit and doesn't come just eat our stop immediately to start the day. But you know, that was part of the scenario that I drew up. I'd love to see us get a really nice hold of this 213s level, but we shall see. How are the other indices looking? Let's see. ES a lot weaker. Pull them down into yesterday's open here, but a lot weaker so far in the ES. So that's not exactly a great sign for someone who's looking for market-wide bounces and strength. Feels like this stop is about to come sweep me out, and I will accept defeat on that one. Let's see. I anticipate it, though. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me out. Hands up. Come get me out. Hands up. Hands up. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me. Just stop me out. Then I'll know I'll be wrong. At least temporarily. And then I'll have to wait. We can figure out the next game plan from there. Or don't come stop me out, NQ. I don't know. Dude, you do whatever you want, NQ. Do whatever you want. Life's a beach, and I love that shit. Good morning, my friends. Welcome to Project 365. I would prefer NQ just come get me with a stop. Some GC weakness here. I am not in the short, but hopefully some of you out there are. Is this the big breakdown day for gold? That's sort of the question here, guys. We have been trading inside a range for 5 straight days on gold. At some point, this range is going to break. So the question we've been asking is today that day on gold? I'm not so sure, but it definitely looks like it might be. My focus right now is on the Nasdaq. I have a feeling I'm going to eat a stop, but it's what I signed up for. I would love a hold of this 213s here. Guys, we will be doing a giveaway later today, so stay tuned. Come on, NQ. Come on, NQ. Twist my motherfucking arm. We'll see if that ended up being a mistake or not, but breaking back above the previous bar's high, I was willing to add one more contract. Again, it might be a mistake, but we'll see. The 5-minute got me a little bit with the trap there. I thought we were above. That's a little bit of a user operator error. I thought that bar was the open. Turns out we're still a little underneath the open. That's okay. Let's get this bread, my friends. Or take this loss on the chin. I'm good with either. All great heaters must come to an end at some point. I don't think today's that day, but it's possible. We've been on a big heater. We've been unstoppable lately. Gotta consider the possibilities that that today might be that day. What's that video? You're not that guy, pal. The market might be looking at me in the face and saying, "You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy."
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay? You? Absolutely. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay? You? Absolutely. You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay?
That's how I feel like the market's looking at me today. They're like, you wanted to go long pre-market? Bro, remember who you are, white boy. You're not that guy. I'm like, damn, son. Let me take a shot. Let me take a shot. Let me do something. God, I keep forgetting to take the pre-market breathing routine off once the market opens. I got to do that. I fear my stop is coming. Let's see. I would love for us to hold the 213s. I really thought when I was adding, that's a user operator error. I thought this was the open. We were getting back above it. It's all right, dog. That's a my fault. Come swipe me out. Come take my stop. Come get me. I'm giving myself a little room under this previous wick, but come get me. Hands up. This is a bigger loss than I wanted. All right, my friends, I'm out. First real loser of the week like that. Take it on the chin. I'm out, hands up. I shot a shot. Hands up. These execution arrows are distracting me. Yeah. Guys, I think I'd do it again, to be totally honest with you. On the gap over red. Opening print. That hold pre-market. Whew, that hold pre-market looked good. Yeah, she wasn't in the cards today. Now it's time. Take a deep breath. Ooh, and see if there's anything else. Here's the problem, though, my friends. That's what I was really kind of more annoying. I don't like the short today. I don't think that this is gonna go very far. I think it probably holds up at some. I mean, I could be wrong. Again, evidently I was wrong 10 minutes ago. I could be wrong, but I don't. That's the part about this that I don't really enjoy, is that I don't think we like work our way down into yesterday's low. We could, but I'm not anticipating. In my eyes, if this upside move didn't work, the downside one is a lot less appealing. So I'm just not as interested today. Maybe something, we'll wait to see how these the next 15-minute bar closes, and that can give some insight. But I'll be honest with you, I am not running in the door to chase the short. It's not my favorite short. So, which kind of sucks, because that kind of means it's like, that might be the only thing I do today. And I don't like leaving on a loser, but let's see. Yeah, I can't shake the feeling, guys. I just don't think that the market is going to be offering some big short today. It could. I could definitely be wrong, and the market could offer some sort of short that is super fire and works out great. It's just not the vision I see today, truthfully. I don't know, my friends. It's looking like a one and done for me. Yeah. So a lot of people ask what my journaling process is or what my review process is. Truthfully, with the stage where I'm at in trading, I don't journal much, guys. Especially because, number two, literally every trade I take is on a live stream and recorded, and not only that, I am explaining my thought process, not just once, but like hundreds of times to the audience members, right? So every single trade that I take is kind of journaled inherently inside of my YouTube channel. So I don't personally write down journaling stuff that much anymore. Again, I'm a pretty unique case from that. All of my trades are explained to thousands of people in real time. But what I do, not necessarily journaling, is I really look back and I'm like, would I do that again, or would I change what I did? That's really the question that you have to ask yourself. I'd shoot my shot again. I'm happy with the shot I took. I'm happy with the trade that I took. And I wouldn't change it. Which I know that I'm not answering some of your questions out there. Guys, I'm a big fan of deductive reasoning, right? So like, if I say something along the lines of doing all of this reviewing of my trade and say, you know what, I'd still take that trade. From deductive reasoning, that should answer like 90% of the questions out there. Gold is just not very interesting. Remember, guys, I just popped out the chat, and about the first 5 questions I saw could all be answered with deductive reasoning, right? Just use, I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm floating that concept to y'all. Deductive reasoning, right? Yeah, guys, I can't shake the feeling. I'm not longing under the opening print. I already sort of took a loss doing that today, but I don't think that this chart works itself lower, and that's sort of the That's sort of the thought process I'm having today. Is I don't see the world in which this goes much lower. How wide is this stop? That's the problem now, guys. It's like 100 points to this low. Stop's got to be wide today. All right, my friends. Let's see. Bye, Sean. You won it yesterday, bro. Not a week ago. It was yesterday, dog. It was just yesterday. It has not been a week, bro. You haven't won yet, Kakarot. Ugh. Why don't you go do that, NQ? Asking for giveaway time, guys, is a great way to ensure that we don't do giveaway time. Good morning, my friends. I love you. I'm trying to take a deep breath here because it's not that I'm closed-minded to a re-entry. It's that my risk is now dramatically different, right? Like all of a sudden, if I take a re-entry here and I'm wrong, I'm opening myself up to thousands of dollars of more risk. So I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I kind of got to sit back for a second, and I just have to be a victim of the move that happened so far today. And I chose my wording very carefully there. You know, I could have said I'm the victim of my own decisions. I could have said I'm a victim of my own, you know. I'm okay with the trade I took. I can't stress that enough. If I ever am on here and I look at a trade that I took and I'm really unhappy with it, I'll tell you guys straight up. I'll be like, guys, I'm pissed. That was bad. I shouldn't have done that. Fuck that. Blah, 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 blah. You'll hear me say that 100%. But unfortunately, it might have just been a little bit of a timing issue today. So I'm processing right now is what I'm doing. I'm processing. While I'm still performing analysis and considering another trade, right now I'm also processing. Let's see, my friends. How many likes are we at? We've been talking about giveaways. First, let's see how many likes are we at. Oh, guys. 1,000 people watching, 250 likes. Get out of here. You guys want a giveaway with 250 likes? What are we talking about? What? My mom would call me a little bitch right now. My mom would be like, Jake, you're letting the chat push you around. Only 25% of people have liked the stream and you're going to do a giveaway? Jake, you sound like a little bitch. Guys, that's what my mom would be saying. That's what my mom would be saying, truly. Trying to take a deep breath, trying to make sure that I'm staying composed, staying dialed here, just because this was a bigger losing day for me, minus around 5,800 bucks. Yeah, so I'm just trying to keep my composure because this is fine. Where this turns into an annoying thing is if I take another trade and it becomes minus 10,000. That's when this goes from totally cool to what is Jake doing? You know what I mean? So I'm basically sitting here trying not to take another trade, is the honest to God truth. Sometimes, guys, when you're in a tough emotional state, you just need something that you know is going to get you out of it.
What exactly is your motivation?
On Saturday, we're going to be playing for the Flint, Michigan Mega Bowl. We're going to win the Mega Bowl. Saturday, 8 o'clock, Flint, Michigan Mega Bowl.
You know, I just have to remind myself that no matter what happens, we're still on track to win the Flint, Michigan Mega Bowl. We're on track to win it, guys. Can you guys hear me clicking my mouse right now? Oh, fascinating. Lightly? Okay. I have to buy a new mouse every 3 months because I just click it nonstop. All right, my friends. Let me just put a little running thing on the screen. For every time that this happens, guys, I thought it was a 50-50 chance that something like this would have happened. This is effectively, for those wondering, guys, this day's action, which was on Friday, this is basically what I was trying to make sure that I would have some participation in. Right? I really wanted to make sure that I would get some participation in the event that the market moved like this. And I was willing to risk about $4,000 on it, where the one thing I would do differently on the day, I would take my same entry pre-market, I would hold it. I would not fucking add at the worst spot ever. That was user operator error. That's what I would do differently on the day. My loss would be around 4,000, and then I could use that extra little bit to maybe find a new entry, but you know, it is what it is. All right, guys, I'm just taking a step. Hold up. Glasses in. FOMO prevention mode. Brandon, remember, I've been trading for 9 years, so I've tried pretty much everything, right? So something like that, yes, I have for sure tried. Remember, guys, I've been doing this for so long. I've tried everything. What I do now is what I found works the most. That's why I do it every single day. Yup, max is 10K in a day. No, it's all good, bro. I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to encourage, because I can't emphasize this enough. I'm not trying to do it because I don't want to answer questions. Maybe it's just the way my brain worked, but every day I do the same thing, right? Like every day we wake up, we do the same thing. That the routine and the consistency that's part of it, I think, is also what breeds some of the success. For a lot of you guys out there, just that process, can be that process can be really valuable to kind of study and learn, and so guys, when I take a stop, and I decide not to re-enter, I step back, I breathe. That's a clue. That's a sign, right? When I talk about how I wouldn't change this, but I'd change that, that's a clue. That's a sign, So these sessions are super valuable for rewatching too. But I think that there's a lot that I would try to infer, because there's a lot that you could probably find out like kind of behind the scenes almost. Yeah. This is why I need the red glasses in PR. Bro, facts, dude. I can't wait to get back to New York and get those glasses. They're just sitting in my closet in New York. All right, guys. I do think that I am going to hold off on entering any more trades. I don't even want to degen hours, guys, because I haven't earned it. I haven't earned it. We need to, guys, that's a great idea, Alex. Where's discipline hours? ES getting back above yesterday's open certainly looks like it wants to hold. The risk is just now that your stop is underneath these lows, but I think the market continues to drift back up. I think I was just wrong on timing, which is a little unfortunate. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna hang out for a little bit. We're only 90 minutes into the stream. I haven't done a 90-minute stream in forever. We're not stopping now. 90 minutes way too early. We're just gonna have a little bit of a 30-minute discipline session where I'm gonna not enter another fucking trade, basically, and just take my minus 5,800 and go fuck off, bro. Oh, wow. Meta's got that strength right now. Yeah, Meta with a nice... Guys, good studying to be done, too, on this Meta. Just look at the consolidation above the opening print. Man. If there's one setup that a beginner could study, I would say just that consolidation on that opening print, What has worked with you with averaging into losers? I generally don't do it. Yeah, that's generally speaking, I don't do it. I'll do it in a situation like today where, and again, I mentioned I kind of regretted doing it today, but I thought we were getting back above the opening print and the trade was more confirming. Yeah, but generally speaking, I try not to average into losers much. Yeah. No, I'm not doing Power Hour today. Lomeli is back. Guys, he's so excited to be back. Make sure to show Lomeli some love in the chat today because he's so excited to be back. He was so sad to be missing anything. Bring back the late night gambling sessions, bro. I don't know. Whenever I was doing that, I was only doing it like with my New York friends. If I can get my New York friends to do it again, I'll we'll do something while I'm in New York. Guys, we are in anti-degen hours right now, all right? This is the anti-degen hours. You know, I haven't earned the degen hours today. I haven't earned it. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. Yeah, for Power Hour, he will be on this channel. Everyone, guys, all of our hosts stream on this channel. We are live so much. If you take a look at my YouTube channel, go view your channel live every day. So we've got a few more scheduled for this afternoon. Every day, we've got so many live sessions going on. I really urge you to go watch some of these. Watch them on 2x speed while you watch them on 2x speed while you take a walk, you know? Hell yeah, appreciate you. Glad to have you on. That was peak degen hours for sure. Where did you move to from and why? I now live in Puerto Rico. I'm an Act 60 member in Puerto Rico, Dorado, Puerto Rico. I love it here. It is a little bit lonely because I don't have as big of a social circle yet, so I'm working on building that. I am going back to New York the next 2 weeks, so I'm excited. I will be in New York for about 2 weeks, which will be the last 2-week trip I will do there all year long, truthfully. Because they are hawks stalking me and trying to tax me. Yeah, TPT, after 10K, you can't make more than 10K in a day. Taking those L's the same as the W's. Lots to be learned here. Guys, I can't emphasize that enough. The emotional regularity. If there's anything from my streams that you can gain, anything, I really think the most powerful thing out there is just emotional regularity. And it's not as easy as I sometimes make it seem. Like right now, guys, I'll be honest, you're helping me. You all are helping me. Like the biggest risk for me right now is ending the stream and then going on a tilt off stream. Truthfully, that's the biggest risk right now. Is me being like, fuck this. I don't want these people to see it, but I need to get my money back. Right? So low key, you guys are helping me right now as well. This is a symbiotic relationship, but I am done trading for the day. So I'm going to light up a little joint. Psych session is in, baby. Oh, I like that. They don't have the lockout on personal accounts yet. So there's I wouldn't say that there's a reason everyone comes to Dorado. I would just say Dorado is a really, like, of all the places in Puerto Rico, it's probably the most developed is the word I'd used, and there is some really high-end houses here. I live in a nice house, but it's not. There's a Ritz-Carlton here. And that's where a lot of the really, really rich people live. One day I hope to live there if I'm rich enough. The west coast of Puerto Rico, where it's just far from the major airport though, right? That's the hard part. I need to be somewhat close to the major airport. No consistency, daily payouts, 10K in a day cap. So this is the TPT eval, the live process. Guys, as a reminder, they're running a 50% off sale right now, 50% off, the biggest sale they've ever run. TPT, for those of you who are new to prop firm trading, I don't know if this would be the first one that I would go towards. TPT, in my eyes, is a bit more of an advanced level trader prop firm because it has this intraday trailing drawdown. That being said, if you can navigate that, you can get, they have the biggest single day payout caps. You can get 10K in a day. Like there's just no other, there's a reason they have that, right? So in the eval, you have a 50% consistency rule. I do 2 days of trading, 3 days of flipping, just buying a micro, selling it. Yeah, and then the intraday DD. It's only trailing on the 50Ks to 52,500. Correct. In Pro Plus, there's no 10K cap. There's no 10K cap. That is, so guys, that's the real reason that if you want to trade with TPT is to get to the Pro Plus. The pros are nice, but you want to get to the Pro Plus. That's when you can get 90% of profits. You're on live markets and there's no intraday trailing. There's no intraday trailing. I know trade day is good, Kakarot, but TPT is still an amazing firm. And they have, yes, trade day is good, but the 10K in a day, trade day will also ban you a lot faster. TPT has a process of recycling you in. TPT is, you can get 10K in a day. Yes, it has the intraday trailing, but again, you can get the bigger payout caps. It's not 50% of your, I love you, Kakarot. It's not 50% payout caps. You can get up to 80% of profits and you can take it all. Again, it is a more advanced prop, guys. If you are a trader out there who's trying to get your first payout ever, if you want your first payout ever, go to a Lucid or a Tradeify, truthfully. It's just going to be a little bit of easier rules, but you're not going to get as big of a payout, right? Yeah, we've talked about, this is tips for intraday. So this is the tips for the intraday trailing. First option is just one. You could size heavy and try to knock it out quick. If you do that, you're doing what's called the ROI game. You're knowing you're going to fail some accounts, but you're knowing that a couple of bigger payouts are going to cover all that, right? Now, if you don't want to do that, which is totally fine, your other option is to keep your R multiple sub 10% of the drawdown. I.e., if you have $2,000 of trailing drawdown, if you keep your R multiple around $200 per trade, that, generally speaking, that fluctuation won't affect you much. So that's what I would recommend for the tips for intraday trailing. There we go, baby. Billy, are you saying a 10K personal account? Are the two options right now another 50K eval or a 10K personal account? Right. So R multiple being sub 10% of drawdown. So if you have $2,000 of drawdown, your R multiple for each trade should be $200. That would mean, generally speaking, that the trailing drawdown shouldn't be an issue with the fluctuations if you're only risking, a 10,000 funded. What prop firms offer a 10,000 funded? Flint, Michigan Mega Bowl, baby. I have never gone live with Lucid, Jeff. I need to look that up more. I need to look that up more to give you a good answer. Alpha Capital. So you're using the CFD side. I like the futures side better. I'd maybe consider doing an Alpha Futures 0 account instead. Do an Alpha Futures 0 account rather than the Alpha Capital one would be my opinion. You could do a 0 plan, $25K, $79 a month. Pakistan. Got it. I still use Apex, bro. I'm not mad at Apex. Apex is it's a firm. They've got their place in this world. Nah, VPNs won't work with prop firms. You'll get, if you're from a banned location, they'll find out. When you do payout. I use Tradeovate for my live account. Apex needs a new website and a new way to buy accounts. I can't buy. I refuse to go on there and buy evals one by one. I refuse. I've never gone live with Lucid. I mean, after I got my first payout with them, I traded a couple more accounts, but Lucid is an amazing firm. I fucking love them. One of my best partners ever. The leveraged game on TPT allows me to get higher returns, so I personally trade more on there, even though it's a little bit more complicated. Bottom step. I'm off top step. I don't like Project X very much. They're still reliable, though. I'm never going to just outright disparage top step. But I don't like them. Yeah, guys, on Alpha Futures, it is $79 per month. Some of these props are one-time fees. Alpha Futures is not, but you can cancel anytime. And most people pass or fail within the first month. Yeah. Love you, Jeff, my dog. Apex, yeah, I agree. Dude, Chris, fuck, I'm sorry that happened to you. That happened to Miles. Beltrox in the Discord, Miles, that happened to him a couple months back. And he even sent an email warning, I think. I thought it was such bullshit. I hate the 7-day inactivity rule. Lucid, I had an account that had that with Lucid. They fucking emailed me like they gave me 5 warnings before it happened. I'm like, if you have a rule like that, give the warnings. That's bullshit, bro. I'm annoyed. It happened to Beltrox. Exactly. It happened to Beltrox too. And I'm like, dude, fuck that. My Funded is still a very, very reliable firm, and just in the sense of like, yeah, they're gonna pay out all that. The guys I know that worked there no longer work there, so I don't have as many contacts there. I used to be able to reach out and like try and get an issue sorted for my people. I can't. I don't know if I would have that same people anymore. It's DJ hours. Changed my mind. Truthfully, bro, I didn't trade. I mean, I don't even want to say I traded bad today. I keep going back and forth. Like, I did not trade bad today, but I'm not happy with my performance. Does that like click with everybody? I'm not mad about how I traded. I'm okay with the trade I took. but I'm still not happy with my performance. You know what I mean? So I don't feel like I've earned the degen hours. You know? Yeah, and it's part of life. You know, I hope that no one, you know, I hope that if this was anyone's first stream of mine, they don't judge, you know. But I mean, really, guys, here's one thing I'll say. I would hope that after 5 weeks of doing this, don't judge me on any one trade. You know what I mean? Don't judge yourselves on any one trade. I think that we all, I would hope, you know, that, and I kind of have already mentally gotten to a point where I feel like I've quote unquote proved it enough. And that's why I'm like, I don't feel like I need to force the issue to try and impress anyone or make stuff back or anything like that. I've proved myself. You know, if you think I can't trade, I'm kind of like, I don't know what else I could do to prove that to you. You know, I come on screen and I press buy and sell in front of everybody. Like, what else could I do? You know, and hold on, let me pause and say, I don't think anyone is saying anything negative right now. None of you guys are saying anything negative. I am not thinking that any of you are. This is just the thought process that goes in my head a little bit. Chat has been super nice today. Chat's been super nice. Yeah, man. Hey, I'll stand by that, guys. If you need to get out of your own head, if you're stuck in your own head, run a couple jumping jacks. Just run a couple jumping jacks. Calm yourself down a little bit. Calm yourself down a little bit, you know. Oh, man. So somebody asked me early, why don't I just re-enter this trade with a few micros? Again, here's a good philosophical question, guys, that I'll ask you all. And I'll spark this joint as I do it. Here's a good philosophical question that I want everyone to think about. What is the reason we trade? Do we trade because we want to make money? Or do we trade because we want to be right? Right? I personally trade to make money. It's really important to me at the end of the day that I make money. I got a lot of bills that I need to pay, and I got a lot of sources of income, but trading is the one that day in and day out is my full-time motherfucking job. Right? And so a big priority for me is every single trade I ask myself, am I doing this for the right reasons? Right? Now, here's let's go through this a little bit, guys. Right? If I was debating taking a re-entry here off this failure to go lower, right, with a stop under those lows, so it'd be about, I mean, still, that's not a tight stop. It would still be about like 60 points. If I found a re-entry that could make back my loss and more with minimal risk, I'd be open to taking that. Because at that point, I'm not making an ego-based decision. I'm making a decision based on Jake wanting to make money, right? Now, I didn't catch this re-entry right here. The only time that I was thinking about re-entering was literally right here at 213. So then all of a sudden, my stop is no longer the same. My risk reward is a 1.58. In order for me to make that $5,000 loss back, I got to risk at least $4,000 because the R to R is not great. So now all of a sudden I could take the trade again, but I'm making decisions based off ego. I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. I need to make this back. because the market owes me it. Because I was right, guys. I was right, but my timing was off. I was right, but my timing was off. But who knows if the chart even fucking makes it all the way back up there. And then what I've done is expose myself to a lot more risk. So personally, I decided to ask myself, I'm not saying any of you, I hope this didn't come across negative to the person who asked this. I'm sorry. I was more just trying to give like a dramatic answer for effects, you know, but that's ego decision. That's ego decision, you know, and I don't want to make a decision based off my ego. I want to make a decision based off how do I make money at the end of the day? That's like the biggest thing that Jake's got to do is at the end of the day, Jake's got to make fucking money. And Jake's got to prevent. Here's the other thing. Jake's got to prevent. What's the biggest fucking risk to the last 6 weeks, 5-6 weeks of trading has been amazing. It's been amazing trading. It's all been on stream. Every single stream is on YouTube. You can go watch me make a bunch of money. What's the biggest risk for me right now? Losing that, having a tilt day, having a give back day, right? So if we're looking at the R to R of me taking another trade, if I'm going to potentially go on tilt afterwards, it's not worth it at all. 5,800 is a super tolerable loser. I eat that shit for breakfast. It's fine. I'm not happy about it. Don't get me wrong. But I literally routinely make double that in a trade. You know what I mean? So that's not a big deal right now. Where this becomes a big deal is if my ego is so inflated that I say, hey, I'm right. I was just a little off on timing, but I'm right. So I have to take another trade. Then boom, I'm wrong again. Then who's to say I don't keep doing that? Who's to say I don't keep going down that rabbit hole? And next thing you know, minus 5,800 turns into minus 23,000. And all of a sudden I'm sitting here. Meanwhile, the NQ has just been doing that. And guys, I know it sounds like I'm preaching to one person right now. I'm sorry if it comes across that way. I'm not. I am basically preaching to myself. Everything that I've just said right now is a further reinstating in my head why I shouldn't re-enter. Why I shouldn't do this, right? It's further re-entering. It's further confirming to me, Jake, bro, just sit back and smoke a joint, dude. Just sit the fuck back, all right? And sometimes, you guys, I have to remember. The market will want to humble you, so you just have to remember.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay. Are you? Absolutely.
16?
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay. Are you? Absolutely.
Every now and then, you just need a reminder.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy. Okay. Are you? Absolutely.
You're not that guy, all right? I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I already fucking made him the mistake today of adding this contract here. Like, dude. Also, another, oh man, bros. We are bros and sisters. We are just getting excellent education in here today, right now. Excellent education. I want to ask you guys a question. I want chat. I would love 100 answers to this. Even if you think the person above you is right, just answer. Just answer. Guys, from a technical perspective, why am I not taking another stab at this? Ignore everything psychologically I just said. I know you guys love technicals. Why is the chart saying that I shouldn't do that? Give me a bunch of answers. PHL, downtrend, chop, all valid. All valid. All valid, all right. The one that I was thinking most simply Kind of looks like we're under the opening print, no? And if I'm so fucking confident that we're going to rally into overnight highs and pre-market high and all that, shouldn't we be above the opening print? There's a bunch of you that got that right, by the way. A bunch of you got that right. A ton of you got that right. Like, that's just, I would want that to be a factor. So I personally am, for mental safety, I'm kind of ruling myself out for the day, right? But let's say all of a sudden the NQ did that and then offered a 15-minute inside bar with really good risk to reward, right? All of a sudden, then maybe I would take that trade again. All of a sudden, guys, if a 15-minute chart later today, a L9 setup presents itself and offers something like that, fuck yeah, I'd take that. But we just don't have that data and information yet, right? I saw a comment earlier, someone say they signed up for, they're now part of the mastermind, and they signed up for TradeZella, and their stats told them that in the first hour, they win like 16% of the time, but after that, it goes way higher. Guys, I urge you all, I urge every single one of you guys, gals, my brothers, my sisters, look at your performance in the first hour and see if you are constantly losing in the first hour, right? If you're constantly losing in the first hour, what is the definition of insanity? If you have a 10% win rate in the first hour, what is the definition of insanity? Right? Like, I'm preaching at the bottom of my heart. If you're someone who really struggles in the first hour, time to start skipping that first hour. Time to start trading less than 9, right? Because you don't want to be doing the definition. It's the same thing. Someone in the comments yesterday, I made an Instagram video talking about how not to close trades at break even. And somebody commented, man, and he goes, dude, this happens to me every day. It's so frustrating, blah, blah, blah. And I just commented back and I was like, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over again and expecting a different result. And look, it's not a cure-all, right? Like stopping moving for a lot of people out there, I think that not moving your stop to break even is a really big change, right? But it's not an instant cure-all. You're still going to regret that decision at some points, right? You're still going to regret that decision at some point. But over time, if it's helping you in the long run, it's going to be a positive outcome for you, right? It's going to be a win. So I'll stand on that. I'll stand on that. All right, guys, give me 1 second. Man, that was some sauce, my friends. We got into it a little bit today. I'm going to have to title up this stream Midday Mentorship, you know? Oh, it's fucking awesome. All right, guys, I do want to hear a song real quick. Get a little bit of that background love back in the chat, especially this one. Win, lose, or draw, even on a losing day, I got to play this song. Even on a losing day, you know? I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Guys, we are doing a giveaway today, of course. Don't you worry. Please stand by. Also, okay, hold on. I want to do something real quick. Actually, we got to do this. Everyone stand by and just wait for 1 second. Everyone stand by. Okay. If you have won a Take Profit Trader account in the last 2 weeks from us, there are 10 of you that you shouldn't have gotten your accounts yet. Anybody who won yesterday or last night, you should not have gotten your accounts yet. My guess would be that they come tomorrow or the next day, or later today or tomorrow, because I sent them your emails this morning. If you won on like Monday night or earlier or last week or whenever, you have gotten your credit. You have gotten your credit. You just go to create a new account and then you use your credit. It will be in there as a credit. It's a little bit different than some of the other firms we do giveaways with. But if you won, besides people that won yesterday, so like the comments I selected yesterday by Sean, I remember you were an ad. If you won in that group, I don't think you guys have gotten your accounts delivered yet. Everyone else, if you won starting on Monday night or before from the last few weeks, you should have your account. So Steve, for example, there we go. Steve Seymour, credit received and actively trading. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I know a lot of people thought the Nasdaq was about to rocket. I'm not saying that it couldn't have, but we're still under the opening print, guys. Hey, McCarty, don't be scared to lose it. Don't be scared to lose it. I don't know what I'm looking for right now. I don't know what I'm... Hold on. Let me find a video and bring this page back once I have. All right. My response to you having the fear, I totally get it. Losing the account is a very real fear. I'm going to reference you a line from my financial advisor.
Life is risky.
Hold on. Where is he? This is my financial advisor.
You will never stay up at night staring at the ceiling, losing sleep over the failures. You'll never lose sleep over the failures. The shit that eats you from the inside out, the shit that'll keep you up at night is the what if. Is the what if I took that risk? What if it worked?
Don't worry about the failure, McCarty. All right? Worry about the what if. What could go right? But what could go right? But what could go right? Of course, you want to take it slow. Don't YOLO. Don't YOLO. But all I mean is... What I mean is take the risk, baby. Don't full port. Don't YOLO. But you know your abilities. I got faith in your abilities. Crush that shit. Crush that shit. My financial advisor. No, even though he is a very large degenerate gambler, he has some incredible motivational quotes. I need the degen hours so I can pass this funded account. Nah, you guys are going crazy. All right, guys. Guys, give me 1 second. Okay, I think about a video I want to make today. We're gonna do a giveaway of a Tradeify account. All right, my friends, give me 1 second. I will be right back, and we will be running a giveaway account. Stand by. All right, my friends, we are back. That was fast. That was fast. I just needed to make an Instagram video real quickly. And I got to post it, and we're going to run a giveaway with that Instagram video. We will actually do 2 more TPT accounts. It's TPT week, baby. And then I'll have the other hosts collect them. All right, my friends, I'm officially done for the day. It's a beach day. Stand by, though. We're about to run a giveaway, and then we'll hit the beach. So if you're interested, if you were here for the giveaways, you're at a good time, baby. Also, guys, I'd like to take this moment to formally apologize if I've ever been sassy to any single one of you guys. I hope you know it's not because I don't love you. It's not because I don't think you're smart. It's not because I don't think I'm grateful for you. The real answer, if you want the real answer, guys, why are you sometimes sassy, Jake? It's early in the fucking morning, all right? It's early. Sometimes the coffee hasn't kicked in yet, all right? That's just the honest truth of it. I'm probably gonna crash out sometimes. I'm probably gonna call someone an idiot. I'm probably gonna read a question that's not meant as a bad thing and read it as a bad thing. I'm sorry, it's super early in the morning. We have goods and bads. We all have pros and cons, all right? Don't take it personally. I didn't mean it personally. Unless there's a few of you out there who I do. But most of you I don't. All right, 1 second. Yeah, it's not just the morning factor, guys. Sometimes you are also idiots. It's a two-way street. Sometimes you be dumb, sometimes I be dumb. Sometimes We be dumb, baby. We all a little acoustic. I love that. No, 9:30 is not open. Excuse me, 9:30 is not early. Monarch, you're definitely right. It's not early. It's just early. Dude, I don't. It's early in terms of my 8 hours of sleep. That's what I'll say. But dude, trust me, I know when I have kids, I'm screwed. First time watching. No, I know, bro. I fucking love you. I know. First time watching. Well, I'm sorry that you watched me take a loser, but if you enjoyed the stream now, you're gonna love it for the rest of the time. So I'm really grateful to have you. Dude, Jake on West Coast time was a nightmare, guys. I lived on West Coast time for like 6 years of my life. 6 years of my trading life. I lived there for a lot more than just 6 years. But dude, I don't know how, guys, I also used to lie to myself. And I used to lie to myself and I was like, no, exactly, MES Polar Bear, that's what I'm saying. I literally used to lie to myself and be like, dude, being on the West Coast is great. I'm done trading at 8 a.m. Like, I thought it was so good. And I was just lying to myself. As soon as I moved to the East Coast, I'm like, I'm literally never leaving the East Coast again. I will say it was nice when I had the job. That was nice. That was nice. Yeah. All right, guys, I've just posted a video on Instagram. We are using Instagram for my giveaways. For the rest of the hosts today, I'll make sure they use YouTube. I'm sending the link in the chat. Just click that link. Go leave a comment. Go leave a like. Do me a favor, my friends. I'm picking two winners today for Take Profit Trader accounts. Dude, I really need to go back to London because I want to try the London trading time zone again. The last time I was there, I had no Wi-Fi, so I couldn't even trade. My job was, was an invasive plant scientist. So my expert, this is extremely ironic because I love smoking weed, but my actual job was a weed scientist, not weed, like invasive plants, like the weeds that farmers need to get rid of or that you in your backyard can't seem to get rid of. I'm a scientist at that shit. I didn't have a great salary. I think I was making like 70K my offer was to get to 70K. I was at 58K a year was my out of college job. Bro. Also, let me write this in the chat, guys. Actually, wait, hold on, sorry. I'm gonna pin this message. Guys, there's a giveaway going on right now. All you gotta do is go like and comment the pinned video. I don't think we'll have news at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's usually not a time. Dude, the weeds, that's why I was so fascinated by weed science, is because getting rid of those weeds, it was the craziest problem solving of all time. Like literally, you're just solving problems. They're so hard to get rid of. The best thing you can do is try and pull them out root and stem, but even they are so, Darwinism has worked for them. It's so cool that when you pull weeds out of the ground, they have developed the ability to drop seeds like as they're being pulled out. Austin Run Club girl keeps popping up on my For You page. Now that I'm unblocked, I can't stop seeing her content. Oh, SSI Chicago. All right. All right. Guys, what do you think? Hold on. SSI Chicago says you blocked me on IG 3 years ago. I was on tilt and I said some dumb shit. I'm leaving it up to the chat. If you got weeds and shit, the best weed killer just for like generic use. It's hard because, yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't like Roundup. Roundup is going to work. It's going to kill the weeds. You have kids, there's a lot of people out there that would say, keep that shit away from them. I would largely not disagree. Dude, it's hard. If you have kids, I would just say probably not use any hard chemicals. Dude, the best thing you can do is put your kids to work and have them pull the weeds out. None of the brands are guys, there are the two sides. This is a very polarizing topic, weed science. Some people think that Roundup and glyphosate is no big deal at all. Some people are super fucking against Roundup and all that. I studied that shit for years. I don't want to get in that debate. I don't want to get in that debate with y'all. I don't want to get in that debate. Vinegar and salt is good. Vinegar and salt is good. I'm not advocating for Roundup. That's what I'm saying. I'm not advocating for Roundup. Basically any pesticide you could make the case is poison. It by definition pretty much is. All right, guys, we've got a variety of comments. Try just to comment once. If you're spamming comments, I usually can tell. Try just to comment once. If you commented twice, that's no big deal, but don't do like 100. You won't win. It does not give you an advantage to post more because they all pop up right next to each other. And so if I pick someone that commented like 15 times, I just move on. So I do see a bunch of repeats right now. I'm deleting some of those so that you don't. Yeah, like there's one person that commented 15 times. Just all fire emojis. So that's you're just not gonna win if that. Not in a bad way, but yeah. Scoffy Ann. I know you're just trying to give yourself the best odds of winning, but for future reference. No more 50 comments, all right? Not that you did anything wrong, not that you're doing anything wrong. I know you're just trying to win, but from now on, I'm just saying, from now on. All right, guys, this giveaway is still active. There are 660 of you watching. And only a few in. Go throw a like and a comment on that post. You can see it tag in the giveaway. You guys who told me not to unblock SSI, you guys are selfish, man. SSI Chicago, what's your Instagram username? I'm giving you a second shot, and I don't. What's your Instagram? How can we block you? It is, guys. It's an Instagram entry today. It is not on YouTube. It is not on YouTube. My other host will be running a YouTube one. Today we're running an Instagram giveaway. We are gonna unblock. Let me find it. All right. All right, Freddie. You're unrestricted. You're back, baby. You should be allowed to follow and comment and everything. $15-minute on NQ. I got long pre-market today, Carrie, because of this 15-minute inside bar break. I was looking for a target back into these highs once we broke over that 15-minute inside bar high. Satoshi, what's your Instagram? I try to respond to most people, but some get lost in the I try to respond sometimes, guys. Responding every time is a lot, but I try to at least like go through my message requests. I can play Fred again. Fuck it. We're on the tail end of the stream here. Screw it. But first, I want to hear this song real quick. I don't know why, but I want to hear it. We're still picking a few. We're still picking a few. Balaji Trades, did you win a giveaway recently? Guys, I hope nobody takes offense to this, but if anyone has won a giveaway in the past 5 weeks, you are not eligible to win again right away. No, I'm not calling you out specifically. I'm just giving that broad warning to people. 10 days before, I still think, I'm not trying to be, I'm sorry. I still, if I was someone else who hadn't won yet, I'd be pissed. We will reset the thing so people can win a second time, but right now, I want to try and pick people that haven't won in a while. I love you though. I'm so grateful for the support. Here's what I'll say. If you somehow randomly get selected again, like Aaron won the other day, and he gave it back, I think now Aaron can maybe be re-entered. If he somehow wins a third time, that's crazy. But he gave away his second win. I don't know. That's not a firm rule yet. But we want to let a bunch of people win if they can. Allies, I appreciate you, my dog. There's no tomorrow, just a picture perfect day that lasts a whole lifetime, and it never ends, 'cause all we have. Oh, it has to be more than a week, guys. I'm thinking about waiting a couple months before someone can win again. There's been people who have won, who haven't won in years, you know. I'll be fine. I'm forever young. All right, guys, let's pick one of the winners right now. Should be a lot more entries, I think. All right, no, 245 likes, 245 comments. All right. People went back and deleted some of the comments. All right. All right. First, I scroll to make them all visible. I make sure the hidden comments are all visible. Showed it a nigga from here with a little ambition, just what we can become here. And that's the father passed the story down to his son's ears. Younger kid, younger. All right, here we go. Yeah. So if you love me, baby, this is how you let me know. Don't ever let me go. Fuck, I fucked that up again. Let me know, baby. God damn it. I wanna be forever young. Do you really want to live forever? All right. Just let it run. Slamming Bentley doors, hopping out of Porsches, popping up on Forbes list, gorgeous. Hold up, niggas started. James Harvey 617. I be talking more shit. They know Okay, well, you don't follow me, James. James J. Harvey, explain yourself. Why don't you follow me? Did you just make an Instagram? James J. Harvey 617. Explain yourself. It says you don't follow me. Just started. Is that you though, James? The yesterday, James B. Harvey. James J. Harvey. You're a YouTuber. Let me see. He's here in the chat, guys. He is here in the chat. Let me see. Sorry, I'm channel activity. Guys, I don't think there's any reason. He's been on streams. I'm checking the stream history. James, you got some comments on some streams. I'm backing you up right now. I think that, James, are you mostly a YouTube guy? You don't use Instagram much? But, nah, fuck you guys. We can't leave it to a poll. You guys are gonna steal it from him. All right, James. You're on thin ice, bro. Name 3 Jake quotes. You get the win, James. You better follow me, though, dog. You better follow me right now, dog. All right, James. Oh, fuck. I just scrolled away from the comment. Now I gotta find it again. God damn it. What the? Why did I lose your comment? I lost your comment. Why did I lose it? James J. Harvey. Dude, where is your comment? Can you message me on Instagram real quick? James, can you message me? AXP, let's go! 17 racks on NQ. Great win, brother. Fuck yeah. Lomelli will be here in the afternoon. Lomelli will be here in the afternoon. No. James has earned his win. James to get his win for sure. Shoot me a message. Now I'm picking another winner. In just a second, but I just want to get a message from James. Alex, I just saw your message. Don't. Nixon 6, baby. All right, James, I got to get in touch with you somehow. I lost your comment. Just James J. Harvey. There we go. 617. There we go. All right, boom. Yo. All right, cool. Got James. Now time to pick another winner. All right, guys, we're picking one more. Picking one more. I want to guess something real quick, though, for a third winner. Mama's boy, you still on the stream by chance? Let's see. Mama boy's on the stream. They're going to be a third winner. I don't know if they're still on. I don't know if they're still on. His comment really made me laugh because he's been his running joke in the stream has been for you, mama's boy, you. The running joke in the stream has been 40% off everything. I believe I could pick your comment even with you having a different Instagram username. So if I did, are you Beach Frog? Are you Beach Frog? I'm not leaking nothing. No leaking nothing. Gang, you're a winner now because that comment made me laugh a lot. And your comments have just been broadly hilarious. So that's winner number 2. And now, guys, we were originally only supposed to pick 2 winners. Don't worry, right? We were only supposed to pick 2 winners. That comment really made me laugh. So I picked that as a third. And now I'm going to randomly select the second. Ron is going to give one away. Mitch is going to give one away. Alan's going to give one away. Christian's going to give one away. So we're giving away 7 TPT accounts today. So don't worry. They're all doing theirs through YouTube. I'm just doing mine through Instagram because I want to use it for engagement. All right, here we go. Picking the last one. Let me scroll, make sure all the comments are visible. Come on. All the comments are visible. All right, there we go. Commercial Andy. Commercial Andy. Commercial Andy, you here? Gold getting over the opening print. He does follow me. Commercial Andy, you haven't won recently, right? I see you. Minecoin. No? All right, gang. You're all good. All right, guys. Let me find the message that I have to send you. All right, I'm sending you all the exact same message. It's going to be, I don't know if you guys have TPT accounts as well. I don't know if you have TPT accounts or not. So I'm going to send you all the same generic message. Well, actually, I know one of you has a TPT account. You just have to send me the email associated with your Take Profit Trader account. That's what you have to send me. And then it takes about 24 to 48 hours. And you guys will get a TPT account. So congrats, guys. Congrats. Let me send all these messages right now. Hell yeah, guys. Yes, sir. Have to make one. No worries. Hell yeah, my friends. Well, what a day. You know what this is.
How's your son? He made the team this year? He said he wasn't tall enough.
The biggest turning point for me when I decided to go all in on trading was honestly as soon as I... Well, let me pause this real quick. It's a good question. I had I had been doing it for about a year, or I don't remember the exact timeline, but I had been doing it for a little over a year when I had basically just lost all my money and I wasn't even taking it seriously. I was mostly just gambling. And then eventually I had a conversation with my dad about it. And my dad, you know, my parents were not financially supportive of my journey on trading, but they were emotionally supportive. And my dad kind of made it clear to me something along the lines of, you know, hey, Jake, I support you, uh, and not financially, but, you know, mentally, emotionally, like I'm here for you, but you've got to start making some progress at this fucking thing you're doing. Otherwise, you're just going back. Like, you can't keep doing this if you're not making any progress. Like, it's been a year, it's been 2 years, and you've gone nowhere. And that's when I started to treat it more like a real serious thing, as opposed to, like, before then I was just gambling my money away and getting new paychecks and gambling it. Like, and then I locked in, right? I really locked in. But dude, I would say the moment I found trading was the moment that I got truly addicted and went all in on it, because I as soon as I found it, I was like, oh, this is my thing. Like, this is my thing. It just took me a little while to get serious about it, truthfully. It took me a little while to get serious. Well, I started to commit to the strategies, you know, that I was learning. Before, guys, I was just like, I was strategy hopping. I was anything on the board that sticks, you know. I was watching a bunch of different videos, and I wasn't actually taking any steps to get better, right? I wasn't studying charts much. I wasn't seeing if the strategies worked. Like, at one point I was trading MACD crosses, but I had never actually studied the charts to see if MACD crosses had worked myself. You know what I mean? So, like, I was messaging Callan, literally the Callan that runs customer support in the Rake Trades Discord now. I was sending him messages being like, how does this chart look? Like, is the MACD about to cross, blah, blah, blah. So I actually started to study, right? And I don't like to call it back testing, because I wasn't running like automations, but I would go back in charts and I'd be like, okay, we set a lower high here, right? Okay. Is there a trade, right? I'd start to look through and be like, all right, is there a trade? Like, can I find an opportunity? Right? So I really urge, you know, I would be studying the charts, as opposed to before. I wasn't even doing that. I was literally just like, someone had said the MACD works. It looks so good. So I was like, oh, the MACD looks so good, you know? NQ retesting? Yeah, NQA, it looks pretty good here, guys. We never even got the retest of the opening print. It looks strong. It looks like it might drift up higher. You know, there's no doubt I got some FOMO. You know, no doubt I got some FOMO. I did study Al Brooks for sure, but not like do or die. Some people who study Al Brooks are like super Al Brooks loyalists. Like, I don't know. I'm not an Al Brooks loyalist. But I do, yeah. I basically cherry picked my favorite stuff from bar by bar. I did not have one trading guru. I had a collection of trading gurus, and I am a byproduct of myself putting my head down and working. Which is the same way you all are. You all are byproducts. Even people who are Rake Trades mastermind students, they're a byproduct of themselves. You know, I'm a firm believer of that, because all of my, like, guys, think about it like this. Every one of the co-hosts of the Rake Trades network is a Rake Trades mastermind student, right? They all are, every single one of them, but none of them trade the exact same way. We all trade a bit differently. Do we all understand charts the same way, with structure, trend, levels? Of course. But we all have our own pieces of it, right? And those are people who are my students, like, paid me at the time, each of them paid me $2,000, and now they all use it, but they all do something kind of different, right? Like, There isn't one mentor that helped me more than anybody else. That's what I'm saying, bro. I helped me more than anybody else. Alan, Ron, Mitch, Lomelli, my other co-hosts, they all took what I gave them and ran. You know what I mean? I truly, at the bottom of my heart, there isn't one that helped me the most. I helped me the most, right? And it will be the same with all of you guys, you know? Yeah, truly. It's great. Andrew is amazing. He's the first ever mentor I ever found. Stock Market Wolf. I'm gonna be honest. I don't. Let me be blunt. Here are my trading recommendations. If you want to improve your trading, 1, show up to these streams, digest info, study streams back, watch trends in stream. Meaning, what do I regularly do? What do I do consistently? What do I do on a regular basis? Right? 2, if you want to invest, buy the Discord. It's cheaper than literally any. I have friends who offer mentorship. It's very expensive. I'm sure it's great, but I also am dumbly confident that our Discord, my course is the best course ever. I feel so confident in that. I get DMs on a daily basis. I wish I don't want to like dox this person, but one of the DMs I got yesterday just made my heart smile so much because they said, I have been learning ICT and here we go. I'm not doxing them, but I'll just read their comment. Just wanted to say, hi, Jake. Thank you. Hi, Jake. Discovered you 2 weeks ago and just wanted to say thank you. I purchased your course. I'm midway through it. Too many years were wasted for me with small caps, mid caps, and everything in between. I discovered ICT a year ago, and the concepts are just super complicated. And after all the confluence, the move is done. Then they apologized for writing such a long message. I was like, please don't apologize. That's the nicest message ever. Right now, I keep forgetting to text Connor to close the code. It's now $99 a month with code STREAM. That is way too cheap. It's dumb cheap. The reason we've done that is it's a ancillary thing. I want you guys to stay for a long time. If you're in at a cheap price, you'll want to stay. You'll want to rewatch the videos. You want to use the indicator. Like there's business purpose behind it. But it's way cheaper than any other mentorship in the trading space. Most people are charging $6 to $10 grand. So if you want to pay for something, or if you're asking for a book recommendation, you're going to pay. Don't buy a book, buy this. That's my honest opinion. People used to pay $2,000 for this because it was a one-time fee, lifetime access, and live. So that was the biggest difference maker. What you'd get purchasing the recordings, and trust me, I know some of them were not happy about it, but the truth is it's a very different product. The $2,000, it was live. I was on my Discord for a month straight. If you had a question about anything, I would go back and forth with you for hours in the chat. Now it's a self-taught recorded course. You know, it's a self-taught recorded course. You watch the old recordings of it. I answer questions here and there. I'll answer your questions about the system, but I'm not doing like detailed trade feedback. It's just totally different than what it was before. What it was before was a very intense mentorship that was worth thousands of dollars. Now it's a self-taught recorded course. It's a self-taught recorded course is what it is. If you have questions, I'm definitely there to answer them. But if you come to me and you say, hey, Jake, here's the trade I took today. Can you give me feedback? I'm going to be like, no, that's not included for $99 a month, just because that's not realistic, right? That's not realistic. So it's a much different product I will stand on that. Guys, for those who bought the Mastermind multiple years ago, the live product, and you're like, I wish I get it. I get it. Right now, there's nobody offering a live mentorship for $2,000 for what you're getting. Everyone's charging $7,000, $10,000, every single person. It's just the business now. So the price was still very cheap for what it was. I promise. It was so cheap for what it was. It was so cheap. If I was selling that same product today, just because of the market, I would have to sell it for like $5,000. Not because I would want to, but because that's what other educators are selling for. And it's this weird, you have to sell at the same market price. Otherwise, other people will think that the other one is worth more. Like people would look, if I charged 2,000, but someone charges 7,000, people are going to think the 7,000 is way, way better. It's the same thing with this. This is now 99 bucks a month. It's going back to 200 soon. It's supposed to already be there, but people will think that the the $7,000 mentorship is way more valuable because it's $7,000. Like that's my downside, is that this seems too cheap. You're going to think it's not good enough because it's too cheap. I promise. Best education ever. If you hate me for monetizing, I get it, bro. Just guess what? I also stream on YouTube every day for free, baby. And I love you guys. So no worries. I love you at the bottom of my heart. Sorry for the rant. I don't do these streams to sell, but if people ask questions, I don't hesitate to throw them in there and answer. But yeah. Here's the what I'll close out on this. Ever since I started in the trading education world, which I told this story a long time ago, but I started in this by filling in for Kevin Trades, the scumbag of scumbag scammers. I started by filling in for him on a lesson, 2 group lessons, like 5.5, 6 years ago. And when I learned the amount of money that he made for doing those lessons and then just paying me to fill in, I made a fucking promise to myself that if I ever sold anything in the trading education space, I would push my hardest to make sure that everybody felt like they got 10x their fucking money's worth when they bought it. And maybe you don't feel that way, but I feel like for the level of work I put in, anyone who's ever bought anything from me, ever, you can see I put my heart and soul into it, and that it's the energy and effort. Like even if you don't think you disagree with the price point, whatever, the passion, the work ethic, like I've never half-assed anything, and I'll die on that hill. And I'll close on that. Sorry, I'll stop ranting. Let's play a song, light a joint. It's family business. For the family bit.
This is for my cousin locked down. Know the answers in this. This is why I spit it in my song. So sweet like a photo where your granny's picture. Now that you're gone, it hit us super hard on Thanksgiving and Christmas. This can't
I love you guys, bro.
heard the track I did, man. This can't be like somebody please say grace.
Kevin Trades went off the deep end. I think he fell out of a window. I'm not joking. So like, hope he's safe and alive, but at the same time, he was the biggest scumbag scammer ever. I don't think he ever paid taxes either, bro. That dude's off the deep end.
You tell me you ain't did it, then you ain't did it. And if you did, then that's family business.
Ron G, are you here? Any chance you're here, Ron? No way, right? There's no way Ron's on. Oh my God, Ron! All right, the chat has been too awesome today. I think we got to run a giveaway for two YouTube winners as well. We have 3 from Instagram earlier. I think we got to do 2 from YouTube as well. And then we just got to give away a bunch. We're giving away like 10 TPT accounts today. Let's do 2 more. Let's do 2 more. Let's give a 5-minute timer. Well, hold on, guys. Don't enter yet. He hasn't done it yet.
Open the photo book up. I got a Aunt Ruth that can't remember your name, but I bet them Polaroids are sent her down memory lane. You know that one auntie, you don't mean to be rude, but every holiday nobody eating a food, and you don't want to stay there cause them your worst cousins. Got roaches at they crib like them your first cousins. Act like you ain't took a bath with your cousin. Fit 3 in the bed. If it's 6 of y'all, I'm talking about 3 by the head and 3 by the leg. But you ain't have to tell my girl I used to pee in the bed.
Sun come out and all the children play.
a creative way to rhyme without using knives and guns. Keep your nose out the sky, keep your heart to God, and keep your face to the rising sun. All my niggas from the Shies, my family, dog. And my niggas ain't my guys, they my family, dog. I feel like one day you'll understand me, dog. You can still love your man and be manly, dog. You ain't gotta get heated.
Are you trading the Nasdaq or what? Brother, I'm on tilt prevention. I'm on tilt prevention. I lost $5,800 today. I'm not taking another trade. I'm on tilt prevention right now. I'm in mentor mode. And we're running a giveaway. Our 4th and 5th accounts of the day. Who else be giving away 5 accounts in a day? Guys, type exclamation point enter in the chat to enter the giveaway. You ain't wrong on that. I will say though, if we hold the opening print and consolidate there for a while, I would understand why if some of you took longs, you did it. I'm on tilt prevention. I lost today, and I'm sorry if that bothers you and you want to see me take more trades and stuff. I really do this shit, bro. So like, I gotta keep my money safe. Not everyone really does it, and that's cool too. I'm on anti-degen hours, bros. And honestly, you guys have been helpful because now I feel fine. In the first 5 minutes of this happening, you know, if I had ended the stream, guys, if I had ended the stream as soon as I got stopped out, I would have ended the stream because I was going to full fucking port my account without you guys watching. So, thank you for helping me not tilt today. And what a banger song for us. A little old school Beast of Burden. Come on now. Come on now. Guys, we are giving away 2 Take Profit Trader 50K accounts. Only a couple minutes left to enter. Go ahead and type exclamation point enter in the chat to be entered in a Take Profit Trader giveaway. Yeah, Kevin Trade's the fucking scammer. Is you to make love to me. It's strong enough in my reality. Not too fun to see. Another home, the sound of the certain music on the radio. I love you guys. Best job in the world. I appreciate you, K. Menzer. I love the show. Adam, I appreciate you. Adam, go nuclear. Guys, exclamation point enter in the chat to enter the giveaway. Just some of our staples. We got to cycle through some of our staples. All right, guys, the entries are over. A cup of Joe. Have you won Cup of Joe? I don't think you. Bro, Joe. Very well deserved, guys. Cup of Joe is like the most well fucking deserving winner. Cup of Joe, if you guys are in the streams, you see Cup of Joe win, like here all the time. Super deserved win. All right, Ron, before you pick the next one, hold on. Is it possible to reopen it? So some people who missed the entry can re-enter? Joe, let's fucking go. Joe, will you message me on Instagram? Let's do 3 more minutes. Yeah, you smart, Ron. You smart. All right, guys, if you haven't entered yet, you can re-enter now. If you've already entered, don't worry. You don't need to enter again. But Moki, here you go. You got your chance, dog. Guys, if you're interested in joining the Discord, the course, you can click the pinned link in the YouTube chat. Code STREAM will save you 50%. I'm supposed to close that soon. I'm bad at my job sometimes. Clumsy 'cause I'm falling in love. Wow, wow, wow. All right, good to learn. This volume is a little loud.
You know, this ain't the first time this has happened to me. This love-sick thing. I like serious relationships and a
Despacito is crazy. We have to do that.
Every time my boyfriend and I break up, my world is crushed and I'm all alone. The love bug crawls right back up and bites me, and I'm back.
Oh, man. I'm always 1 1/4 joints. I like the 1 1/4. Bro, I don't know when I'm going back to LA, but I want to do 2 weeks in San Francisco, 2 weeks in LA this summer. Probably end of July. I do use a bong. Guys, I'm not gonna lie. I take mokes. I don't. Does anyone know what that means? Will anybody know what I mean when I say that? When I say I take a moke? Yeah, chops, bro. I know. It's gross, guys. Don't do what I do, okay? Don't do as I do, okay? Don't do as I do. We're not proud of it, all right? You guys weren't supposed to know that. No, I don't roll spliffs, but I take mokes. I will do a little tobacco out of tobacco and weed mixed in a bong. That's my nicotine. That's the only way I get nicotine. I don't smoke a vape. I don't smoke cigarettes. But I don't smoke spliffs, but I do smoke. I do a little, I do weed mixed with tobacco in a little bowl. And don't judge me for that, guys. That's the only way I consume tobacco, out of the bong. Yeah. No cigars. I don't do cigars. I don't do cigarettes. Euro cigs for sure. Euro cigs are basically like water. The chop, exactly. The head rush. I do that because the head rush is way better. It's way more intense than a split. That's okay, Ron. Yeah, that's okay. Everyone's entered a few times, I think. Hold on, guys. Hello? Scared the shit out of me. It was just the guy across the way. It was just the one across the way. All right, who won? Miss K911. It's Kevin Trades coming in the house to get you. Bro, getting swatted because you take shots. Also, guys, I don't take very many. I don't take my first one until like way late in the day and then before bed. I mostly just smoke joints. Miss K, are you here? Yeah, Miss K, baby, let's go. All right, Miss K and Cup of Joe. Will you guys message? There we go. I got Joe already. Let's fucking go, Joe. Joe just makes it clear he just wants to thank the Academy. Shout out the Academy. Shout out the Academy. All right, Joe, and then Miss K, do you have Instagram that we can connect on so I can collect your email? Awesome. No rush. I'm here. No rush. Bada bum, no rush. Bada bum, no rush. Bada bum, no rush. No, seriously, Joe, I'm so happy Joe got a dub. He's fucking deserves one. Guys, what you'll have to do to claim these accounts is just make a TPT account. So I'll send you. Joe, I fucking love you. He says, by the Academy, I mean, break trades WAP. That's fucking awesome. No, seriously, guys. Joe is a testament to if you show up. He showed up to basically every stream. Not only will you win an account, but, you know, I feel like we can confidently say that over the last 5 weeks, there's probably been a shit ton of education. Like, I think that account aside, the education of showing up, you know, is so worth it. It's so worth it. My fucking dog. Miss K, I gotcha. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right, guys. Everyone is accounted for. That's 5 TPT accounts in a day. Good Lord. And that's just my stream. We have 4 more streams today. And they're all giving away one too. Madness. Madness. That's crazy, guys. We got to slow down just afterwards just to make sure everyone fucking got it, man. Oh, man, I love you guys so much. We're going to end the day with the only way that I know how. We've already done Born Slippy a few times today, so we can't do Born Slippy again. Guys, I love you so much.
I'm through with standing in line. The clubs I'll never get in. It's like the bottom of the ninth, and I'm never gonna win this. Life hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be. Tell me what you want. I want a brand new house on an episode of Cribs and a bathroom I can play baseball in, and a king size tub big enough for 10 plus me. For what you need, I'll need a credit card that's got no limit and a big
this is the joint song. This is it. Guys, thank you so much for watching today's stream. I'm super grateful for you. Mitch will be live at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. So about 45 minutes, Mitch will be live. So Mitch will be live at 12:30. And Lomeli will be live after that. And I'm trying to decide if we should end the stream. I think we have to do on our channel. On our channel, I'm trying to decide if I should end the stream or just 40. It's about 45 minutes. Same channel, baby. Same channel. Always this channel, ladies. Should we just keep this one going? I gotta leave though. I'm leaving no matter what because I want to go to the beach today. But yeah, I think we're just gonna keep it running. Well then no, because I have to go to. I want to go to the beach, and I'm not here. Oh, there's a chance of rain in the next hour. What the fuck? Goodbye to my beach dreams. All right, guys, we're going to end it for now, and Mitch will start a new one. I love you all so much. I know, the NQ is bugging me. Asshole. ES had nice consolidation on the opening print, but... All right, guys, I love you. I'm going to keep it running, and I'll leave some tunes on in the background, and I'll have Mitch take this one over. So, love you guys. Have a great day, and see you soon, baby. I don't know if it'll get... I mean, at this point, NQ will probably get to yesterday's highs. No. Yesterday's highs still. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I'm done. Love you guys.
don't know why, I don't know how. Thought I loved you, but I'm not sure now. Seen you look at strangers too many times. The love you want is of a different kind. Remember when we felt the sun? A love like paradise, how hot it burned. The threat of distant thunder, the sky was red. And when you walked, you always turn every head. All day, watch them all fall down. All day, domino dancing. All day, watch them all fall down. All day, domino dancing. Thought that when we fought, I was to blame. Now I know you play a different game. I've watched you dance with danger, still wanting more. Add another number to the score. All day, watch them all fall down. All day, domino dancing. All day, watch them all fall down. All day, domino dancing. When you look around, you wonder, do you play to win? Or are you just a bad loser? I don't know why, I don't know how. I thought I loved you, but I'm not sure now. I hear the thunder crashing, the sky is dark, and now a storm is breaking within my heart. All day, watch them all fall down. All day, domino dancing. All day, watch them all fall down.
In the show, act like you don't, and you won't. So we set the stage for you to see that dancing makes you really wanna be. Yeah, the latest hit, you can count on it. You'll be the star, always by far. Just remember this, to feel so fine, just step right up.
How's that mic sounding, everybody? iTest Cloud, what's up, guys? Thank you for being here. Thanks for waiting for me. See what we're going to get here this afternoon. Thank you for joining. Where's the Gamma Gang? Where's the real geeks at? Where's the Geek Squad? Sorry, Best Buy. How we doing, guys? Well, I'm a little sad. I took my ES trims like a bitch at 74.25, especially when it went to my target on the upside range from this morning. But, you know, can't win them all. So here we are. Living big, watching for a squeeze higher on the day. I don't think I can use Geek Squad though, can I? Is that allowed? Let's see here. I am actually going to throw the intraday positioning update on here for you guys so you can see how that looks compared to the morning. Big shift. A little bit different. We can get up and stuck in a big way here. Is anybody still long though? That's what I want to know. Is anybody still long from the morning? We'll get that opening print drawn on here too. Oop. All right. What's up, Victoria? Thanks for joining. Hellboy, good to see ya. iTest, Alex, Rye Guy. I know Ron G's hiding in here somewhere. I am interested to see just how much extension we get past this kind of 74.60 on ES area here. Breaking into some new all-time highs, right? Looks left, checks. There's every potential to move higher. Our straddle right now, guys, is sitting at about 15 points still. So this is pricing in a potential move to like 74.50 ES, or sorry, SPX. So that would put us kind of up here at that 75 strike, which if we get it and we get some volatility, all things are possible. And obviously we are getting that move right now. London closed. Really hard to see this slowing down in any meaningful way until much higher. And we could easily outperform the straddle right now. So I am super interested to see what we get. What's up, Luke? Thanks for joining. Got some familiar names in here. We got the diehards. See what we get into the afternoon. As you guys can see here right now, looking at my chart, we are moving into this little negative gamma position. And every reason to think we could really move a lot higher in a hurry. So we don't really have any strong tests above us until we get into this 74.70, 75 area on ES. So that's probably where I would be looking if I was going to like play a rejection back down to a balance. We could also reject here and fall back to this stronger floor that's kind of come in on the intraday at 74.40. Really hard to want to short such a strong move. 2 days in a row we set a low and go. Obviously we got a really strong one in, yesterday, but for me on the day, if you guys want a little recap of what we look like coming in versus what we see right now and my infamous bubble ranges here. I know everybody loves these, so happy to show them off for you. We pretty much had 3 ranges on the day in my pre-market plan. And what I did, the reason why I took a long from the bottoms here, is this idea of knocking on the door to go lower. We would have had to like really see it, volatility expanding. So I was willing to risk this like 5 to 7 points here. So my entry was like 74.02 was my ES entry. I took that on my personal and I did it on a copy trade. If you're in the Discord, you probably saw that entry I shared. And then I added to it right here at the opening print. And then I took some trims, and then I actually had a trail stop on the accounts at 74.25, which unfortunately got taken off before we got this next move higher, which I'm really disappointed in. But yeah, obviously that do or die spot to enter that lower range where I knew it should be supportive. Oftentimes you will find that those are like the best risk to reward entries on the day, like long from where you absolutely can't afford to fail before you go into the next range. And honestly, that point capture to the high was great, but unfortunately I did take that stop at 25 because I pussed out. But I mean, that's a nice 30-point capture on the day across a few different accounts, so really hard to complain. But just like yesterday, missing that extra move, the second move into the afternoon, is probably going to haunt me. But here we are, right? So now we're looking for, how does this range up to 74.80 that I had drawn out from the pre-market positioning kind of change? I would have thought that any failure to get over this 74.70, 75 would compel us back lower to this like 74.45 on ES. So now that we are into the afternoon, we're out of the London close period, what does the profile say now? They tried to kind of pull the floor up behind us a little bit. So I think what I would be looking at is everything below is kind of pointing to say, if you're not below these prices, you're probably going to find a balance higher. And if we're not above these prices up here, you've kind of got some smaller areas to probably pin down against. So this is our little range right here, guys. This 74.60 on ES to 74.40. And obviously if we can really get some strong momentum, maybe you can get those higher tests. But right now everything's kind of saying we either finish right here, if we can hold over this 74.50, 45, or we'll probably fall back down to 74.40. So how that sets up for the afternoon, time will tell. But that's kind of what I am looking at for my basis going into the afternoon, knowing that in the pre-market, it looked like we had a lot of range to kind of ramp through had we gotten up here early. The fact we had that sell and bounce kind of, I won't say negates it, but kind of limits my thinking for how much higher we go in this range. What I'm really looking for is like, do we get the momentum? We are seeing the spot up, vol up behavior we kind of talked about the other day with regards to VIX futures and spot VIX. Spot VIX is obviously kind of like not moving as much as the futures are in this case. It's kind of flatlined, but that is normal when you are kind of encroaching on all-time highs. The more speculation you get to the upside, it is counted all the same in VIX. So volatility, spot price moving up, volatility moving up is a reflection of that. But at some point here, we're going to start stalling out. Elevated Life, how's it going? Angie, I don't know what you're talking about. Who is terrible and when I worked with them. That is such a random thing to see. It's like, what? Who did I mention? Did I say anything? When did you work with him? Please give us the dirt. I want to know what is happening out there. But yeah, guys, the one thing that you could say now that's really interesting and why I drew these arrows is the idea of like charm up. If you've been on any of my streams before, I've kind of mentioned with the passage of time how the shape of all the options positioning and how they decay kind of tells you the story of like where the floor is going to be into the afternoon, like where it's very unlikely you will drop through without some kind of a catalyst. And you can see the shape. It's like a Christmas tree, right? Everything is going from big to small sequentially in these ranges, and it's kind of pushing us up. They've pretty much pulled the ladder up behind you. They've said like, hey, we've gotten so high, now we're gonna pull that up. And we likely will not fall anywhere below here, right? It's just based on the current intraday positions. And if you look at the pre-market ranges that we had, once you're over 40, you're kind of up into this next range. The idea that we kind of drift and get stuck higher now is potentially becoming a real thing. And the straddle, where they're pricing the options, has not really decayed more than 10 points despite all of this movement. So, you know, we've already hit the opening expected move on the day. We've actually outperformed that from the opening print, right? Sorry, I have the wrong OP listed here. So it was a 25-point expected move on the day, so we've already outperformed that both directions. So now it's kind of like wherever the market flow says we're going to go is where I would anticipate that to happen. So I think it's kind of pointing here in the middle. If we get higher and reject, maybe come down. If you get some volatility on a rejection, then you come back down to this balance at 40. But everything I'm seeing just kind of says, hey, don't short it till it stops kind of thing. So there we go. Anybody in anything? Anybody holding some longs? iTest Cloud, you can, depending on the service, right? Like there are options flow services that also show like GEX for individual names. It's just a different consideration. Man, we are moving. That makes my stop at 25 look so fucking stupid. Damn, guys. Yeah, we're seeing that negative gamma range here. I don't think we stop until 74.70 at this point. I think we can get another 10 points really quickly. Can I show the Christmas tree with the cursor? I think it should be kind of obvious here. The shape. Do you see the shape? Does that look like a Christmas tree to you? Big at the bottom, sequentially smaller to the top. Is that kind of jiving? Meatwad. God, some of these names are great. I still have a soft spot for Demudbutt, wherever you are out there. Appreciate you. But as you guys can see, as far as those ranges on the day, they really, from the pre-market, if we look just at what I have here, right? Got that test. Oh shit, I got rid of my level. But the ranges are proving their worth, and now we're getting into this negative territory. I don't think we move substantially higher than like 74, 80, 85 on the day if we keep getting this squeeze run. But every red bar you see is just momentum. Market makers are supporting that move now. So if we get into 70 here, or 65, 70, we can maybe slow down, but like that's all fuel. That's all, every one of those you move into is more and more and more futures that market makers are gonna have to keep buying. But yeah, you do have the potential to sell as well. So you just got to be really careful. But like I said, if we don't move substantially higher through here, then obviously we'll revert back down potentially to like your strongest balance at like 74.40. I don't know what's going on with the music here, guys. We'll get that sorted out. If it's too loud, you guys let me know. Carlos, long on gold. Yeah, I think precious metals are going to see some action here with yields doing what they are. Apple 2-day 300 strike calls. I actually think Apple's going to be like maybe the biggest AI name out there, aside from semis, obviously. They're just going to say, use our products and pick your favorite partner from the AI standpoint. And they didn't have to spend shit on CapEx for data centers. All right, guys, if you're just joining or if you're still hanging from earlier, I appreciate you being here. I will draw attention. I actually took one of those TPT accounts from Jake on the 50% off deal. I'm sitting at the balance at 53 on a 50K, so I'm just kind of having to ride out, I think, the remaining 3 days of like micro scalping or whatever from here. Not micro scalping, but just flipping some micros until that's over. But they are having a pretty killer 50% off deal, so I'm hoping I can take advantage of that the way that Jake does and get some nice big payouts once we get through that trailing drawdown, which I haven't really had to mess with, so I'm interested to see how to approach that. But beyond that, I am kind of dabbling with copy trading, which has been really fun. So today, like, taking some big ES size on multiple accounts paid off fruitfully. So long may that journey continue. And I believe we will be giving a TPT account away today on this stream. So stay tuned towards the end. We will do that as we head into the Lamelli Power Hour show, where I think even he will be giving one away. And then you got Ron G tonight. You got Alan overnight. What more could you ask for, guys? You've got all of your trading hours covered here. I'm actually really excited to be doing this kind of midday stream for you guys, because a lot of the times what I trade beyond the London close is a lot of options, honestly, and that's because I like the ability to use this framework of positioning to kind of try to find a pin, or where is the convexity into the close, like those chances where you can take like a $100, $80 flyer on like a call or a put naked and get a squeeze, or like a reversion kind of a trade and take those 3 to 10x potentially. Sometimes your best opportunities for that are generally like in the end of the day. Yeah, is the Wi-Fi, like my Wi-Fi is not bad, I'm hardwired, so I can't imagine that being the case, but if the stream is poor, please let me know. But yeah, like I like to set up the power hour time to say like, here's some opportunities with what I see. So if I can kind of lead into Lamelli and maybe there's some overlap there for you guys, or you take something during mine and look for it into his period, or kind of set some expectations, hopefully that's a benefit. But that is kind of the big thing for me, is I love playing options into the post-London close, whether it's a fly or a spread, or looking for those kind of like positions to say like what could go like really well here, what's a good naked call. If you guys actually watched yesterday's stream, when we were looking at yesterday's price really quickly, when we were right about here, and I said if you get over the 74.05, you have the potential to get like a big move to a new high a day. And like if you're trading SPX, you should take like an 85 or 90 call. If you did that, you ended up making some really, really, really nice money. One of our members in the Discord actually had a killer runner trade where I think he like 3 or 4x'd his SPX option. Not that I'm saying he took it off the back of my entry or anything, or that suggestion. He was in a little longer, but like I know that I told him like here's where I would expect to go, and it ended up happening. So I think there is a lot of value to be found on these streams. Not every day is going to be great price action during this time, but I think it's a good time to answer any questions you guys have. If we can review kind of the morning trade that maybe you took, or like what was really obvious from my standpoint, or why I took the trade that I did. I think it'll be a good look back, kind of break up the day, look at how the afternoon's setting up. And that's kind of how I break my trading days up, guys, is I look at the pre-market to form an opinion. Into the London close, I reevaluate, say what's kind of fundamentally shifted, what still is holding from the pre-market positioning, and then I kind of formulate my plan for the afternoon. So what's really interesting about what we see right now is the fact that like it just keeps moving up. Really kind of wild, because what's happening now is this is being priced in up here. This straddle, that range of like opportunity, is pretty much pricing in this 85 strike now, which means it will be influential as far as the options hedging dynamic goes for market makers. So every one of these that we work into that's a red bar is just going to give you more ammo to test into those green ones. And as you can see, if you cleared 85, like it sounds crazy, but if we actually got up into that in the next 30 minutes, then it's going to have to start pricing in everything above it. And then you're talking like the improbable, like getting up to 7,500 on the day, but it's not that improbable based on the positioning and what's like being priced in right now. So unless you get some kind of volatility where we sell back down to this balance at 74.40, like I think we do have a bond auction coming up in 30 minutes that actually could be kind of a nasty catalyst into the afternoon. From a volatility standpoint, I don't know, you know, how low we could end up going on the day. So what's up, Com? Thanks for joining, Papa Giorgio. What is the EMI? What EMA is the one line that you use? So this is actually like a volatility thing I've been playing with that kind of is measuring a couple different things. Let me give you the actual notes on that I have so I can find it for you. Let me see. Give me a second. I have them somewhere. But I was reading up on some different volatility measures along with like, it's kind of like a volume weighted moving average. That kind of, depending on the time frame, gives you like where could this momentum stall out, right? And generally like those little flags show you where the momentum is changing on the vol structure, like a volatility structure. So here you can see at the open, that was an easy one, right? Like the momentum had clearly started shifting. This is just on a real-time hours standpoint. It gets a little noisier when you're looking at extended hours, but it's just like a volatility measure. And once it signaled the uptrend, like you can see positionally even, we kind of have not stopped moving up, which really makes that 74.25 stop on my longs from the bottom look even worse. Ugh, that is tough. But yeah, I mean, you don't even need anything like that. Like I've just been playing with it to kind of see from like a realized volatility versus implied volatility standpoint, like how much are we moving? But you don't need that. We're in a very clear uptrend. Yesterday alone should have been the sign to you guys that like, oh, we had broken prior day's lows and we're testing another day's lows from last week and we held it. It's like just on that framework alone, you could have said, well, that's very bullish behavior, right? And even today, we've just got like another higher low that we're setting and up we go, breaking to new all-time highs. So this is like the theme. There's a lot of risks out there. Don't get me wrong. Like I think this kind of euphoria and there's the sector weight that is driving this kind of rally is not healthy. I think that it's ripe for like a catalyst to take the table legs out from everybody, but trying to time that kind of a thing is really, really foolish. And I think that's where a lot of people are probably getting hurt. This can't possibly go higher. Oh, look, we had a pullback. I'm going to short the shit out of this. Full disclosure, I swung a put spread on the day thinking if we failed around here, we would get back down in this area. So I monetized 2 out of the 4 that I took. And that was about the best I could do. And then I ended up taking the counter long and just held the remaining ones to say, like, if this fails, at least I've got something on for the downside. But this is the kind of thing when you're catching parabolic up moves over an extended period, you just ride the wave until it stops, right? So you can't look at every pullback as like a big time failure short opportunity. You've just got to kind of keep looking for the right dip to buy and, just owning that risk and riding it until it stops. I mean, you got to think about all the people that are trading a personal futures account. Most of them haven't been stopped out, and how many points have they captured? Even just from like last week, if you longed Tuesday's high from last week, you have captured like almost 200 points since then on ES with like almost no real risk of it coming back to you. So people are making big money on this rally and across multiple days. So when we do sell, there will be a reason for it, right? There's probably going to be a catalyst, but I think the only thing kind of out there today is maybe that 30-year bond auction, because yields are super high. You're starting to deal with like the stagflation situation, which could be kind of a big deal, especially if they hike rates and you've got energy and oil starts pumping because they can't keep that artificially low forever. But that's just me. Those are my thoughts. I'm just one guy who doesn't know shit about fuck. So I'm just going to keep trading the 0-date structure and not worry about the long term. All I do for the long term is just keep rolling my hedges out so I have some exposure to the downside if we get some kind of catalyst. But I trade it both ways, guys. Anyway, enough about me. Let's see that chat pop off. Any questions you guys have? Anything you're struggling with? Anything you have questions about on my screen? How I trade the market maker profile? Why I look at it versus NQ or anything else? All those are questions I'm happy to answer while we've got our time here. Not everybody all at once, right? just going to look at one thing here. I legitimately am going to have to put this on the screen. I'm 100% going to have to put this on the screen. The indicator is one that I created. Vic. It is not resting orders. It is literally just where market excuse me, market makers are positioned. So it's if the market makers are long, if they're net long across X amount of SPX contracts versus if they're net short, and knowing how they react at those strikes and based on those positions, like how many ES futures they have to trade and in which way, that is the benefit of having that information. Is I know that if they are long above us, especially sequentially, like multiple strikes in a row, it will kind of slow the up move. They will be selling futures as we move into those areas. If they are short, they have to buy or sell with the momentum of the market. So as we are in this uptrend, the more we move beyond those strikes, the more they are buying futures, which furthers the move, right? It propels the move higher. So until we kind of hit a block of longs or a really, really big long position above us, the move is going up. And if you got some volatility and some really strong selling, then obviously the risky zone for us up here is 55 down to 40, right? Like a 15-point range of uh-oh. But unless you are under it, it is helping you. So even if you come back and kind of test this 74, 55, 50, as long as you don't sell through it as you move back up, they will be buying more futures to help you move that way. Voltrandolo, I mean, it could be, especially if you're looking at like the ES as like the structure of the market, right? Because it does have tech weighting like NQ. NQ is more volatile, but if you were looking to say like, how are these things moving together, or like, oh, we got to pull back on ES, is it holding this area? And knowing that like market makers have billions of dollars they're going to have to trade in those spots, you could say like, I'm comfortable holding my NQ long because I see ES is holding this area, and if ES holds it and gets an uptrend from there, where are the areas on ES I would say to like watch for reactions for how I'm managing my NQ trade, for example. That's something I do. Like if you guys were on yesterday's stream, I was so fucking tired and just like was not with it, and I felt really bad for myself mostly because when we were literally down here, I was only holding ES runners thinking if we didn't get any other action, everything about yesterday's profile below us said we weren't going much lower, and if we did, it would be slow and grindy and choppy. Any other day, I would have been taking NQ longs and just having my ES runners having to stop and trading NQ for the inevitable potential bounce from there, knowing it was a strong support. So like I even mentioned on the stream, like normally I would, but I'm playing for like we're not going anywhere, we're going to get the slow grind and we're just going to stick down here. But most days when that happens, I'm either taking an SPX trade higher or an NQ trade higher. And even here, I didn't want to enter because I was like, the best move, the one for me, the best risk management move was actually longing down here because of the strong support we were sitting over. That was the best long to me. Could I have done it from here? Sure. But I had already had like 3 winning trades from the overnight and into the morning on the short. So I was kind of like, I've made enough today. I don't need to take any more trades. I'm tired, whatever. But then to see it actually do what I said, where if you clear 74.05, you're setting a new high a day, probably up here. I was very frustrated with myself to not capture that extra, 30 points. But that is how I would trade this with other pairs. But I don't know that there's as much correlation. This is really an SPX to ES thing, but knowing that ES is like the structure of the market, then you can have that confidence there. So hopefully that makes sense of how you would do it. Gordito, there's a guy. I'm so happy you're still in that trade, man. Like, we saw the potential early. We talked about it in the Discord. You definitely managed that one well. So better than I did with my ES trade, man. I'm still pissed I took that stop loss, but it is what it is. I'm new to the copy trading thing, so I definitely should have left my personal account with a little more room, but oh well. Adam, what's up, man? How do I set up my entries and exits with a combination of these? Same entry exit as rake or different? Mine are slightly different in the sense that, like, this morning, right? Rake had taken that pre-market long, and for me, just knowing what I knew, like, let's go look at that pre-market structure. I wasn't comfortable longing in the pre-market because of these, like, ranges that we had coming in, right? So, like, if we look at this, and again, guys, if you're just tuning in, I do this often. I'll show you, like, what did the start of the day look like and what was my plan, and then what was, like, the post-London positioning and where do those things, like, overlap. So I pretty much had the day broken into 3 ranges, okay? So to answer your question, Adam, I said, like, okay, we're going to open, where did we open? Let's draw that line here. This was the opening print, right? We were pretty much open. Yeah, that was the opening print. We pretty much opened right up against the biggest test of the day for me, like in this range. I thought if we opened here, I would be looking to see, like, how did we react to 25? How did we react to this 35 spot? And those were kind of the biggest tests before you got into this upper range, okay? So was I comfortable longing off of this one tiny little green support bar amidst this sea of red? Absolutely not. That's just me. I have the benefit of that data, right? And if I was looking at just the levels coming in on the day, let's give that a second to load here. There were no levels nearby. So for me, beyond the opening print, what I'm looking for is, like, what is the most, like, sure thing I can bet on? And from a support standpoint, the strongest support on the day, just on size, is here. And what I was monitoring was on this big opening sell, were we getting, like, a really crazy volatility spike? Not really to match the fact that we sold off 30 points. So I was happy to say, like, this is the do or die spot. As we move into 7405, 7400, I'm watching this area on SPX to say, like, we're in an uptrend. We had a really strong rebound yesterday. We're essentially testing into yesterday's kind of breakout area. I also have the positioning here for market makers, and I know that if we are selling down through here, volatility should actually be, like, really ramping up because of all that red below. So if we work into this, we should probably sell right through this strike. The fact that we weren't and we got that initial bounce, I pretty much was like, I'm taking a long right here and I'm willing to risk down to, like, 73.95. I'm willing to take that as my risk, because if it pushes through here and stays under there, it should be really obvious because of all this red below, we're going to sell down to the bottom of that range. So I took the do or die spot long. I look for here, see how we managed it, and then I look to say, like, okay, if we're over all of this, this is now momentum. All of this red is potential gas in the tank. And this is just the pre-market. They're still probably holding a lot of these positions, but after the London close, I became a little more, like, conservative because I knew we had these big positions overhead. We had to really prove it right here. So we kind of have had the ladder come up behind us. Now we've got all this support here. So if we took dips down to this area, this is where you could have looked for longs to say, like, as long as we hold 74.40, I'm looking for an expression up into this smaller range. And maybe if we get, like, some real buying pressure by moving through these red positions, market makers are buying billions and billions of dollars of ES futures to support that move to test higher. So as far as, like, managing my risk to reward, I am saying, like, what is the highest probability? If I know market makers are supporting me from 74.40 to 74.30, I could take, like, a 10-point stop loss here and look for at least a 10 to 15 point move higher or 20 point move higher from there to the top of this little range. And then what's left for me? It's going to be a lot harder to move much higher without sustaining that upwards pressure, right? So if we're not sustaining that, where might we come back to? 74.40 potentially, right? So if I was short, I would not be short unless it was like maybe here with the 5-point stop, right? Because like I know that they're selling against me here. I know they're selling against me in way bigger size here. So I would need really, really strong buying pressure into the afternoon to make that extension higher. If I get this little momentum, maybe that helps. But it's also kind of like, would I long from where we are right this minute, seeing what I see? No, not without it being like really, really tight stop, like a 5-pointer or something like that. So hopefully that answers that question. I know that was like a really long, like 5-minute straight thing, but if that answered your question, let me know. Is the music too loud? Is that the problem? Then just say so. But I guarantee you if I got rid of the music, it would be so mind-numbingly quiet in here because it's just me talking about gamma that most people would leave. So can't please everybody. Sorry about that. But if it can be turned down, then maybe that's better. Hard not to feel like you left money on the table getting in at 29,160 and only getting 75 points. You got your piece, and if you are trading without any other information, you are susceptible to feelings like FOMO, right? If you don't have a target or a plan for it going to a place, it's easier to have that FOMO. But if your plan said 75 points is what you were getting, then 75 points is what you got. That's what you planned for, and you can be happy. FOMO should only exist if you managed something poorly. Like my FOMO, why did I set the stop at 74.25 on every account I traded on ES? Why? Because it was like potentially rejecting prior highs and the positioning said there was risk back to the downside? Yeah. But I only have FOMO because I knew that there was potential higher. I just didn't really trust it. And I also was kind of like, I'm fine with this. I made like, whatever, like $15,000 across 5 accounts today. So like, that's new for me, copy trading. I'm happy for that on runners. Like, that's a good like stop. I'm good with it. So, but again, my whole thing is I use like an if-then framework for my trading. If this happens, then I'm looking for this. If that happens, then I'm looking for this. Unless this happens, then I'm positioning this way, right? So if it wasn't in that plan for me, then I don't have the FOMO on it because I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't planning for it. So my FOMO yesterday was again here knowing if we were going to go lower, it was going to be a slow grind and I was holding positions for that outcome. It should not have stopped me from taking my normal trade, which is if we don't grind lower, then there's the potential to move to here, and that's like an X amount of points capture. And if it holds, then that can go to here. And if we clear 74.05, then we can go to here. So a little, like I said, I get frustrated with myself, or I have FOMO for seeing a move if I had a plan for it and I didn't execute on it. But that is the one thing I will just say. FOMO is only for things where you had a plan and you didn't execute, or you executed poorly. Okay? FOMO should not exist if you traded your plan and you followed it and something went further, but you did not have a plan for it. That is not FOMO. That's just greed. Not to like yell at you, be dad, but I do think it's important to have that in your mind, right? Wouldn't here be good place for a 5-point bear call credit spread? No, not to me. No way. Because if you move into this strike, they're actually shorter at 70 than they are at 75 long. So like that could be just that much more like of a push. If you were going to do it at this point, like maybe if we got closer to 85 and then you'd sell something just beyond that. But no, not off the fact we just made new all-time highs and still have room to go. Like, if you do, go for it, but that would not be me. And I never do credit side, Daniel. I am only debit spreads. Yeah, Adam, it really is about the ranges, right? Like these were the pre-market ranges, and even though we now are showing like the post-London close kind of like positioning, the pre-market ranges tend to be respected, especially the most influential strikes. Like they are held all day long, so they are hedged all day long. So I pay more attention. Vanzetti, there will be nothing until the end of the stream. If you enter now, you are talking to yourself. And if I see you spamming it, I will actually mute you. That way we keep the chat clean, okay? I don't want to be a dick about it, but like I do see people that only show up for the giveaways, and that's fine. But if you're going to wait for a giveaway, then wait for the giveaway. And we're not doing it until the end, okay? But I appreciate you being here. Just don't spam the chat. Yeah. It's okay. That's why I wanted to say something first. Hey, look who's here. The ugliest work wife in the world. But I can say that because she's my work wife, and that's my face. So, but yeah, hopefully that makes sense as far as like the what and the why of these ranges, right? So like the intraday positioning is telling you we are supported down to 74.40. We are working against some resistance higher. We have these little pockets where we can move up. We could get some momentum, but like 74.85 is like definitely the ES strike where I would be considering it to be like a decent resistance. But the thing about it is, guys, is that like when dealers are long and there's only one and it's surrounded by all of this red, that red is like potential. That's gas in the tank. We are making a really strong up move. We keep moving through these resistance strikes on the day. Technically, if we get up there, like you would expect it to probably slow down. The straddle is not decaying. We are holding the straddle despite us kind of stopping and pit stopping here for 10, 20 minutes at a time. That just tells me that like there's enough juice to like price in higher. They are going to price this in, and if they price it in, it then becomes influential, right? Like it could become magnetic, and it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. We are going to go there. We are going to test it. You know, if we get over this spot right here at 74.70, there's every reason to think the next big test is 74.85. So something to consider. Like I said, I'm a little bit wary because in like 6 minutes, they're doing that 30-year bond auction, and sorry. My monitor's telling me it needs to do OLED protection. Sure you've covered this, I'm new. Is that histogram net SPX gamma levels? It is, Lemix, and it's actually pulling, I'm just feeding it data from a different service. So, yeah. Congrats, Cup of Joe. Yeah, giveaways are a good feeling. But yeah, I 100% expect some kind of like wackiness maybe right after that bond auction. I know the way that they do it is I think the auction starts at 12, but then like the results filter out from there, so you can see some kind of goofiness in between. So we'll see what we end up getting. But yeah, we are coming up to test that strike now here at 65.70. Let's see what we get. Trying to think, I'm trying to do the math here. So SPX is at 40. So 5 points from here is more like 72. Or 3 points from here. No, I think that's pretty close. 68. There we go. Trying to find the ARB number makes it a little more difficult. But yeah, I think there's every reason to think that if you're bullish, I would say that like a conservative target, you know, for like a max on the day from here would be this like 83, 85 area on ES. There's every reason to think that we can extend up there. But Lemix, yeah, VS3D is the service I use, and all of these gamma, market maker positioning services are pretty much doing the same thing. They're showing like the same information. I just found a way to pull it into TradingView to make it easier for me to look at. So there you go. I do think that is kind of the big, obvious, glaring target on the day now. And then anything that we get, if we're over like 74.50, so if we move like 10 points higher, we are now in what's called like negative charm territory, which is actually supportive for further moves up. So yeah, guys, I think as you see this now, as we move into this strike, if we get through it here at 74.45 on SPX, which is kind of what this correlates with, you're likely going to see like a pretty strong pop if we move through it, despite this green bar being there. Whenever you see this kind of like every other thing, it's not as clean as when you have like a bunch of them in a row, because you can move through those areas quickly. When you get into this kind of alternating stuff is where you might see a little less of the explosion, but it certainly doesn't hurt, right? So we will see what we get. But again, I think it's really obvious at this point, guys. It's just a momentum thing, right? Like, we are just so strong, and we're just adding a bunch of market makers supporting the move. Like I said, there's a real possibility that we hit like 7,500 today, because look at what's over that 85 strike. You've got like a ramp up to 7,500, 7,505, and it's being priced in right now. So obviously, without some kind of negative catalyst, I don't see any reason to think that like if you get to 85, you don't maybe have a lotto on for a little bit higher. So like if I was trading SPX right now, guys, I would have probably had like a really cheap call spread on. You could literally, like yesterday when I said, oh, I'd put like a lotto 74 or 73.90. Those finished in the money by a decent stretch, right? Like even $5. But at one point, those would have been worth, $2 or $3 grand a piece potentially, depending on what strike you took. So there's power in that. But again, I do think the risk right now is we're hitting this bond auction period. The 30-year is at like crazy highs right now. So I think with all the inflationary data that's come out, that is a risk. Yeah, Power Hour yesterday was like a big opportunity, and I'm pissed. If you guys were on my stream, you'll know I was tired and groggy and was like, I'm done for the day. I've hit my winners. I'm feeling good about myself. And missed the longs that I would have much rather taken. So really disappointed with that one for sure. And today is kind of the same thing. I took my stop. I had 2 nice winning trades on the day across my personal and on some fundeds. And even that TPT account I'm playing with, got that to the profit number for the eval there. So now I just need to kind of sit out the rest of the day. Maybe an SPX trade, but I feel like I'm good. What about on NQ? Unfortunately, Han, with NQ, there is no like really strong correlation between like NDX gamma and NQ. It's just not as liquid. Same thing with like QQQ and NQ. There's not as strong of a correlation there, just because of like one's an ETF, as opposed to like SPX being the index, which has like more options volume traded on it than almost anything else out there. So that's where I don't know that there is a strong correlation with NQ beyond just like watching the relative strength and where ES and SPX are from a structure standpoint. So like I said, my do or die low on, or spot to long from on the day was this kind of this 7,400-ish area. So like if you were trading NQ at that moment, you could have said like, well, does it hold here? Does it bounce? And then you're using that as confluence. Like I do that myself. So I don't know if you heard that earlier, but like I definitely do trade NQ off of what I see with this, especially if it's like a really strong feeling. I will do that. But yeah, this is looking like we are a tractor beam to 74, 85, 80 area here. So see if we get that next 15 points. If we get a little pullback first to kind of hold this 60, 55-ish area. But I think if we're testing up into this and we're holding it, there's every reason to think we can make that next leg up. And let's look and see what's the straddle at. Yeah, it's pricing it in, guys. That's going to be really magnetic. I mean, the craziest thing would be to like double that, and you're flirting with like 7,500 on ES here in short order. I don't want to call my shot, but I think it's a very strong potential to get up and over that into the death and maybe get stuck up there. Or at the very least, you flirt with it, right? And you just kind of grind up against this 74.85, which is kind of like a 74.60 on SPX. But this is also like the fun part of having this positioning data. Like I know there's been countless streams or pre-market streams I did or plans where I said like I think we can get to here and it's a new all-time high, and people are going, well, how can you possibly put that out there? This is how. You can see where people place their bets and how the market makers have to hedge those positions to like make that happen or not, right? So I think it's a really strong thing to leverage, and if you don't have the ability to use it, you're missing out on being able to make those trades or place those bets. So yeah, at this point, if you're shorting this, I actually feel bad for you. Why would you short this kind of price action? Unless you're doing some kind of crazy scalping. But if you are shorting this market, you are retarded. Intraday. I am actually short on a longer dated framework, but that's hedging. That's a different experience. I'm not betting on the market to go down. I'm saying if it does, I want protection while I trade it the other direction. But yeah, this is like a crazy, crazy thing to miss out on. Miss out on an additional 50 points. Just keep thinking about those fundeds and how massively up I would be across 5 accounts. I see the appeal for all of you copy traders out there. The hook has been set for me. Gordito, if you are still in here, tell me your gains and tell me them now. I hope you're still holding. There's your bond auction results. Doesn't matter. This market goes up. What is inflation? Who cares about inflation and rate hikes? Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't know that that's a great bond auction result, but the market's not worried about inflation right now, so. I guess the big thing is it's all about GDP now. There we go, Gordito. I knew it, man. Great hold. I know we talked about that this morning, what the potential was and where it had to go through. So if you want an advocate for someone who maybe doesn't use it themselves but will actually trade off of it still, Gordito is a great example. He'll ask me stuff. He's already got his own conviction, but as far as like how to hold a runner and where I should be targeting and things of that nature, like I do think there's value in it, but I'm not going to toot my own horn there. You guys get to decide if you tune in and if you take anything off of that or not. So crazy 30-year bond auctions over 5%, market keeps ripping. Yeah, Adam, I think there's some things to that. I don't want to make this like a macro stream because a lot of people don't know anything about anything and all that, but Yeah, let's give some shouts to Gordito in the chat. It's like back-to-back days catching bangers on SPX on very low risk. Let your runners run, and it will do wonders. Do we plunk it down for 7,500 today, guys? What do we think? What do we think? I think it's hard to argue with the potential. The fact we're actually pricing in that kind of a move is just wild to me, man. What a day. I mean, it was in the pre-market plan. If you covered this, you had the chance to get up there. That was the range on the day. Know the kinds of rooms you are walking into. Are they big rooms or little rooms? Is the door going to be locked? If it swings open, can you run through it into a nice big open space? That is how we do it. Meatwad, those are SPX options, brother. Got the 10x multiplier. Do I trade gold, Daria? I haven't dabbled with it, to be honest. I pretty much stick to what I know. The freedom for me in trading this way is that I don't have to look at anything else. There's opportunity for me every single day because I know where things are and how to define my risk for where they are. So I've like taken it off of my plate that I have to look at individual names. Do I sometimes? Sure. Like if there's opportunities, like I won't ignore things. But for me, my bread and butter is ES SPX. I don't have to fuck with anything else, and it's liberating. It's like I don't have to manage a watch list. I look at one thing and then I go from there, and away we go. So I will say there is something that's kind of fun for me that I've started to do based off of the positioning. Excuse me. Excuse me. And it's kind of like if I put a percentage to things, what I've started doing is like I've got my brain put into Claude, and like I've got a year and 8 months of this framework that I use documented there. So I've started kind of back testing it to see like regime and sequential negative positions between positive ones and all that kind of stuff. So I've had it start doing like percentage probabilities. And what I'll do there is basically just say like post-London close, pre-market, into the power hour, like what are the probabilities of we move from here to here. So I'm going to read to you the afternoon scenario probabilities I had measured out based off of the London close, specifically at 10:30 Central. 44% chop between 74.05 and 74.30 on SPX. Okay, that was the base case. We could range between that. So if I'm looking at that on my chart, 74.05, so right here, to 74.30, which is basically right here. Potential to range and chop between there. 44% chance. Squeeze through 74.25. Clear that short wall. The percentage chance of reaching 74.50 was 23%. So base case was either range between here into the supportive area or squeeze this to get to 74.50. So those two things alone were like a, what is that, a 60 or 70% chance between those two things, as opposed to going lower or finishing lower. So from a probability-based standpoint, looking at these ranges on the day and how this intraday positioning shaped up, it's really great to have that data to look back on and assign probabilities to things, because I know you guys have heard Jake say it too. Trading is a coin flip. It is a 50-50 chance that either does this or this. What we're trying to do is say what helps me weigh that coin a little bit one side versus the other. And I think that is the benefit of having this information at your fingertips. You can kind of give yourself a probability between the measure of volatility, the expectations of how market makers are going to have to either sell or buy at certain places, right? It's a game changer. Trading with data is the thing that like took me to the next level. So knowing like this Jake level here from the indicator for the rake trades level. What's the confluence there for me? How do I know what kind of a strong level reaction that would get? Well, now I know that market makers are buying with momentum through this whole range. But if they reject, where could I maybe come back to? There's no Jake level in this range, right? Until much lower. You have the opening print. How do I know that like this opening print or this range is going to be supportive to me? That makes me more comfortable going long, right? That data, that thing that exists, that is provable, that is coming from SIBO every minute, is something that I choose to leverage. So I'm not saying everybody has to, and you have to understand it, but like to act like this isn't influential in the market and knowing where billions of dollars are parked and how they should mechanically react at places is like, it's just a game changer. When I take options, do I signal them in the channel? Yeah, Freddie, generally speaking, I will say like, here's a good opportunity for a fly. Here's like where I would enter a spread potentially. This is like a good convexity. That is where I will do it, is in the Mitch channel in the Discord if you're in there. It's not every day, but I do when I'm personally looking at something or I find a really great like opportunity where the risk to reward is strong. Juicy J, what's up? Yeah, it's foreign to most people. I think that like most people that I think watch, without trying to offend anybody, is most of you guys are probably newer, or you are like only futures and you're just trading price action and levels, or you're using EMAs or whatever, or your ICT, whatever the case may be. So you're basically a price action trader. That approach is great, but if like you're trying to find like extra confluence or more edge, if you're somebody who asks like the question why, and you're not okay with the answer because, then this is something that might be for you. Whether you are trying to learn it on your own, if you are like trying to dip your toes in the water, these YouTube streams will be a great way for that to happen for you. But that is why we're here, right? You get a little something different from stream to stream. Find something that maybe fits with your style or how you handle your emotions personally, whatever your mental psychology makeup is, right? I would say that's probably the biggest thing that maybe you guys see or don't see consistently across these streams. I hope the biggest takeaway is that you understand that everything that we do here is kind of to try to support the trading community, and people are at different paths or forks in the road in their journey. You're either just starting and you're trying to figure out like how to approach trading in general. You're someone who's been around the block for a while, but you're struggling for consistency, or you are battling mental demons, or you're struggling to understand the price action or the trend or why certain things are happening. Whatever it is, I do think the biggest benefit for you guys being here is the fact that you have people that have started from similar situations and are now like at a place of consistency and success, relative success, and all of the hosts started under the big guy, under Jake, and started from the same place. Alan trades differently than I do. Ron probably trades, well, I can say everybody trades differently than I do because I'm the only one using this stuff, right? Out of the four of us. But, or five of us. But, you have a voice, you have someone with a different perspective than you, and that can be really beneficial. So I hope you guys are able to take advantage of it in some way. 0 date. Yep, 0 date. I look at the rest. I look at the structure. I look at the entirety of the options complex, but I focus my trading on 0 dates specifically. I don't really worry about anything else. But I do take longer dated hedges, and where I put my spreads and longer dated flies on is based around like OPEX positioning and things like that. What do I call this? Is it an indicator? GCJ, this is just a gamma. It's market maker positioning. Voltrandolo, the thing is you have to have the inputs for an indicator like this. You have to have the data from somewhere. And it's really easy to just vibe code it through Claude. That's all I did. I said, here's an image, replicate it. If I give you the inputs per strike, map it to TradingView and make sure that it correlates to ES. And then I basically just say, like, what's the ARB difference between ES and SPX price today? And then that's how it does it. Do I offer mentorships where I can learn this from you? How much is all of the system to maintain per month? Patrick, you sure can. If you go to my Instagram, you can find me there for like one-on-one type stuff. I don't really advertise it too much, but like we've had success with a few people there. But otherwise, I am in the Discord for the Rake Trades Discord, and I kind of give my pre-market plan there every day. I do intraday updates. Anything that I'm taking for trades, I will put there. And then obviously I'm on this stream in the middle of the day too. So it's up to you where you want to kind of put your time and attention. So you went long at the ES low. What did I see there? Okay, Polar Bear, I'm going to go over this for everybody on the stream again. If I need to do a better job about touching base with you guys here. These little bubbles, if you guys can see that on my screen, were kind of the ranges based on the pre-market positioning. And what I was looking for was like, what are the zones that we are likely to trade in, and what am I looking for in those areas? And what I would be looking for, if I can show you the pre-market, is that basically, like, I knew that if we were going to break through this 7,400 area and dealers were short below there, we should really, on that morning sell, we should have seen like some really, really strong volatility to probably like pull us under that strike. So I was willing to say, based on what I was watching, we weren't really ramping, given the fact that we sold off right at the open. There was also a little confluence of that was kind of the make or break spot yesterday where we ended up extending the range higher. And what I like to do is if we're in established bigger uptrends, I look for like the do or die spots between those ranges as really great risk to reward areas with really tight risk. So I pretty much put on a 10-point stop. I was long at 74.02 was my entry. And I was willing to put on a 10-point stop, knowing that if we went through this 7,400 area, we would likely like really flush. So I was fine taking the 10-point stab there. I could have waited a little longer. I could have gotten like the actual tick entry at 7,400 maybe, and just said I'm risking 5 points only. Could have done that. But the risk to reward there was, if we hold and you get any buying momentum at all, this big strike is going to send you to here really quickly, and it did. If you cover that and you get strong momentum into all this red, you are likely coming right back here, and then this is like your big do or die spot, right? And even from the post-London close right here, 10:30, we were kind of holding that, and then the positions changed, and I could see the positions were basically showing me, now I've got strong support in this whole region. I should be longing from here. My problem is I took a stop. I took a trail stop here, so I should have just let it go. I should have let the trend develop and continue further, and then I'm catching literally almost 100-point move. So like, I am salty about that. Is this part of order flow? Order flow is a different thing. Order flow is different. You could use them in tandem, but I don't think you need to. I think, guys, the easiest way to look at this is what are the probabilities? If I was coming in on the day and I said, I've got 3 ranges for myself to trade in. If I think it's trading into this range, what am I looking for? How am I defining my risk? If that doesn't happen, then what am I looking for the other range and the other range? That's how I do it. It's probabilities based on deterministic outcomes. If, then, unless. What do I think is more probable after yesterday's action, after all of these days of range in action? Do I find it more probable we sell off all the way? Or do I look for opportunities to buy dips based off of yesterday's action and then what I see in the profile today, right? I think it's more probable that if we don't fail to go lower here, then we can sell. But I am willing to put my risk on that doesn't happen, because I want to trade in this range for sure, because we've already been in it. And if we break out of that range, I'm looking for way up here into this range. Carlos, I used to use TradeZella and then I quit because I just didn't see a need for it because I started documenting everything I was doing in Claude. So, but I do track them in the sense of like the outcomes based on the profile and the ranges and things of that nature. But that's it. It is not Gex by open interest, Daniel. That is not something you should be using. It is based on CBOE data, updated every 1 minute from CBOE, and it is tagged who is holding it and where. That's my professional background. I am an IT guy. I'm an IT admin for a ticketing solution for an organization. AP profits. I just use Claude. Claude, if you have the data and you give it a really rigid framework from a data analysis standpoint, it's great. So it's just so easy. It's like, why not use it, and why pay TradeZella for something I can do myself that's specific to my system and the data that I put into it. Like the fact that I can actually use my same framework of probability measuring in Claude and just say, I'm going to query it and do this. Like, it's great. So yeah, I honestly, are you talking SPX, AXP? Because I do see that 7460 being like an actual conservative thing to target right now. You've got a 15-point straddle. There's every reason to think that if we cover 7450 on SPX, so pretty much where we are right now, that we are going to go touch 10 points higher, if not more. And if you get like a really, really strong bid up and over that, then you've actually got room to go to like 7,500 or 7,480 on SPX. So do I think we get there? Do I think we stall out a little bit and just range and chop in between this zone into the afternoon? Yeah, that's probably the higher probability. We've already hit my probability target. So like I said, it was like a 20-something% chance that we go to 7,450 from here. From the London close period, and we literally hit that. So where we go from here now is like extra, right? Like I would not be expecting way more, but I think it's really easy to say that like the drift up is there. So Junior Q, you can pay for it. There are services you can use. So yep. VS3D, options depth, spot gamma, quant data, quant options, Skylit AI, Periscope on unusual whales. They've all got some version of it. Yeah, we've outperformed the expected move on the day. So like the straddle now at this point still holding 15 points is wild, considering it was like 27 coming in on the day. So we have greatly outperformed the expected move. It's just the contract. Yeah, it's the dated contract being traded. Is that why it's grinding higher? I think it's grinding higher just on the basis of the positioning. But you do enter a period or a range where, you know, it becomes less probable for you to move higher. So like if I was looking at just purely gamma, where we are right now, gamma wise, is they're kind of holding or passively selling about 450 minis every 5 minutes. But the difference is everything below us, right, is now propping us up because all of those minis that they were short, they are going to buy back. So there is like the charm angle to this. But if we were going to sell back down, again, looking at the framework, if we can't hold where we are, the strongest balance on the day at this point is around like 44 or 45. So like right down here. So if we were going to sell down and we got some volatility and actually like some stronger selling pressure, market makers would then have to sell to assist that move back down to this spot. But I don't think we're just rolling over 20 points, you know. Even though the straddle's pricing that in, I think you're actually, without strong selling at this point, they're just passively buying. That's the charm angle, is they are passively buying to keep this up. So unless you are under a strike, you are not in danger of selling off. Daniel, get puts and calls out of your mind. If you are going to pay attention to this, you don't give a fuck what it is. You are literally just, are they net long or net short? If they are net short, they are buying and selling with the momentum. Like, unless you really want to get into the math of it, I don't actively think about calls or puts. Like if you want to know right now at the 74.60 strike, so up here at 74.85, they are technically, market makers are long 6,300 calls and they are short 520 puts. That shouldn't factor into you at all about what they're doing. You just know they are net long. So unless you are over that spot, they are selling futures against you. They are only buying them back into the close. If they are net short all of this stuff down here, they are buying futures passively as time goes on because of the nature that they are short that position. So as price moves above it and through it, the longer that holds true, they are passively buying futures to hedge that position into the close. So if you're not under this strike, what is it doing? Should we draw the arrows again? It wants to decay up. If you are not below it or into it, it wants to decay up. If you are not above this, it is decaying down. But it is also magnetic because all the futures they sold all day long, they are buying back. That's the idea of charm, right? So at this point, you have everything down below doing the same. All of this, why is this such a strong balance? Because everything below it is being hedged up to this point. That Christmas tree effect is real. The passage of time alone, guys, is saying that they have to buy futures every 5 minutes to hedge all of these positions down here that are no longer in the money to them, or their delta has shifted. If you want to get into the weeds on that whole thing, you can do it, Daniel, but you don't have to. It's really easy to just associate, are they short or are they long? Whether it's a call or a put, you don't care. If you do, you're doing it wrong, right? You're worrying about things you don't need to worry about, in my opinion. I have like taken that out. What are they net long or net short? If it's calls or puts, you should not care. You just know how they're hedging it and how many futures they're buying or selling. It's really the long and short of it. It does mean they are short or they are long. YouTube. Adam. That's how I learned. There's books you can read, but I'm a visual person as well, so finding these platforms and understanding the dynamics of what they represent is kind of what resonated with me the most. So that is what I choose to use. So yeah. All right, guys. Shoot, I'm coming up on the time. I totally spaced on that. All right, let's see here. I'm going to do the giveaway here. I believe we're doing a TPT account. So I will need your email. So I am going to get that going. We will start a timer here in just a minute. And then what I'm going to need from you guys is you're going to have to DM me your email on Instagram. So I will ping that here in a second. All right. So go ahead and hit enter, exclamation point enter in the chat. All right. We'll give that 5 minutes and we'll do that giveaway, and you need to DM me on Instagram. So I'm going to put that in the text on my chart. He's a bad gamma jamma. So I'm going to do it in the chat as well there so you can see it. Sorry. Not everyone has Insta, unfortunately. That's probably going to be the best way to contact me. If you don't have Instagram, we will figure it out when we get there. All right, guys, if you're just tuning in, you're tuning in at the right time. We're doing a little 50K giveaway from TPT. They do have a 50% off deal, and if you guys aren't looking forward to using TPT, that's fine. You can partner with any of the other prop firms using code RT or RAKE. I like, Tradeify has some great options. I've been dabbling with them just because you can buy 5 accounts at a time for a discount. So I'm trying to dabble with copy trading. So that was a nice thing for me. But right now, 50% off at TPT, where you can potentially get some really hefty daily payouts on those funded. So Jake has had great success with that this week. If you would like to try and join him in that endeavor, TPT is what we're giving away today, or use code RAKE for the 50% off. If you guys have questions on Gamma and the services that I have used or use currently, I currently use VS3D. They have a 7-day free trial you can use, but there are others that are a little more affordable. It is $300 a month. So if you're not profitable, that might be one thing that is a struggle for you. If not, they have options depth and a few others out there. But if you have targeted questions on that, just go ahead and hit me up on Instagram. I am happy to help you guys out and point you in the right direction, or at least give you my my thoughts on what the best way to go is there. All right, we'll see. How is our timer running here on the giveaway? All right, you have officially 2 minutes left to enter the giveaway for the 50K TPT account. And let's just look real quick here, guys. Like I said, I think I would be really surprised at this point if we aren't 15 points higher by the end of the day, or at least testing there before the end of the day. I would be kind of amazed at this point if that doesn't happen. Now, if we get some volatility, you get some nasty selling, some profit taking, where would I be looking for us to land? Probably back down towards that 40 area on ES, but I don't think you're going to get that big of a sell-off, and I think we're going to just be stuck up here with an outside shot at moving even higher. So that is kind of what we discussed as far as the afternoon plan goes for me. Again, there is my Insta. I'm going to put it in the chat as well. If we cover this, we go here. If we hold over this, we go there. If we don't, we're probably going here. So hopefully that gives you guys an afternoon plan. We'll see how that lines up with what Christian thinks with his ICT trading. But if you guys are here, I'm happy that you stuck around. I know I covered a lot of geeky gamma shit that you might not be familiar with, but I think it was a good hang. I think we got some good stuff out there. Looking forward to more of these streams. If you guys can, please like the stream, subscribe to the stream, use that thumbs up button, show us you care. And if not, you can join us in the premium Discord. You can see us there. I think Jake said that is ending today. I will shout that out really quickly once this giveaway is over. I am so far Juicy J. I'm doing this stuff on my own anyway, so if I can share it with people or share my journey, I'm happy to do that. So the giveaway is closed, guys. We're gonna pick a winner right now. Let me just see one thing. We've got Luke Wallet, day one guy in here, is the winner. Thank you so much for joining, Luke Wallet. I know you can DM me on Instagram. Let's go. You've been there from day one for my streams, even bright and early in the morning, man. I appreciate you so much for sticking around with the new time slot, for showing up at 5 a.m. on those brutal pre-market streams. I am happy to be midday now, and I'm happy to have you guys here with me. I am just going to shout out, if you guys want access to what I do, what Jake does in the Discord, if you want the rake levels indicator, you want the mastermind program I started with, Please join us in the Discord Premium if you want. If not, no big deal. We're here on stream free every single day. My Discord channel does have my pre-market plans in there. I know Jake is kind of our New York session pre-market guy, but if you want the gamma read, that's where you're going to find it from me anyway. And that's where I live. So if you want that, that is where you can find it. We will post a link to it. I don't know that this bot always works, guys, which is kind of wild. So let me get you that link. I'm not sure why that's not working. If you use code STREAM today, I believe that is going to get you the 50% off before that goes away. I think Jake said that's actually going to end today potentially. So, and then Luke, just make sure you hit me up on Instagram and we'll get you that code, because I think I'm going to need your email address so that we can get you registered with TPT so that you can actually use that code. But guys, I'm about to dip here. I appreciate you guys so much for sticking around. Make sure you hang out here for a few more minutes. We'll get Christian Lamelli, the Power Hour GOAT, ready to stream for you guys and see what you get into the afternoon. So if you're going off of my plan, it's a potential grind up to that 7460 SPX kind of 85 area on ES with the outside shot at moving higher. But if it is something you're interested in doing, trying to short, God bless you. Maybe you can look for a reversion back down towards like 55 to 45 territory, but I'm not betting on that. If I was a betting man, I think we grind and chop and maybe move higher. But stick around for Christian. Stay tuned for me tomorrow if you want more of this action. Otherwise, you got Ron G tonight, you got Alan overnight, and then you got Jake in the morning. So we'll see you tomorrow afternoon. All right. Take it easy, guys.
What is up, chat? What's up? What's up? Let me see. Window. Waiting. See, why is my charts not popping up? One second here. How's everyone doing here, chat? Give me a minute to set this up on. One second here. Create a new window. This one. Perfect, chat. Let's see. And now that we're on here, let me set the other one up. Edge. How's everyone doing? How's the audio, chat? Everything good? If this man isn't charting on the beach, I don't want to see it. What up, Adam? Saw that viral video posted. Good shit, man. Yeah, my guy, fuck yeah. It did pretty well. It did my best video yet, which was amazing. It gained I gained a lot of followers. Welcome back. Victoria, thank you, appreciate it. Right guy. You got, oh, that's right. You went on a cruise. How was it? Everything good? You weren't stuck on that one cruise, right? Bro, yes, sir. Finally back to the setup, and it feels amazing. Honestly, I love it. Nothing like trading from your own setup, multiple monitors, and yeah, a little laptop. It's cool, but it's definitely not, in my opinion, sustainable. Chat, Jake. Next time, some background music on trend. Yeah. Oh fuck yeah, I probably should have done that. I can add it on my end as well if you want me to. Yo, LOL Master, what up, what up? Let's fucking go. How did you go? AM session crushed it. I played longs. I'll go over the trade I took this morning, but caught a nice 2R trade into premium of the range, which I can break down here for you guys. Going into the session, not interested in much just yet, given we did take out external of the range, which is all-time highs. So the move for me, in my opinion, was an A+ setup, which I managed to catch a small piece of that pie in the morning. I'll walk you guys through what I took in the morning, but yeah, for now, simply just waiting. Letting people trickle in here. Cheers from CR, dude. You live in, what is that, Costa Rica? Yes, Sirski, we back, Luke. No, everybody kept talking about that when I got back. I had no idea about any of that. The cruise was sick. PRDR and Bahamas. Fuck yeah. How long do you stay and explore those different areas? All-time high, baby. No pun intended, and the cruise being sick. No, that's good. Fuck yeah. That's one thing I've yet to do, which is I hear mixed reviews. Like people love it, people hate it. People say they get school lunch meals, and then other people say it's an amazing time. So, bro, we missed you. My guy, appreciate you. Yeah, I missed, honestly, like I keep saying over and over again, nothing like trading from home. I haven't traded AM session, so catching a nice banger this morning for AM was, I'm back, and I'm ready to fucking keep crushing it and keep going, man. Costa Rica. You only stay for the day? Ah, that's a bummer. But I mean, I guess that keeps things interesting. MSC world around the food is pretty decent. Okay. That's the one you did, right, guy? Well, Melly is back. Fuck yeah. It depends on the cruise line. I see. TPT is 50% off. Yeah, chat, TPT is 50% off. We do have a TPT account giveaway here today. which will run towards the middle of stream. I was trying to create a banner here for it before we started, but didn't really quite make. Yeah, I have to. I'll do it right now, but yeah, TPT is 50% off. We do have a TPT account giveaway here shortly. But yeah, chat. Yeah, I mean, we'll go hop straight into it. Let's see, making sure everything good on my end over here. Yeah, like I said, I like to trade from external range to internal range, right? And this morning was a perfect picture 8+ setup. If we replay into the morning, going into the morning, we had a lot of different confluences going towards price heading higher, right? For me, the draw was, of course, all-time highs again, but the low-hanging fruit, like I always keep preaching over and over again in every stream, is take the low-hanging fruit, premium of the range, which was this hourly fair value gap tap. So this, for me, was the low-hanging fruit, which also happened to be a 15-minute swing high. 15-minute swing high. And we created divergence here at the lows. Why was this an area of interest is exactly what I'll get into. Let's turn this on, the new week opening gap. No, let's change it to new day opening gap. Okay. New day opening gap. We had a 4-hour fair value gap. 4-hour fair value gaps that we were kind of coming back to retest. We have an order block, which is the last down candle that we tested. And if we take the fib, right, we take the fib, premium, and discount, we were in discount of the range, right? We tapped into discount, which is below 50%. The hourly, we had Asia or overnight lows, which I call Asia lows. And we created divergence here with ES. ES took out the lows while while NQ didn't. So I'm just packing up confluences that could yield to me saying, okay, I could see price trading higher, minimum to premium of the range, right? I don't care about catching the whole move, which today, it's a bummer. It played out. I had I have a cousin who I'm walking through trading, and we took this trade, and he texted me on the phone. He was like, did you hold runners? And I was like, no, unfortunately, no. So it's a bummer because I take low-hanging fruits, but sometimes I do wish I held for my full-on conviction, which it is what it is, but I'm never mad about it, right? I planned a trade and I traded the plan. So yeah, back to confluences. We had a new day opening gap, which is this blue rectangle. 1 second, let me drink some water. And the last down candle on the hourly, right, which is the order block. Adding to my conviction. So the 15-minute, we were essentially creating lower lows and lower highs. And this is kind of where I go back to how Jake trades, right? He trades candle, or I wouldn't say he trades like this, but what he advised me to read, or everyone to read really, was reading price bar by bar. And this is where I look at bar by bar analysis and look to see how each bar closes, right? If you were to tell me, ES, what do you think the next candle would do after that closure, after tapping into an area of interest? I would say higher, of course, right? So on top of adding my ICT confluences, which are fair value gaps, order blocks, failure swings to the down or upside, and new day, new week opening gaps, which is this line or this rectangle here on the blue. I then tap into smaller time frames, right? What was the 5-minute doing in this time? We got essentially a change in state once we closed above it, retraced. So in this, what's happening here is, I'll draw it for you. Lower low, lower high, lower low. Oops, actually, let me delete that. It looks better on the 1 minute, so I'll draw it here, and then on the 1 minute, it'll make sense. Lower low. Then that 5-minute got this, this, right? So on the 5-minute, this is exactly what was happening if we move it over to the left. Now, we got a change in state on the 5-minute. We retraced back into the new day opening gap, right? And on the 1 minute, it was a retracement back into OTE of the range, which if we take the swing low to swing high, OTE being the 0.62 to 0.79 of the fib. So at this point, I'm like, okay, price, I'm bullish, but I want to wait and not front run the trade and just jump into a trade just because I think the overall bias is bullish, right? I want the lower time frames to confirm. So for me, what confirmed that was inverting this 1 minute after the 5-minute. 1 minute invert here, And it was also a 1 minute change in state. So once that 1 minute closed above, took a trade here, long, stop at the swing low, targeting premium of the range, the easy low hanging fruit. And it's essentially a potential higher low. And the reason why I was okay taking it that early, I guess you could say while NQ was delivering essentially bearish action, was because of how the candle closures, essentially. The candle closures in the area of interest after higher time frame already took out where I thought price would reverse on ES. So in this case, we have, what do we have above us? We have, let me delete this. We have the charts. We have a fair value gap up here that we could trade back up to after 15-minute, basically 30 minutes consolidation and showing that price does not want to go lower. This is where I do look at price, individual bar by bar analysis. ES was a stronger asset, which was good, added to my conviction. And what's it called? Yeah, played out. Tapped into a fair value gap here. Could have added if you wanted to. I didn't. I just took everything out here. And then even if we play on forward, price action was amazing today. Delivered pretty smoothly if we zoom out on the 15-minute. After taking out premium of the range, we tapped into, what was that? A 15-minute change in state. 15-minute change in state. And a 50-minute fair value gap. Right, this is just me looking at how price delivered once I hop back on for PM. But amazing, beautiful delivery. And we took out the swing highs now, or all-time highs. So after all-time highs or swing highs and lows get taken, after price delivers amazing like that, we do one of two things. We either expand higher, build price, or retrace back into the range into a equilibrium or a PD array, right? PD arrays being hourly fair value gaps, 4-hour fair value gaps, 4-hour order blocks. In this case, what I drew on before coming into stream was a 4-hour order block that we had here, right? Just stacking on confluences. At this point, I don't want to be longing anything because it now just becomes lower probability. We don't have any clear targets to trade off of. Whereas in the morning, from here to there, we have clean targets to trade into, right? So we have room. Price has room to trade up into it. And again, I'm not catching the 344 points here. What I am looking to catch is a small piece of the move, maybe half of that, whatever. And I don't even think I caught 100 points, did I? Or it was about 100 points. But moral of the story is price. You look at price sometimes, right? And you look at how much it's moved. And you're like, man, this was a clean, easy, long setup. Where in reality, this is all I caught. Something like this. Something like that in this whole piece of the move, essentially, right? So let's go back to regular. Prices delivering higher. We did tap into that hourly fair value gap and trade higher, which right when stream started, essentially at 11 a.m. So yeah, we're just patient for now. I'm not really interested in anything unless we trade back into the range or we displace higher, consolidate, and then I don't really, honestly, truthfully, chat, I don't like trading all-time highs like this. I hate it. I noticed that last week I forced myself to take trades like this where we were trading at all-time highs after AM delivered beautifully. And it's just not high-quality trades in my opinion because we have so much room, yet it's undiscovered. We don't know if we're going to trade 20 points, 15 points on NQ or we're going to trade 100 points on NQ, or at least the way I trade, right? I trade from internal to external, which means price potential higher lows. So I look for potential higher lows to target essentially highs, or in this case, it was all-time highs, which aligned with high. So this is how I like to trade on the higher time frames. Now, us being here, I'm not really, I wouldn't consider anything high quality. Again, if I wasn't streaming now, I would probably not even show up for PM session. I'm here to try to read price with you guys and see if there's anything that potentially lines up that is maybe B setup type. Yeah, again, the reason I hope you guys understand why it's not high probability because it aligning, assuming this was how the morning was looking on the 4-hour and 1 hour, this has room for all-time highs. We have this price discovery, meaning that old resistance is sitting up above us where we can go and then target. For me, how I trade, literally just pure price action, we don't have any of that. So we need price to develop. And for price to develop on the hourly, the 4 hour, by then market would already have been closed. So yeah, that's kind of like a way I distinguish high quality versus low quality setups in how I trade. Melly is back. Fuck yeah, Jake. Welcome back, my guy. Appreciate you guys. I'm fucking pumped to be back and just, yeah, I don't know, going back into routine. Like me, just going to the gym, I hit like a 30-minute workout. It wasn't crazy. I came home, showered, picked up some coffee like always, and yeah, had food. Yeah, I'm a creature of habit. I love my routine. I love my setup. I love what I do, and just being here. Yeah, I'm fucking pumped. My boy's back. OB, what up? What up? Juicy J, thank you, dude. I need to buy the bar by bar somehow, but it's unavailable in my country. Huh? What country do you live at, Cole? Said shut up and buy Power Hour. I agree. Trading the highs have no point of reference of when I will reverse. Yeah, exactly. At least with how I trade from internal range to external, it's and like I said last week, I forced that onto myself. I forced trying to trade on my accounts, basically where we are now, which not the end of the world, but yeah, it's just not high quality in my opinion. Target acquired, lol. Yeah. Wow, the market won't stop. Yeah, this market's fucking crazy, honestly. I get to thinking sometimes, like, I really underperformed in this bull run, honestly. Truthfully, I performed well, like I'm green, obviously, but I underperformed with how the market condition has been essentially performing. And now we're getting to a point where I'm even nervous to, or it wasn't even then, it was like last week where I'm like, all right, this has to, I need to be a little bit more cautious, more reserved. If I wasn't pressing on it here, why would I press on it here? But then I'm still trading, I'm still scalping. But yeah, this type of runs don't come often. And when they do, I believe that traders should press on it, right? And yeah, I mean, I'm not taking my own advice, right? I didn't really capitalize on this. Was an amazing market that we're having, but yeah, it's literally nonstop, right? Don't short until you're long until you're wrong, essentially. But yeah, this market's crazy. How much do you look at charts when you're not streaming? Yeah, if I'm not streaming, I'm only literally trading AM session. That's where I try to, I'm focusing on scaling is my AM session. So to answer your question, I live in or let's put it in Eastern time. So in Eastern time, I would wake up at around 8:30ish Eastern time. I'll hop on the charts at around 9 Eastern. So from 9 to 11:30 is when I would watch charts. And then truthfully, like around 12, but since I'm splitting my day between two sessions now, I'll trade AM and take a break, hit the gym, and then hit PM. So I cut my morning session a little short. So yeah, my time is 6:30 to 8:30. So total screen time from like market prep to end of day is 2.5 hours if I wasn't streaming. On top of that, add another, say, 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the day of review. So all in all, 3 to 4 hours of quote unquote work every single day that I would do if I wasn't streaming. Now add on streaming to that, I'm doing another, say, 2 hours. So 6 hours of screen time a day for me that I'm getting, which is, I would argue that it's beneficial for my overall chart reading skill. The more time I put in, I guess. But it is more draining. So I'm trying to yeah, or I guess I did. I figured out that I need a midday workout. So yeah, easing, kind of playing with my strengths and weaknesses. My weakness was that I would stay too long. So I'm the boss of my trading system. So as soon as 8:30 hits for me, which is 11:30 Eastern, yeah, 11:30 Eastern, I'm off to the gym. Take a break, mentally reset, come back. Romania, Hungary. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Fuck yeah, that's trash. I heard that there's a PDF online. I might be wrong. I'll look into it and get back to you, Cole. But I'm tired of trading all time high for a third week in a row. No, it's all time highs is cool. But when you have room to all time highs and you have certain PD arrays that you're trading off of, like a trade, kind of how I took around here was amazing. Rebalance it to here was amazing, which at this point I was getting ready to go gym. Yeah, I wasn't in front of my screens. And now we're at all-time highs, which again, we tapped into that hourly fair value gap and are now displacing higher. So for now, yeah, I'm not really, we'll see how the 15-minute gap holds here or closes, but that could be a potential setup that we can trade into a small scalp into high of day. But again, by no means is this A+ setup. A+ for me was kind of what I took in the morning. And yeah, what I took in the morning, which I kind of broke down for you guys. This now lowers in probability for me, turns more into a B or C type of setup, which in turn will reflect in my overall size and positioning, right? I'm not going to take the same size I took in the morning because of where we are. How does 30K in Q end of day? I wouldn't doubt it, honestly. Fucking NQ, chat. NQ is on a fucking run, and the bad thing about this is like traders are gonna look at this, and when markets go range or go flat, price is gonna flatten out in the next. I don't know if it's gonna be in the next week, the next month, but price is going to go through a consolidative period where, I mean, fuck, man, I hate to stress this, and look at the weekly. Just pop up the weekly on NQ, chat. Just pop up the weekly with me if you have charts in front of you. If this was a 5-minute chart and you were looking to get in longs, would you long this now? And if the answer is no, then what's to come? What comes after this? It's either some sort of pullback, right? Or just some sort of consolidation to then push higher. So during those consolidated periods or in the weekly chart, a lot of traders are going to get chopped up. And that's where experienced traders, how do I word this? That's how experienced traders thrive, is understanding that a box range like this would more than likely come. I'm not saying it is going to happen, but I'm anticipating that if that does happen, I'm aware that the hourly chart, the 15-minute chart, the 4-hour chart, the 5-minute chart are going to be less directional how we have been. So if we just pop on the 5-minute, we're going to have less of this clean directional higher highs and higher lows. This is like beginner. If we pop up an EMA, I don't use EMAs, but I'm pretty sure we've been retesting the EMA just to trade higher. So traders look at this and say, okay, this is fucking easy. All we got to do is buy the EMA to trade higher. And sure, it works in trending conditions, but again, when markets range, it becomes harder to apply patience and apply discipline and apply market read, right? Because market is just going to be up and down, up and down, up and down. Insane. Okay. How does one make the most out of trader meetups? Literally attend them all. And of course, so you guys are there to see other traders. And although I think that's where the benefit comes in. It's like meeting. I still talk to a handful of people that I've met that I would say because I personally know traders that around me that have gotten into trading, but the ones I communicate with the most are those who I meet in trader meetups, right? So I would say try to get as many Instagrams as you can. Whoever's a loner in a group, go introduce yourself. Say, hey, you guys will come to realize that these traders are everyone goes through the same journey as a trader. So if you haven't already been to these meetups, if you're struggling, if you're in a break-even phase, if you're in a consistently losing phase, if you're in this gambling degen mode phase, we're all in different phases, but I guarantee you that you'll walk out of there feeling inspired, feeling motivated, feeling at least enough gas to press it on for the next year. And that's for me, I think that's the benefit, is just talking to as many people as you can. I'm an introvert at nature, and I don't really drink. I don't really go to bars, but for these events like this, I make sure I attend and I force myself to be an extrovert, right? And over time, I've kind of learned to be a mixture of both, right? But what I'm getting at is I've met a lot of introverts in these events, and I think just being there, you'll feel comfortable knowing that you're literally talking to someone who's gonna understand you, right? And yeah, I mean, Jake will be there. You get to ask him a question, right? And that alone will give you some fire in the tank. But yeah, I would say go with no expectations, but just simply to meet people, get their contact information, and learn from traders. Like for the New York one, I remember I was contemplating buying a house, buying a Section 8 house in, I don't know, I forgot what, in Ohio or fucking, I forgot what it was, but I was contemplating buying a, is essentially a course or service. But after that event, after speaking to Jake about it, and after talking to one other individual, I forgot his name, I realized that that's not the move for me currently in life. So a big decision, good or bad, I don't know, but I made a executive decision to not go through with it, and instead go all in on content, and go all in on, or not all in, but start creating essentially a long-term portfolio instead. So I guess I'm just sharing with you guys my experience and what I took from these events. But yeah, to answer your question, who was it? OB. I think you'll make the most out of it simply just by showing up. And I'm excited for these meetups. I'll be for sure at the LA meetup, the Bay Area one, and I'm gonna try to make the New York one. I'm gonna try to make as many as I can, just because I love it. I love what Jake is doing with these events, but for sure I'll be at 3, and that's the LA, the Bay Area, and more than likely the New York one, like I said. My rock, bro. Yeah, if you're anything long term, you're waking up every day with amazing gains. O'Malley, welcome back. Robert, my guy, smash that like button. Hell yeah, chat. Let's get these likes up and run it up. We do have a 50K account giveaway, a TPT account, which we'll run later in stream. That'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I got you. Cool. I got you. I remember your name too, so I got you, brother. Let's see. You said 7,500 might pop. Yes. Physical, psychological round number. I see that's happening honestly too, especially with this speed and displacement towards the end of the day. For now, just sitting cash, not really looking at anything here. I guess we just traded into the hourly fair value gap. So, man, it's hard as a trader, and now I guess doing this, it's hard because I'm forcing myself to look at something and take something when I really don't love it, right? So what I'm learning to do is categorize each setups as A, B, C setups, and risk accordingly. That way it doesn't I guess affect me. Whereas before I would just simply wait for A+ setups and take those A+ setups. Wild, no, at this point probably. It's so strong. Yeah, this shit is moving so fucking strong that yeah. That's let's see. Yeah, exactly. That's what COVID trading was like. Just buy the dips. Yeah, I remember vividly. But again, what was that? It was even going into 2022. 2021, 2022, markets were fucking easy in hindsight, right? During that time, I had great months. I had horrible months, but I was still in that learning curve. So I wasn't really able to capitalize how I should have. What I did capitalize on last year was April. The April run, I believe it was when Trump was getting elected. I forgot, but I just know we had a pullback. Again, I made a video on my Instagram and TikTok, and I banked on that, which was nice. It was a nice run. My boy, hey Lomelli, welcome back. Dottie, appreciate you. I'm fucking pumped. I'm pumped to be back, man. A shoulder to cry on. When is this happening? Oh my god. When is what happening? Oh, the New York meetup? I'm not sure. Jake is the one who's gonna announce that, but I know it's gonna be sometime this summer. I'm guessing, if I were to guess, July, August. Last year was in August, so that's all I really know. I haven't spoke to him about it. At this point, like, what do you even trade? Where will trade here? Yeah, I mean, yeah, bro, it's JTP. I'm with you. Like, yeah, morning session was amazing, crushed it. Even the continuation, but at this point, taking a rebalance into that small little 15-minute fair value gap is literally all I pretty much took last week on PM session. I didn't trade AM session last week because I was on vacation. But yeah, setups like that I don't love. I'm not the biggest fan of, which again, I'll size according to the setup type, but it's not really high quality. Why is it not high quality? Because the higher time frames are not really, there's nothing I can trade off the higher time frame. Here on the higher time frame, right? We got a failure to go lower with divergence. Divergence here with ES. So on the higher time frame, we're at an area of interest in high confluences. There's a bunch of confluences telling me, okay, this is an area where price could reverse, as I explained earlier in stream. So at this point, this is essentially, if we look at it this way, a potential higher low on an hourly. So if you lock in on the smaller time frames, I can then take a trade on the 15, 5-minute, and 1-minute, right? A trade to go in higher and literally just catch a small piece, literally the small move, which is exactly what I did. And at this point, it's like the hourly we can take a trade off a 15-minute fair value gap, sure. But then that can fail and literally just to pull back to create another potential higher low to then trade higher. At that point, I'd be more interested in taking that, which for that to happen again, chat, it would be rolling into Asia session, tomorrow's AM, PM, so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this action, although it more than likely will continue trading higher. I'm not shorting this, right? But yeah, not a fan of this action. YC date. Yeah, I'm not sure. But if I were to guess, July, August. I know you already know how to trade. What made you want to do content as an introvert? Honestly, the opportunity. I've done content since I was in high school. So 10 years ago, I've done YouTube. I've tried posting gym clips or gym videos. I've tried posting everything, and I would go through waves, and it wasn't until August of last year, literally after the NYC meetup, that I consistently posted almost every single day on Instagram Reels, and just more with the idea that there's an opportunity here that if you do have a social some sort of a social presence online, it could potentially yield exponential results, right? Exponential outputs, if you want to call it. So for me, I'm well aware that it's an opportunity that I can capitalize on. And also, I mean, shit, which brought this opportunity was something I capitalized on because it was given, and it wouldn't have happened had I not been on social media, right? Had I not been on social media, yeah. So there's an ample of opportunities that present themselves, in my opinion, while having or trying to grow social presence, which I really advise everyone should, at least if you've been thinking about it, do it. Post everything. Post everything that you're into, because that is your personal brand. However weird you are or you think you are, that's what makes you unique, and that's what makes you who you are, and that's what people are kind of into. Lomelli, my guy, you back? How's vacation? Vacation was amazing, brother. It was good. I'm contemplating doing more long-term stays in different places. So I'm contemplating going back to, I got a quote at Tamarindo, which I'm contemplating doing like an extended stay, like maybe 2 months, 2.5 months, maybe. I'm not too sure. Contemplating doing that, or contemplating doing somewhere like Bali, somewhere where there's a lot of remote workers. Because I met a handful of people that were working remotely, and yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. But vacation was amazing. But it would have been that much better had I had this whole setup with me. So next time, whenever I do this extended stay somewhere, I'll make sure I have everything. That way, I'm working, and then afternoons hit the beach or wherever I'm at. Do what I love, is just exploring. Range getting tighter, about to pop in some direction. What trade are you, Ninja? Trade are you? Guessing you're asking if I'm in a trade. No, I don't really classify this as high quality trades. I think this is low quality setups that could potentially play out if you trade small little pullbacks or micro scalp this. But for me, truthfully, Chad, and I hope you guys are okay with this, I'm not really. I'd rather you guys save your capital, come into tomorrow, and just fucking chat it out with me here, rather than take something low quality that isn't really gonna serve you in the long run. If there's something, I guess I'll mention it. But again, the only thing really here is that 15-minute fair value gap. That could play out, but if I do take it, I'll size accordingly to where it's a small fraction of what I would risk. Say I would take it with maybe say 3 contracts on NQ, I would take it with 1. So like a third, less than half for sure. Trade you are, Raga. Raga, I feel like I got to know your personality, brother. So it's funny. Are you trade? What up, Methodic? Methodic, my boy. We caught a similar trade. I know we did. So when I saw you post that on your story, I was like, yep, I know we did. It's interesting because I have to wait to see if ES will trade go, but I have to. Yeah, exactly, Jake. Yeah, I'm with you, brother. I'm honestly on the same page. If you were to tell me price is gonna end up at, like you said, 7,500, I'd be like, yeah, I bet. Like, I'm pretty sure it will, but I don't want to put on risk because I again, although I do classify it as a lower quality setup, I mean, shit. I mean, look at how we've been delivering, right? But with how I trade is very internal and external driven, and it's very driven on higher time frame, and that for me is 4 hour, 1 hour, right? Like I keep preaching, like the trade I took in AM was from internal to external, and I didn't even capitalize on the whole external. I capitalized on a small piece of the pie, which was less than 100 points, I believe we talked about. So yeah, from here on, the hourly I trade. Yeah, given I trade on the hourly and 4 hour mainly, this is literally, if this was the 1 minute here, like, would you guys be getting in here on the 1 minute? If say this is the hourly, right? This is the hourly. If this was the 1 minute, you'd be waiting for some sort of pullback. So looking at that in how the nature of price, right? It's fractal. If this was the 1 minute, you would essentially not be getting in long at this swing high, right? You would be waiting for a pullback. So I think that's a good way of putting it. If this was the 1 minute. So if this was the 1 minute, again, chat, like you can take a long here and price could maybe go higher, but the better high quality A plus setup would be a pullback to then continue. And that's kind of why I would classify this as a lower quality setup for those reasons. Agreed, bro. I took an ES long and had to sweat through the chop before finally getting that last leg up. ES longs. I mean, shit, if you took them earlier, though, you probably printed, which is good. Also, also, Lamelli, I won a free account from Jake when he streamed in place of you on Monday. So I kind of feel like I also won from you. Fuck yeah, Adam. Hell yeah. I'm glad you won. Glad you won, brother. You've been on here consistently, and yeah, it's nice to see when people that are consistent on chat win. It kind of brings me joy. So fuck yeah. Congrats, Adam. How do you feel about the Lucid Pro accounts? The 5-day rule on Flex beginning me because I got to work. What 5-day rule? The 5-day rule till payout? I don't think it's that bad. Off flow. Gotta have some fun, chat. We trade the same setup. It looks like, yeah, fuck yeah, methodic. Come test 471 NQ and can go long. 471. Said 471. Why is 471 that area? Is it? Yeah, but somewhere around that range, I can see that. But yeah, I mean, look, I mean, we're delivering from that 15-minute fair value gap, so I wouldn't be surprised if we trade back to external. But again, the reason why I'm not taking it with full-on size is because of where we are on the hourly, which I keep preaching over and over again. But again, this is displaced to the upside. We're pulling back, and we have a 15-minute fair value gap, 5-minute fair value gap. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we let the 1 minute develop and go from there. I'll read price with you guys, but again, I'm not putting on risk in this market condition, which again is bullish, but I hope you guys understand why. I've talked about it 2-3 times already. I caught the bottom overnight. How close so damn early, bro. Bro, that happened to me last week. I forgot what day it was exactly. I was at the beach, and it was when the daily tapped into the fair value gap during Asia session, and we just exploded high. I think it was like Wednesday. It was, but yeah, let me see, what day was it? It was this day on Friday. So Thursday afternoon when we tapped this, I got in literally here on the daily chart just to get tapped for break even. My game plan for this day was just hold into the swing high, which I was sized accordingly, and it was a great R trade multiple. But like bar, it wasn't at that low. Let me know exactly. It was at 50. It was a 5-minute breaker inside an hourly fair value gap. So it was here. I got in here during Asia. It was nighttime before dinner, just to get stopped out for break even, and then I opened it up in the morning just to see that fucking run. But yeah, it's happened, and it sucks. But I mean, it is what it is. So long you manage your trade accordingly, that's what matters. But it does fucking suck, honestly. Logging back up, or for me at least, waking up and being like, fuck, like had I just had my original stop and not moved to break even, would have been paid. O'Malley, what up? What's up, CJ? Hope you have, yeah, brother, it was fucking amazing. Yeah, I don't think you guys captured on camera, but I look orange. Like I'm already dark as it is, and I look orange, and I don't know. I definitely got fucking darker. Would this 5-minute FEG essentially also be a 15-minute FEG also be a 5-minute? Yes, so it is. So if we go on the 15-minute, this is a 15-minute FEG. 5-minute, we have a 5-minute FEG here, which is slightly higher. Yeah, same thing. Same thing, and we're tapping into it. And even if we go on the 1 minute, it's also like a 1-minute FEG. So if we go just slightly on this one, 1-minute FEG. So every price is fractal again. What happens in the 15-minute will happen on the 5, and then the 1. Pulling back here on the 30, 15-minute FEG. Slightly above EQ, given, yeah, slightly above equilibrium. Yeah, let's see how we do here, but it's a rake level. ATP. Oh, it's a rake level. Got you. Let me see. 1 hour. Let's see. Oh, fuck yeah. 471. 471. Fuck yeah. It's funny. You know what's funny, chat? Like, that lines up with OTE of the range, 5-minute order block, 15-minute order block, 30-minute order block, probably, yeah. So if it does come back down to retest it, that's it aligns with everything else that I look for essentially as well. So it's funny, like price is the same essentially. It's just how you look at it. Thank you, bro. Been learning so much from you and other hosts. It's been great. Adam, fuck yeah. That's what this is for. And I'm pumped for the future of this, honestly. Genuinely pumped. Welcome back, my guy. Armin, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited to be back, honestly. Truthfully, I'd be laying on the beach and I'd be thinking, fuck, I want to get back just to fucking go full on grind mode. And yeah, I'm fucking pumped. Like after this, I'm wearing jeans, a shirt. I'll literally put on my shoes, go to Starbucks, do some work, and got to figure out a couple of things for I'm planning out some things for myself in the future, or by future I mean the next couple of months, and gonna work on that. Then I got a haircut appointment, and then go from there. Probably go get dinner after. But yeah, I have not been locked in on the diet, so I weighed myself today. I was 217, which is fucking crazy. Before the trip, I was like 207. So gained 10 pounds on this trip. Thoughts on does news influence the market, or does the market move independent off of news? So yeah, the news definitely. That's a good question, actually, Juicy J. Let me repeat that for a clip. So thoughts on does news influence the market, or does the market move independently of news? So I would battle with that in the beginning. Like, do I look at news? Do I not? And what I kind of came to realize is like, sure, I'll take note of what is happening, like whether it's CPI coming out, whether it's FOMC day, whether Trump is speaking, right? I'll take note of these things, but I never determine my bias on the news, because by the time, sure, say Trump says something positive and the market, I'm so set on like, okay, market's going to go up, market's going to trade higher, and it dumps for whatever reason. The price is telling me that market wants to go lower. Now I look at technical analysis, I look at price, I look at how I read charts, and to determine, okay, are we retracing back into an area of interest, or are we actually selling off, right? So I look at what news are coming out, but I don't necessarily make my trade thesis dependent on news, right? I make sure I strictly price action, honestly, strictly price action, because at the end of the day, price doesn't lie. What we're forming here are higher highs and higher lows. So I don't give a shit if fucking Trump says something negative, or a news release comes out negative. If we're holding bullish structure, why would I short this? Because of news, right? So that's kind of the thought process that I have going into news. But I know everyone's different. Everyone really weighs heavily on certain market, certain market events are weighed heavily on people's decision making. And for me, I don't really care, honestly. I take note of what's happening. Like, I'll see, okay, next week is FOMC, which is not. I'm just kind of painting a picture of how I look at it. It's like, okay, the following week is NFP, and it's like, okay, potentially this week could be slower. We have earnings 3 weeks from now. That week could be really high volatility. So I look at news that way, but I don't necessarily, and I think that's the right way to look at it, like anticipating what could happen, informing a trade thesis for the week around that, essentially. Today was my first red day. It felt FOMO, but once I took profit, I didn't try and re-enter. Once I took profit. So it was your first red day? You felt FOMO? First day. Oh, wait, I'm tripping. You said today was your first day. I felt FOMO once I took profit. I didn't try to re-enter. Yeah, that's what matters. You know, like I said, I caught a small piece of the pie. I don't give a shit if we fucking move another 1,000 points. Like, I'm in it for the long run, and I know in the long run, all I need is a small fucking piece of a big move, or not even a big move, a small piece of a small piece, right? Trader this morning, just here for the vibes and support. Fuck yeah. Appreciate you, King. The boy King. The boy J King. Appreciate you, my guy. What up, man? Welcome back. Hope you had a good trip. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, trip was amazing. Happy to be back. Friday high. Yeah, I agree with you, JTP. We had yesterday's high, overnight highs, and yesterday's open. Yesterday's open. New York open or Asia session open? But yeah, I agree with you. The 1 minute looking here. That whole area of support. Fuck yeah. What up, fella? What up, James? How's it going? Nasty trades. Let's fucking go. Hey, just got back from a haircut. Fuck yeah. This was actually the first channel I found it stuck with. That's the goal here, AXP. The goal here is understanding the market is always right, right? The market, doesn't matter if I'm long or short, the market will prove me right or wrong. So what I'm here to do is manage myself, manage risk. But most importantly is the first part, which is manage myself. So long I manage myself every single day, I know in the long run, over a course of 20, 30, 100 trades, I will be profitable. So yeah, I think the goal for you guys should do the same. Tune in, watch how people read markets, watch how I read markets, watch how Jake reads markets, and Mitch, Azeng, so on and so forth. And future hosts in the future essentially will trade different ways. And the goal there should be take the best, leave the rest, and manage yourself. So long you can manage yourself, take the rest, take the best, leave the rest, just show up every day. Like in the long run, in the next year, 6 months, whatever it is, your trading will change, I promise you. But just don't get what they call it. What is it? Shiny car syndrome or shiny object syndrome, which is you're trying to trade like this person, then that person, then this person, right? And I think that's where a lot of traders fuck up, is just one little variable that you tweak will essentially change all results. So make sure variables stay the same for you to actually see progress and momentum. Yeah, because I feel like price always goes level to level regardless of what's going on. Yeah, exactly. It's price action for me, at least. Price action is king. Price action. I guess the only thing that varies is market conditions, right? Like I mentioned earlier on stream. Like if this was the 1 minute chart, chat, this is a weekly, by the way, but if this was a 1 minute chart, market is due for a pullback. I'm not saying now, but if I were to guess, it's going to have some sort of consolidation or pullback in the near future. Now, it doesn't have to happen, but I anticipate that it would in the coming weeks. Now, when that happens, markets are going to change. Markets are going to get more rangy, less directional, and more up and down, more what we call barbed wire. It's going to do this for hours, weeks, and all that just to form 2 or 3 bearish candles on the weekly, or whatever it is. Maybe it's just one, but even one candle would have every day going into market looking like this. And that's where I'm not saying levels are going to change, but that's where you got to just adjust your trade management. And I think that's what essentially is hard about trading, is like every market condition is different. So you got to learn to adjust, anticipate, but not predict. You got to anticipate, but be reactive and adjust with price. Bro, but yeah, Fonzie, I mean, yeah, only traders know we'd rather be trading than on vacation. Trading is an everyday thing. Yeah, which I'm working on. I'm working on detaching for the first time in years. I deleted the TradingView app, so for every trader knows that it's a big thing. It's like the first step in like an AA meeting, I would assume, like cutting out the addiction. But no, in all seriousness, it's not an addiction. I'm trying to detach. After market is over, I'm trying to be present and fully on whatever it is I'm doing. So, but yeah, it's fucking tough. It's tough because I'll go on the web browser on Safari and I catch myself, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? And but yeah, it's addicting. Thanks for the financial advice. I'm long. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, it is methodic. Good point. You said great point. I think social media has ruined the idea of how much is good enough. If you have a good, if you have a strategy with a proven win rate, there is just a matter of scaling over time. Yeah, perfectly said. And the one person I took that from was Umar Ashraf. He was a big preacher in the one thing, right? And over time, over the course of my like journey, the last couple of years, I had a difficult time with that with the one thing, but I've it's always been in the back of my mind, which is focus on one thing, right? Do it long enough until it works. And if it's not working currently, don't change it, right? Because every single market, every proven edge works over time, but it will go through periods of losses. And that's where traders readjust. And on top of that, add in the fact that you're new, the fact that emotions are in play, the fact that money's involved, and you're going to be on this hamster wheel of like nonstop going from that to this, and then next thing you know, a year passes by and you're stuck in the same position. And believe me, bro, like I've been in that same spot. And it's fucking, man, it's hard. It's hard to say because it's a spot that I feel like you need to go through. But understand that the quicker you realize that you can take yourself out of that hamster wheel simply by getting on an actual, we'll call it treadmill for this example, getting on an actual treadmill and getting momentum, getting speed, getting distance. And the way to get that distance instead of like ongoing hamster wheel is to stick to one thing, do it long enough until it works, and figure out what works and what doesn't in that system. And I believe you'll get momentum. That session took off without me today. I wanted to take Asia first, but shit rocketed. Yeah, it's fucking moving, honestly. You have also immersed. Yeah, so I size according to that as well. I size according to how big my stop is. And so if my stop is 50 points, I won't take it with like a mini. I'll go on micros. And if my stop is only 20 points, then I'll perhaps take it with a mini. So yeah, I think it's you should. You're doing the right thing, Gerson. Imbalance above order block, pay attention. 21 EMA holding, fuck yeah. Yeah, if that's how you trade, by all means, take it. Like I keep mentioning, this is a good setup for like the weekly, not the weekly, like the 15-minute fair value gap. And again, if I want to see more, again, this is not a high quality take. We retrace this to equilibrium. We retrace into equilibrium of the range. Man, I need to slow the fuck down when I talk here because I be fucking. I just talk and I catch myself just talking a little too fast sometimes. So yeah, the 15-minute fair value gap, and that's about it. That's the only confluence. And again, like I keep preaching over and over again, would I be longing this on the hourly? No. So why would I long it on the hourly? I would much rather wait for a pullback. And in that case, look for 5 and 15-minute order flow to confirm my entry. So for now, I'm literally just taking like like if the hourly was a 1 minute, the 50-minute would be like a fucking 15-second chart trying to catch a scalp into the high, which could work, but it's not how I trade, or that's not where I have true edge. Yeah, chat, we do have a TPT account giveaway here soon that will run, and enter tree. Wait, mention. Oh, you said mention when you enter. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I will. I'll if I do enter again. It's not a high quality, and this is another thing. Like, say I do take this right, and I consider it a C setup, and I size according to my C setup. Maybe you take that with the full on size and you blow your account if it's a red trade. But I think take what I'm saying as with a grain of salt, but take what I'm saying as a form of education. Learn how to read price with me, not are you in, are you out? I genuinely hate that shit. Nothing against you, Zozo, but I do think that the purpose of this whole channel, this whole Project 365 is to provide education and get you to where you want to be faster. So as I'm reading price here with you guys, we tapped into that order block, a 30-minute, 15-minute order block here as well. Yeah. Let's see what happens. I'm reading price with you guys and seeing if we get reactions, but truthfully, I'm not taking anything. And that green line here is a rake level that JTP mentioned, I believe. Or I believe it was JTP. Yeah, JTP mentioned it. And then, yeah, we got that rake level at 71.75, which we just tapped. Totally agree. Best way to learn is to fish for yourself. Yeah, essentially, going along with that metaphor is we're putting you guys in a position to learn how to fish. You just got to fish yourself. But I'm not stupid. No one here is stupid. A lot of people are just trying to signal bot, and that's okay. But like Wrong says, if you want to take the wins, take them. Be happy, boast about them. But when losses come around, take them in the chin. Yeah, my wife usually asks me, is it in? What the fuck? Oh, shit. Power, let's see what we doing. Fuck yeah. Not doing much, to be honest. Not doing much. We tapped into that Jake level. Hourly, or not hourly, 15-minute order block, 30-minute order block. And man, that's crazy. That Jake level is reacting perfectly. We're also at OTE of the range, so keeping that in mind. Let's just observe and see what happens here. I'm just chilling, nothing catching my eye currently. Yeah, same, Adam, honestly. I'm trying to, I guess, here read price with you guys, but this isn't high probability. I'm making that a goal. I was reviewing over the weekend, or I wouldn't even call it a review. I was just kind of taking note of certain things to get better at stream. And for me, one was be vocal about bad market conditions versus good market conditions, rather than me trying to force something to take something, right? And it's kind of currently what I'm doing now is I'm trying to be vocal about bad market conditions versus good. And in my opinion, with how I trade, I don't think this is necessarily good market conditions. So yeah, like I said, I'm trying to be vocal about that. I'm fairly dumb, but we persist. Shout out Cup of Joe for finally winning a giveaway. Cup of Joe, when did you win, my guy? Was it earlier today? Shorted that bid 2R from 53, 533. Fuck yeah. Damn, you shorted all-time highs. What was your confluence up there, Jerson? Was it a 1 minute? Literally like a 1 minute change in state, essentially? Stole that shit. Bro, it's funny. There's been like 3-4 people that sent me that have sent me that the 6ix9ine reel, which is fucking funny. Every time I open it, I crack up. And then another one is the fucking the bazooka one. Rest in peace, my granny. That oh shit. She got hit with a bazooka. Yeah, you guys be sending me like what was that one reel? I know Rye guy sent me one, and then some other guy sent it to me today, which was funny. You won today? Fuck yeah, Cup of Joe. Yeah, long deserved, brother. You deserve that shit. You deserve that shit. Yeah, you've been on here for a minute. Are you still looking for longs? Yeah, I'm more long than anything. To answer your question, Ryan Banks. Like I explained earlier, is like I'm deriving my thesis based off of the hourly. Now, if you look at the hourly chart on NQ, picture this being the 1 minute. Would you long this 1 minute, right? Would you long this 1 minute currently? And for me, the answer is no. I would want to see a pullback if this is the hourly, but if this was the 1 minute, I want to see some sort of pullback back into the range. for me to consider this being high quality. So for that reason, like, sure, I'm long biased and I think we can react. And if we do, fine, I'm okay with missing it, but I classify this as a lower setup. I'm not, again, let me backtrack. I'm not short bias, but I can see price moving higher from this area. But again, I'm deriving that thesis based on the 1 hour and 4 hour. For me, I'd be more comfortable taking it off a pullback on that because of how I trade. I trade essentially potential higher lows in the higher time frames. For me, those higher time frames are the hourly and 4 hour. So for that reason, I am not looking for longs in that area, especially given we took out essentially buy side, right? Buy side or all-time highs or whatever you want to call it. So I'm just zoomed in here on the 15-minute reading price, and this is an area of interest. We have 15-minute order block. We have a 30-minute order block. We have a 5-minute order block. We have a Jake level, 471, like JTP mentioned. And yeah, I think that if price reverse, it will be from here. If we trade back lower, then that, of course, that idea gets invalidated. But would I be longing this? And am I longing this? No. Now, this trade idea basically is on the premise of the 15-minute. That's all I'm looking at. And the hourly, I guess we displaced from tapping that hourly fair value gap, trade higher, close back bearish essentially. And yeah, for now, just simply watching. And I mean, looking, I wouldn't really short this type of action on the 5-minute. Every single candle since 11:30 my time has been bearish, and this is that first green candle tapping into that bearish fair value gap on the 5-minute. So delivering bearish still on the 5-minute. So I wouldn't be, even if I was looking for entry as an area of interest here, I wouldn't be looking at longing this. I hope that answers your question. If there's a good pullback, we could see NQ at 30K by Friday. Yeah, I see that happening, honestly. And again, if that does keep happening, I'm gonna keep longing until I'm wrong. And even then, I'm just literally trading my system, which is from internal to external. So all this is changing for me and how I trade is that it's making trading a little bit more directional and straight to TP essentially than other times essentially, or other market conditions. Brother, I'm up 2333 on my pro TPT account, fiending for a payout, but is it smart to withdraw 333 or build a bigger buffer and payout? I would withdraw the 300. I would withdraw 300, lock it in, and you still have the drawdown. That's what I would do personally. Whenever, yeah, you're in a position to, even if you withdraw, you'll have a good buffer. So I would withdraw the 300. Yeah, because then Stefan, if you don't withdraw and you blow the account, you're going to be wishing you withdrew at least 300. So weigh both options of what could happen, because both, quite honestly, could happen. And think, would you be okay with blowing the account, knowing you could have taken a $300 payout? And if the answer is no, you'd feel more comfortable locking some in, then do that. But I personally would withdraw the 300 if I were you. What's more important to you, the 5-minute or 15-minute or 5-minute? I use every time frame is important, but I guess in the scale of time frame alignment, the 15-minute, just because it is a higher time frame. Just how the daily is more important to me than the 15-minute, right? We have an invert fair value gap here on the 1-minute. Again, chat, I'm not taking any of this. I'm just reading price with you guys. Invert, we are respecting the last down candle. We got small little divergence here on the 1 minute. So yeah, this is what an entry model for me looks like if I was taking longs. But again, the reason I'm not is because of the reason I mentioned earlier. And we did tap into that Jake level, so that's an added confirmation, I guess. I never look at them really, at least for futures, but it's nice to see it tapped. Holy shit, we're displacing. You still journal your trades? Yeah, every single day, every fucking day. I feel like if I don't, I feel offsides, honestly, showing up to the next day, the next week. I got you with your code, about to grab another one. Yeah, code RT. I agree, you wanted your insight, appreciate it. Yeah. And I think that what's it called? Yeah, you'll thank yourself if you hopefully you don't blow it, brother. Hopefully you continue crushing it. But it brings peace of mind because your part of your brain wants to make more, but the other part of your brain is thinking, fuck, what if I fuck this up? So if you're having slight thoughts of that, just fucking lock some in. And by some in is take that 300. Definitely take the payout. I'm speaking from experience. I lost many fundeds trying to get a bigger buffer. I never took a payout. That changed now. I take the max that I can every time. Yeah, I think it's the best thing you could do. But sometimes I don't take the max out if my drawdown would be too small. So, but yeah, for the most part, I try to take out as much as I can with still having some drawdown to work with. Yeah, I got you, Jay. Oh, Melly, William. What up, William? I held it long. You caught? Is that Jake level from the indicator? Yeah, it's from the indicator. Or it should be on there. But I drew this one out manually. How was the coffee in CR? Man, it was okay. In La Fortuna, it was decent. Towards the end, I had better places, but truthfully, genuinely, I believe there's better coffees here in California. I said it, I know. Although it is they do cultivate a lot of their coffee there in Costa Rica. It's a big it's a big import or export to the States, but I learned that it's not the biggest, it's one of the smallest, but it's still a big portion of overall export to the States. But yeah, coffee wasn't that good. Enter now. How do you get that indicator? Fuck, I don't know. I'm gonna talk to Jake about it, but I do think it comes with being part of the Discord. I learned to draw the levels when I first took the mastermind. So this was just me. Someone mentioned it, I drew it, and it aligned with my area of interest, which yeah, it's just there for, I guess, added confluences. Yeah, it's in the it's in the Discord. And again, chat, I'm talking to you guys about this trade. I didn't take it, but I'm just kind of reading price with you guys and trying to have you guys understand what I'm seeing. So again, the reason I didn't take it was because of how the hourly is. I would want to see a pullback in the hourly before taking it on the smaller timeframes, which for me, the smaller timeframes being the 5-minute and the 15-minute. The 15-minute, we retrace into an area of interest, like we mentioned earlier, order block, 30-minute order block, 5-minute order block into OTE, right? Also taps into that Jake level, which gives an added, I guess, form of confirmation. And we got an invert fair value gap, which are now displacing higher. So this trade is playing out. Nice to see it play out, but not taking it for those reasons, right? For the reasons that I mentioned on the hourly. Ask if Jay can take Klarna for the mastermind, brother. It's $100, $100 a month. But I can ask him though. Play some music here, chat. And we'll run the giveaway here shortly in the next about 15 minutes or so. A TBT 50K account giveaway here. It is, even if you don't win, they are running a sale, which ends soon. It's 50% off using code RT. Code RT. Even if I was in this chat, I'd be taking most of my position off at the premium of the range. So say you did take it, I go premium discount and look for swing highs and lows in premium of the range or PD arrays. So in this case, we have a small little fair value gap here. Yeah, 5-minute fair value gap. And I think it's like 1 minute swing high. So that would be my target if I was in it. Not in it, like I said, but you're looking to target that. TBT sales are rare. Yeah, they are. You're so annoyed you didn't enter at 471. Yeah, you could be annoyed. I mean, I'm not, just given that I know what I'm looking for, and I know that tomorrow will bring better opportunity. And honestly, truthfully, peace of mind that knowing I caught a nice trade in the morning, and that's all I really need. Truthfully, if I'm being truthful, I think that's all I really need. I know I banked in the morning, and I'm here to watch price. I know that this wasn't an A+ setup for me, given where we are. It's playing out, but I mean, what can you really do, right? We can't rewind and go back in time and take it. And ask yourself one of two things: had you taken that, would you have been happy if it was a loser? In hindsight. And if the answer is no, then you did the right thing, even though it's working. Looking into Lucid inventory. Yeah, Lucid accounts are nice. 50K Lucid Flex accounts. They're nice, and their payouts are fast. You just need 5 days of 150 to get a max payout of $2,000 on the 50K. So you can stack up to 5. They're a good firm. Yeah, it wouldn't be good taking a loss. I have a few funded, so I've been so hesitant all day. Need to start taking my shots. Shooters shoots, JTP. Shooters shoot. So if it falls under your setup, fucking take it. If that was your setup and you have tested this before and you know it over time, it plays out more than it doesn't, and it has positive EV or positive expectancy, take them. There's no reason to be scared. Now, if you were kind of hesitant about it because of XYZ, right? Then it's fine. Like, it's fine that you missed it. So it's a trade-off, and you got to look at both sides of the coin, and that's where trading neutrally comes in. It's let's draw in the order block that we retraced into the last down candle, and it seems like we're about to hit premium of the range. So let's see. But yeah, ask yourself, this is where trading neutrally comes in. It's like, when you're taking a trade, are you okay with both it playing out? And of course, for most of you guys, it's yes. But are you also okay with the worst of the worst, right? Which is you getting stopped out. And if you consider that trade being lower quality, and if you stopping out afterwards, you'd be thinking, fuck, I should have stayed cash because of XYZ, then that was a great miss, right? That was a great miss. And I mean, shit, what else can you do? Bro, I got in this morning at 10:10 at 184. Wish I was still holding. Got to work on my Jake. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was still holding as well. But fuck, you're not looking to hold moves like this because they're not going to happen often. What you're looking to get is a small piece of the pie, right? Like for me, if I would have taken this, I would have been out fully at that swing high. And I'm only catching a small piece of a big move, similar to the trade I took in the morning. I took this trade. Got long there, short there, targeting. It was this high. That I literally only caught about 100 points in a move that all in all gave me or gave us about almost 500 points. So looking at it that way, right? I only caught 1/5 of the whole move. That's all you fucking need. That's all you need. All you need is a small piece of a move to make money over time. Now, if you can consistently catch whatever you caught every single day, go into the markets and know what you're looking at, that's all that matters, really. I'm trying to finish that shit. So I read the next time, which was sometimes you just gotta gamble that shit. No, you don't gotta gamble that shit. But I guess what you mean is sometimes you just gotta go for it and say fuck it and have that mentality. I know what you mean. Always says it's better to miss out on the trade than be in one you wish you weren't in. Yeah, exactly. If it's not a fuck yes, it's a fuck no. Simple as that. Simple as that. Market will always present more opportunity. Yeah, fuck yeah. Target is previous high. Took a long at 74.72. Yeah, you literally bottom tick that move. So this is premium of the range. So I would anticipate price to, I mean, it could continue, but have some sort of pullback. We have a fair value gap here. We're testing that order block, the last down candle here. So let's see what happens. You're right. Yeah, fuck yeah. Stack it up, look back in 30 days, people. Stack it up, look back in 30 days, people would be amazed. Yeah, honestly. If you literally just focus on taking those compound small winners every single day, for the next 30 days, you're trading with change instead of trying to hit home runs every day. Home runs don't win games. What wins games are stacking small base hits every single day. Or at least from my experience and from who I've talked to. But for me, I'm more of a consistent every single day, catch a small piece of the move. And from there on forward, all you got to focus on is scaling, right? So the same small little move that you caught with 1 micro would be the same move that you catch with 10 minis. The only difference is size and how well you're able to stomach risk. But it's the same action. The same action that takes you to make $100 daily will be the same action that you have to make $100,000 daily, if that's the goal, right? The only difference is, you know, building enough data, building enough reps, practice to actually put on that much size. And I mean, shit, I'm not there yet, but that's what I'm working for. And I think everyone should work for. Stole that shit, Jake. So ES retraced into that 5-minute fair value gap. We have swing highs. 30-minute retrace into the order block. 15-minute, 5-minute fair value gap, like I said. In that breaker or that last down candle before the down for the up move. Swing low, swing high. Take swing low, swing. Yeah, just waiting, reading price here with you guys. So just reading price on a lower time frame is the same thing. We got to change in state on the 1 minute. We got to change in state after touching premium of the range. So this is done live. So just check this out. Change in state here, meaning we close below the last down candle before the up move. We got a fair value gap here that we traced into. And now I would anticipate price to trade down at least to that 5-minute fair value gap. I mean, ES already did, but this is just strictly looking at NQ. And then once we get there, we then, you know, come back up. This is actually more insightful than me being in the trade, honestly. Quite truthfully, just looking at this, reading price and seeing what it does. And at this point, once we retrace back into discount of the range, let's see if we can read price and see if price can continue up higher. So let's see. Yeah, too many don't let themselves take a long approach. They want it all today. Yeah, and I think it's part of what trading brings. Trading is such a uncertainty. It's a career that provides a lot of uncertainty with everything from like edge to, will I make money tomorrow, next Friday, and I think that's the reason why most people feel this sort of like feeling that they have to be green and make as much today because they don't know what's going to happen in the future or tomorrow or the next day or the next week. But I agree. I agree that if everyone just focused on one base hit every single day, come back tomorrow and do the same thing tomorrow, whether it's green or red, just keep doing that and compound every single day. I think most would benefit from that. Or not most, honestly, all of you guys would benefit from that shit. Mention entry. No, I'm not in anything, but I've just been reading price with you, price here with you guys. But it's nice. I guess it's nice to see what I've been mentioning kind of play out to the T, which is waiting for that area of interest, which we got. We were reading price. We got an invert, which we displaced up to the level, which was the premium PD array, which we then traded back into. We're trading at discount of the range now. So look to see how price is so fucking fractal. Price is so fractal that it's almost like I'm a fucking genie. No, I'm kidding, chat. No one's a genie. But what I'm getting at is price has a reason to move, right? So when it moves, you're just kind of trying to be in flow with wherever it's headed towards, right? So now that we retrace back into discount of the range, now price, if we are bullish, price should now come up to and take out swing highs or all-time highs in this case. But let's see. How's the hourly looking? So yeah, price went from being bullish delivery on the 1 minute to now delivering bearish, right? And how do we know that? We got a change in state, like I mentioned earlier. We delivered into that bearish 1 minute gap, traded down lower, displaced, and now we're in the area of support, if you want to call it, on the lower time frame. Now, at what point would we then be back bullish, right? It's kind of what I would ask myself. And in this case, it wouldn't be until we get a change in state again, which is at the close, once the 1 minute closes up here, which would be essentially a market structure shift. Unless we trade back lower, make a new low, and then that market structure shift becomes a little lower. Even if I were to try this, the risk reward is not really favorable. It'd be a 1-to-1, which is decent, but by the time ES takes out the high, it'd probably be like a 0.8 or 0.7. Yeah, that risk reward isn't really favorable for me, even if I was looking at taking it, which I'm not. But it's here, just reading price with you guys, and I think it's very, very beneficial. Gotta have the baseball mentality, base hits with the occasional grand slam. Yeah, I think so long you focus on base hits, that grand slam, or that, yeah, as you mentioned, the grand slam will come. Those big days will come. You just have to let them come to you rather than you striving for them. I'll delete this so people don't think I'm in anything. But yeah, just reading price here with you guys. This is the habit I'm trying to unlearn. Yeah, I think it's a bad habit that unfortunately a lot of traders have, truthfully. Yeah, a nice call would be dope if we do that retrace, then hit 350. Pop till close. Then hit the 350 pop till close. Oh, I see what you mean. Like if it plays out and then we come back down to hit 350. Yeah, that'd be nice if it does happen, but see. Do you use TPT? No, I have yet to use TPT, but it's coming. Hopefully in the near future. I'm trying to focus firm by firm, but so if I do focus on it, it would be probably in the next coming months, honestly. That's what I've been doing, taking base hits every day, because that I've had my 2 profitable trading careers. Fuck yeah, Blambo. That's the goal, honestly. The goal here is to realize that I was gonna say professional trading, but profitable trading isn't that glamorous. Like, profitable trading is just showing up and doing the same things over and over again. And quite honestly, it gets kind of mundane, kind of boring. And that's when you know you're kind of doing it well. When it almost feels too easy. Like, sometimes you show up, you set an entry, set a stop, and a TP. It hits, and boom, you're done within the first 30 minutes, first 45 minutes. And I struggled with that at times in the beginning of my career, which was like, oh, that's it. Like, it can't be this easy. I got to look for another entry, and then lo and behold, would give it back. So yeah, you're doing it right when it starts to feel boring, I would say. So ES just got that change in state. So yeah, I'm just reading price here with you guys, trying to, I guess, it serves as a little mini lesson here too, if you think about it. Yeah, so ES got the change in state after getting to that area. And so even if we go out to, how price is so fractal, premium discount. Yeah, that's how I read price. So looking at that down candle, see if we get a reaction from it. See. Yeah, sorry, brother. No, you're good, Robert. No need to be sorry. When it's too easy, I get cooked. Yeah, yeah, exactly. When it's too easy, sometimes you kind of let your guard down, and that's where self-awareness comes in. Yeah, Jonathan, to be honest, that's why I haven't traded TPT, is because of that trailing drawdown. And if I do approach it, when I do approach it, I plan on approaching it on a more aggressive basis and using it as a way to kind of how Jake approaches it, which is trying to get out of that trailing drawdown as soon as possible within like the first 2-3 trades. And from there, kind of build a buffer, right? Build a buffer to then get payouts. So with TPT, literally exactly how Jake is approaching it is how I plan on doing so in the coming months. Yeah, I just don't really want to be stuck in that trailing drawdown forever. And by forever, I mean a week, 2 weeks. I'd rather just use each account as a way to, okay, I have 2-3 trades to get out of this drawdown, and if I blow it, so be it. I'll try again. But yeah, I plan on treating that slightly different than I would other firms without the trailing drawdown. And that one specifically because of you have a I mean, shit, if you hit a banger trade, right? And you what's the word? You hit a banger trade and you have drawdown, I can take a payout there and then, right? And that's part of the reason why I'm aggressive. One, to get out of the trailing drawdown, and two, because of the potential that TPT brings. But no, I have yet to try it. I have an account with them, but I have yet to try it. You're in QQQ 715, last minute call. Like I mentioned earlier, chat, price is fractal, premium discount. We traded up to premium. Now we're back out. Now we take that smaller leg, back at discount. Discount, we took out the swing low, traded into the fair value gap. So if price is really bullish, we should see a reaction from here. If not, we're going to trade lower into that 5-minute gap. And if we invert that, then the long thesis is invalidated. So that's how I look at price. This is on the 1 minute. And yeah, been reading price for you guys since literally down here. It's been nice. It's been nice. It's been nice. Yeah, so it's pros and cons. The cons with TPT is that it does take 5 days. You can pass, I guess, in 2 days, but it's a longer period of time in eval jail, if you want to call it. But the cons is like once you do pass it, they're slightly more expensive. But once you do pass them, you can the upside is pretty nice. But yeah, like you said, JTP, the daily payouts are, and it sucks because for some traders that's what they're gonna reach for, and they're gonna keep blowing accounts. So it's a slippery slope with a lot of people. I think that approach isn't the approach everyone should take, but it is an approach you could take. Uh, I'm getting close, halfway through removing the intraday drawdown. Fuck yeah, right guy. Hell yeah. That's good, brother. Once you get out of that intraday drawdown, bro, you're golden. I go out, bro. See you tomorrow. Fuck yeah, Alex. Appreciate you being on here. Appreciate you being on here. Bird dog. You said, God bless you all. Much love. Was in a meeting all day today. Big things coming. Stay. We got to lock it in. Some turbulence. Buckle up. Fuck yeah. Have a good flight. Sounds like you're on a flight. Yeah, literally. Cup of Joe. Yeah, MFF Rapids. You said I still think MFF Rapids are the best 2-day pass. Eval night. This seems like everyone likes TPT. Yeah, honestly, with MFF, I got moved to live with MFF back in last. It was like about a year ago, and so every time I would try to repurchase I only attempted like 2-3 times repurchase an account. I ended up blowing their live account, and I've been trying to purchase evals on them for the last, again, like I said, like 3 times in the last year. And I finally reached out to them, and as of last week, they logged. Come to find out that is because I went live with them and I blew the account live with them, that they were essentially blocking me from buying evals. But yeah, I agree with MFF. MFF's accounts are great. I fucking love them, and I'm excited to get back on them. Love from India, my boy. People rush because they want it now, when they don't realize that if that's the same reason that's keeping them from winning. Nice reaction here from the 1 minute FBG. We'll see how we react here. Yeah, chat. It's price is so fucking fractal. Still in call, it's looking good. Yeah, if you're in longs, it's still looking good, but just reading price with you guys, not really liking anything for myself. And if it's 1237. Yeah, I mean, we've been reading price here, which has been pretty accurate so far. Just gonna continue doing that and run the giveaway here soon. We have about 20 minutes till stream ends. I think what we'll do is we'll start playing some music here, and then start playing some music and vibe out, and then we'll do the giveaway here shortly. Let's see. Playlist here. Yes, no. You guys hear music, chat, or no? Here now. You guys should be able to hear it now, right? Too loud. There we go. Thank you guys been green for the last 7 weeks. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. You guys can hear the music, right, chat? Or is it just me that can hear it? Yeah, all right. It's not too loud. Audio is cool on the music. It's low for me. Perfect. All right, I'll raise it just slightly up higher. I just don't want to be too overpowering, you know? We'll leave it there for now. If it gets too loud, just let me know, chat. Yeah, I mean, we've been reading price here for the last hour, and it's been literally to the T. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I guess you could call it a little mini lesson live, if you want to call it. We retraced it to discount into an area of interest. We got a 1 minute invert, 1 minute SMT, displaced higher into premium of the range, which I mentioned if I were to take that, that's where I would have taken profits. Retraced it to discount of the range after getting a change in state, which again, we mentioned this whole move down. And we traded higher. We mentioned this 1 minute invert, or sorry, FEG, and are now getting a 1 minute change in state, which if price wants to move, it'll do so now after getting that last 1 minute, invert fair value gap. If we close above it, that's kind of the last line in the sand for price. The trade then higher into buy side or all-time highs again. And again, even if I were to try to take this, for me, the risk to reward isn't really worth it. It's like a 1-on-1, which it's not bad. It's not the worst, but going again with the conviction that I had earlier, which was on the 1 hour, I would want to pull back. It doesn't even make sense. That 1-on-1 isn't really favorable for my trading style. So yeah, but it is nice to see it work, and it's playing out. There we go, just perfect. Yeah, fuck yeah. It's nice to, honestly, it's nice to read price. It's nice to read price and just with no risk or no skin in the game. Thanks for sharing the knowledge. Yeah, Jay, you're welcome. I'm gonna head out. See you later, big dog. Fuck yeah. I was gonna say stick around for the giveaway, but yeah, you won in the morning, so you're good, dog. Yeah, see you later, brother. I ain't gonna lie, I got a couple longs on that entry, on my eval. Yeah, I mean, again, I wouldn't say this was the worst trade. Again, I would classify it as like a C/B setup at best. But the reason I didn't put any skin in the game or any risk on the line was for the reasons mentioned earlier that I keep going back to, is the hourly for how I trade. The trade in the morning that I caught here into premium of this range was a higher quality trade, in my opinion, A+ trade, compared to where we are on the hourly up here. Now, a small little scalp could have happened along the way, which I literally walk you guys through it, but I kept mentioning over time and time again that it wasn't a high quality trade, and if I were to take it, it would be I would risk according to the setup type. And yeah, been trying to do my best to walk you guys through exactly what I see, and I hope you guys find value in that, which I would argue that the value here provided today on stream is better than me saying, okay, I'm managing it this way, and then kind of forget about you guys. So I would argue that there's much more knowledge here now at today's stream than any other stream. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. Yeah, have a nice day. Sad, that's fine. Appreciate you for being in here. We'll run the giveaway here shortly. Matter of fact, should we run the giveaway right now? Thanks, bro. Literally so many gems all day. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I hope you guys found value in that. And I hope you guys are really actually listening, whether you're driving, sitting at home, or fucking working, whatever it is. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, we'll run the giveaway here the old-fashioned way, where we'll spam chat, we'll spam W's or whatever, and I'll pause and do a TPT account giveaway. So whoever wins, you just DM me at Lomelli Trades. Not yet, don't spam yet. Not yet, chat. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Fuck, chat. Not fucking yet. Hold on. You'll DM me on Instagram at Lomelli Trades. Honestly, man, I get so much more from seeing how you guys manage losses or why you're on the sidelines. Thank you. S. Wills, yeah, that's the goal here, and I hope you found value in how I broke down price here, as I think it is very, very insightful. And yeah, Lomellister. Oh shit. Okay, we'll run the giveaway here. I'm gonna get a clip for Instagram here, but again, buyer session today. You guys will spam W's here in a bit shortly for the account 50K TPT account giveaway. Buyer stream today stayed cash on sidelines, but we got amazing read from the lows at 471 into now, right? Stayed cash again, but fire read, called everything out. Now you guys will spam chat, spam W's, and I'll stop on a random name. So you guys keep spamming, and you guys will DM me afterwards on Instagram. Keep going. Give you guys like 5 more seconds. Keep spamming. Keep spamming. And if you guys already won, we'll give it to somebody else. But keep spamming. Ready, chat? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The winner is Sand. It was Sand something. Let's see. It was Sand. Okay. It was Sand Wongsta 4995. You won, brother. Sand Wongsta. There you go. Yeah, just DM me on Instagram at Lomelli Trades. And as soon as I'm off stream, I'm heading to Starbucks, so I'm getting some work done. So I'll get you situated. You haven't won yet, right? If you haven't won, it's all yours, baby. 50K TPT account giveaway. Yeah. But yeah, San Wongna, yeah, just DM me and I got you, brother. Yeah, so you're good. If you never won, just DM me again on Instagram. I linked it up below, Lomelli Trades. And yeah, congrats. Congrats. But yeah, chat, trade is playing out. Just watching for now. Going into the later end of this stream. Fire day, fire read. Fire day, fire read. Oh wait, music's playing still. Let's do Forever Young here. Fucking songs, which is Forever Young and Best Day Ever. Fuck it, we ball though. W, fuck yeah. You guys are great. You guys are amazing. Let's stick around here for the next couple minutes and just go from there. Unexpected.
Say never, sitting in a sandpit, life is a short trip, the music's for the sad man.
I can do a poll here. Let's see. Add. Start a poll. Let's see. Let me start a poll here. You guys prefer trading? Or breakdown? I'm just out of curiosity. for myself. And either or, I'm not changing anything, but just curious. All right. I started a quick poll here, which is, you guys prefer trading live or breakdowns like today? Just out of, again, I'll keep doing what I'm doing, but just genuinely curious. Genuinely curious, chat. It's a close one. It's a close one. It goes 50-50, and then to breakdowns. That 50 macro time just came in. Look at these swing lows on the 5-minute. Yeah, so it seems like breakdowns are what's more popular or more sought after here. Yeah, no, right, guy. That's what I'm kind of getting to. Whenever there's a trade, I would love to. I'll break it down or not. I tend to be more locked in, is what I'm getting at, right? So I'm not breaking down price exactly how I did today. Versus today, if I'm not in anything, my full focus is just on reading price for you guys. So that's kind of where I was getting at. But fuck yeah. What a garbage candle move. Trick question. No, it's not a trick question. It's hovering around 50-50 though. Or no, 60-40 now. Sorry, I can't find you to DM you on Instagram. I got you. It's just look up Lomeli Trades. It's linked up above. So if you hit this link, Lomeli. Yeah, no, for sure. We'll do both. Don't worry about that, chat. We'll do both. But let me pause this ad here. No, yeah, don't worry about it, chat. We'll do both. But just wanted to actually play around with the poll, but also I was actually genuinely curious here. So yeah, it seems to be about 50-50, leaning more towards the breakdowns, which is nice. That's how we learn to fish ourselves. Yeah, exactly, Blambo, sorry. God damn, the shorts peaked. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really take this, but that short, so it's just part of that 50 that last 10 minutes. As soon as 1250 hits, we tend to see that explosive move to either side, which becomes tricky. I talked to Jake about this too, and he also likes to avoid the last 10 minutes, which is trading. The last 10 minutes becomes tricky because of action like this. Every single day, go back and I guess you could say backtest that last 10 minutes ever since 12:50 to 1 p.m. So what would that be Eastern? From 3:50 to 4 p.m. Eastern. Look to see how volatile those moves are, and it's becomes almost unfavorable. Was this just people closing positions before close? It could be. It could be. I just know that the last 10 minutes tend to bring the first 10 minutes and the last 10 minutes tend to be the most volatile in the market session. Even if you pop up volume on the chart, they tend to have the most volume, which with more volume comes more volatility. W stream, fuck yeah. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you guys. All right, I'll end that poll now. Yeah, even if we pop up volume here, which I don't even know. I've never used volume on TradingView. I think it's is it an indicator chat or? Yeah, okay, there you go. Let's go on the 10-minute chart. And let's go on regular trading hours. The first 10 minutes, and now going into the last 10 minutes. It's only 5 minutes into the last 10 minutes, and it's already higher than the average of the session. So, yeah, first market open tends to bring more volume, and then towards the close, it speeds up after having lower volume throughout the day. But if you go through every single session, that's how it tends to be. Here, yesterday, morning, yeah. Volume. Back to charts. Is it gambling around this time? It's gambling around this time. I wouldn't say gambling, but it's again, I classify trading as in low probabilities versus high probabilities. And for me, the last 10 minutes tend to be lower probabilities just for that same reason. DM you on IG, brother. Let's see. Oh, I got your DM. I'll text you as soon as I'm off. But yeah, congrats. Is market open tomorrow? For my knowledge, it is. Is there some sort of news events that I'm not aware of, or holiday? Then after market, it sometimes changes direction again. Yeah. Breakdowns just basically mean kind of how what I was basically explaining to you guys. I was literally walking you guys through why this was my area of interest, why if I was interested in taking longs, why that was an entry, and why my target was up there, and why price would reverse, and why price would continue, and then why price would respect that 1 minute gap. Literally walk you guys through everything. And yeah, that's kind of what I mean by breakdowns. There's no real execution behind it other than just watching price trade live in front of you guys. Thanks, appreciate all you and the entire Rake Trades team does for all of us. Fuck yeah. And again, I'm pumped that I'm back, honestly. Pumped that I'm back on routine. Shit, forgot about my coffee. I hate when iced coffee melts. Fucking hate it. But yeah, I'm pumped. I'm about to, again, hit up Starbucks here, do some work. Man, I fucking love routine. Is it just me, or do we all fucking just love being in a routine? I'm a man of habit. I'm a man of doing the same thing over and over again. Thanks for the breakdown. Got to get back to work. Fuck yeah, crush it. Thanks for being on here. And then same here now. If you want to continue breaking down price, the last down candle before the up move. Also a Jake level. We'll see if towards the end of stream, we just pop back up. I wouldn't be surprised with the volatility. Chat. Do we prefer iced coffee or hot coffee? That's how much I love coffee. I didn't buy anything else from Costa Rica but this little coffee stand. Thanks, sir. Yeah, I got you, Mohammed. No worries, brother. No fucking worries. And again, TPT is running a sale, 50% off for TPT accounts. So if you didn't win today, you can still lock those in. Amazing accounts to maximize your return on what your initial investment was. I like both. I'll buy the coffee, enjoy it hot, and let it cool off and add ice. What the fuck? You're a psychopath, Robert. You buy iced coffee, you let it get watered down, you let it sit there, and then you wait, no. You buy hot coffee, my bad. You let it sit there, still even more psychotic. You let it cool down, and then you add ice later. Never heard of that, but or even worse, fucking. I guess it'd be more psychotic if you let iced coffee melt and then put it in the microwave. Both is fire. I don't drink black plain espresso with a shot of clove. Huh. Interesting. A shot of clove H2O. I'm gonna look into that. Clove H2O to minimize the cortisol spike. Do you find that it works for you, Robert or Rob Miller? Oh shit. Yeah, that iced coffee water down would be awful. That'd be crazy. That reminds me of I don't know if you guys watched that show Dexter, that serial killer show. That's the type of vibes I'd be getting from that sort of behavior. Yeah, chat. If you guys want to hop off now, I'm not. I'll probably stick around for the next 5 minutes just reading chat, but trading related is over with. So if you guys are all done here, I'll stick around and hang out with chat for the next 5 minutes or so. That was nuts. Bro, yeah, have you guys watched that shit? That show's amazing. It's one of my favorite shows to date. Depends on the temp outside. Yeah, I think that's the right answer, Adam. It depends on the temp outside. Today it's getting cooler, or not cooler. It's getting hotter where I'm from, so iced coffees every single day, except the morning one. Yeah, Lomili, have a great day, brother. Gotta get my son off the bus. Yeah, appreciate you for being in here, Robert. Appreciate you, my guy. Here, let's experiment with stream here. There we go. There we go, chat. There we go, chat. Over 80. It depends though, because the morning, summertime morning hot coffees fucking hit. When it's like you can go outside with shorts and a t-shirt, and like the sun's hitting you with a nice warm coffee. Those be the best fucking coffees in my opinion. See you tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Jay. Appreciate you for being in here. How you like it? Yeah, man. If I'm gonna get a bigger monitor in the coming future and have my similar to how Jake has his screen really, really big, or his face was. Something like that. What time does New York market close? It's essentially already closed. Equities closed at 4 p.m. Eastern. Futures close, I believe, or not. I believe they do close at 2 and they reopen. Or sorry, 2. They're closed for an hour essentially. So they reopened back up at 6 p.m. Eastern. Later, man. Good session. Later, Brandon. Thanks for being in here.
Want to spice up your listening?
No, I don't.
Smart Shuffle can
Let me
even
see.
song
I got a question, chat. Let me start one more poll. Nice. One more poll. Hold on, chat. Before I hop off, I gotta know. I got to know. Iced coffee or hot coffee? I'm about to hit up Starbucks right now, and whatever chat terms is, I probably get it. I'm feeling both right now. Coffee. You're back. I caught the whole AM session buys, waiting for payout date. Fuck yeah, you locked it in, Thanos? You locked in the payout? Real ballers get 1-1. That's fucking crazy. Fuck no. No, it's also why you know people I can't trust, people that get their coffee and chug that shit. I can't trust the people. I hate going to coffee shops with people and they'll be literally 2 minutes into getting the order and they'll play around with their cup like what the fuck? Like enjoy that shit. Yeah, so it seems like hot coffee, it's a pretty 50-50 actually. Keep iced coffee too hot in Miami for that? Yeah, it depends on the weather for sure. Weather and time of day. Yeah, I guess it depends on the time of day and then also where you live. Because if you live in a colder area, you're more inclined to drink hot coffee. But I live in California and we're heating up here. Yeah, the only time I'll drink hot coffee is first thing in the morning, 5 a.m. for me, or 5:30. But yeah, chat, that's pretty much it for me. We're closing into 5 minute past stream and I just felt a little yappy today, so stuck around for a bit, but yeah, that's it for me, chat. It for me, and yeah, later, right, guy? Appreciate you for being on here, my guy. We'll end full here. Yeah, it seems to see iced coffee 60% to 40%, so I'll end up getting an iced coffee here in a bit. All right, everyone, have a great rest of your day, night. I'll look for your DM. Yeah, I got you, brother. As soon as they hop off, I got you. Yo, you won't get a code. You're gonna have to. I'll walk you through everything on DM. I got you, but you should get the account in the coming days. That's just how TPT works, unfortunately, which we've been doing. But yeah, chat. Appreciate you guys for sticking around and watching. And fire read today. No executions on my end. For PM, AM caught a banger. 2R trade. Yeah, call it a winning day for me. But overall, I hope you guys found value in the read and overall, just stream in general. So yeah, appreciate you guys for being in here, chat again. Peace. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Or I'll see you guys. You guys tune into Rog stream here in Aegis session. But for Migos, I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, 2 p.m. Eastern. Deuces, chat.